बाद जो है वो उसके बाद वो यहाँ से निकले और यहाँ से निकल के उन लोगों ने नेशनल हाईवे को ब्लॉक कर दिया। ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से इस सारे नेशनल हाईवे को ब्लॉक किया गया है। सारा ट्रैफिक जो है वो रुक गया है। ये सड़क के बिल्कुल बीचों बीच और फ्लाईओवर के ऊपर दोनों तरफ जो है वो अब आपको किसान ही किसान नज़र आ रहे हैं। ये हम आपको दूर से तस्वीर दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं कि ऊपर भी, फ्लाईओवर के ऊपर भी और फ्लाईओवर के नीचे भी, दोनों तरफ जो है अभी ये प्रोटेस्ट ही प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है। ये किसान ही किसान खड़े हैं। बैरिकेड्स को सड़क के बीचों बीच लगा दिया गया है और ये नेशनल हाईवे है उसको ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है। ये है तस्वीर पीपली की, हरियाणा की, क्योंकि ये सारा प्रोटेस्ट जो है हरियाणा सरकार के खिलाफ है। मनोहर लाल खट्टर से इनकी डिमांड है कि एमएसपी को अनाउंस किया जाए सनफ्लावर के ऊपर, लेकिन वो अभी तक नहीं हुई। इसीलिए इन लोगों ने यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करने की आज ठानी। और ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि सड़क के बीचों बीच ये तस्वीर नज़र आ रही है। बैरिकेड्स जो हैं किसानों ने खुद लगा दिए हैं इस रोड को ब्लॉक करने के लिए। ये रोड जो है अमृतसर से दिल्ली की तरफ जा रहा है और ये फैसला महापंचायत में लिया गया। जब राकेश टिकैत ने ये एड्रेस किया गैदरिंग को एड्रेस करने के बाद कमेटी ने ये फैसला लिया कि अब नेशनल हाईवे ब्लॉक होगा और तुरंत बाद ही जो है वो सारे के सारे जो महापंचायत में पहुँचे थे वो बाहर सड़क पे आ चुके हैं। ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अभी तस्वीर यहाँ पे बनी हुई है, क्योंकि लोग ऊपर नीचे हर तरफ, दोनों तरफ जो हैं वो किसान हैं और हर तरफ इस समय जो नेशनल हाईवे के ऊपर जिस तरह से इन्होंने ब्लॉक किया है उससे ये नज़र आ रहा है कि हरियाणा सरकार के ऊपर ये एक बड़ा प्रेशर है। मनोहर लाल खट्टर को आखिरकार यहाँ पे आके किसानों को एड्रेस करना चाहिए और ये इशू रिजॉल्व करना चाहिए, क्योंकि इस मुद्दे से जो नेशनल हाईवे को ब्लॉक होगा वो ब्लॉक की वजह से सारा ट्रैफिक जो है वो रुक जाएगा। और ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से ये जो है वो चल रहा है, किसानों का प्रोटेस्ट जो है यहाँ पे चल रहा है। ओवर टू स्टूडियो।
Amandeep, if you can continue reporting to us and give more details about this protest that is taking place right now. This was a call given by Rakesh Tikait, is it, on blocking the Delhi highway, the highway that connects Haryana to Delhi. And if you can also keep showing us more pictures of where these protesters of SKM are now marching.
Well, absolutely. The point is that they have raised their demand to announce the MSP on the सनफ्लावर के ऊपर MSP अनाउंस करने की डिमांड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो सरकार है वो अभी तक इस मुद्दे को उन्होंने 1% भी एड्रेस नहीं किया। इसी वजह से जो है ये इतना बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट है और यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट पहुँचा है। ये जो हर तरफ से जो है वो बैरिकेड लगा दिए गए हैं इनकी तरफ से, और बैरिकेड लगाने के बाद इनको जो है नेशनल हाईवे को ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है। और ब्लॉक करने के बाद जो है अभी तक जो कोई भी पुलिस की तरफ से या प्रशासन की तरफ से बातचीत करने के लिए इनके साथ कोई नहीं है, क्योंकि इन्होंने समा दिया था पहले 12 बजे, फिर 2 बजे तक का दूसरा डेडलाइन था कि प्रशासन अगर बात करना चाहे तो आ सकता है, लेकिन तब तक भी प्रशासन बात करने नहीं पहुंचा इनके साथ, जिनके बाद इनकी कमेटी ने ये फैसला लिया और ये हाईवे को ब्लॉक कर दिया। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अब ये हाईवे ब्लॉक है। ये हरियाणा सरकार के खिलाफ ये प्रोटेस्ट है। सनफ्लावर पे MSP अनाउंस करने का जो है वो मुद्दा है। Over to studio.
Amandeep, if you can also give our viewers details of what happened at the Mahapanchayat, where the protesting wrestlers were also part of this Mahapanchayat, and if you can also keep showing us the pictures that we can see from the flyover, which shows a huge build-up of these farmer union groups and members who've sort of blocked the flyover as well.
और हाईवे पे भाई इन किसानों की बात मान लो, हाईवे पे ही तो लाठी मारी थी।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे कैसा?
उन्हें छोड़ दो किसानों को और इनसे बातचीत शुरू कर लो, MSP पर खरीद शुरू करवा दो। दो ही तो सवाल है।
अब जिस तरह से देख रहे हैं सारे किसान हाईवे पे चढ़ गए और हाईवे जाम।
और भाई पुलिस ने रोक के क्यों नहीं? भाई पुलिस रोक रही ना, ये तो वहीं बैठ जाते जहाँ पुलिस रोकती। अब ये पुलिस ने रास्ता दिया खोल के, लगा नहीं आगे चले जाओ। अब तो क्या करें?
तो लगता है कि पुलिस अगर
हाँ रोकती तो रुक जाते हम तो वहीं।
अब किस तरह से ऐसे बातचीत आगे बढ़ेगी?
आ जाए प्रशासन आओगा, कोई ना कोई बात करेगा, यहाँ की कमेटी से बात कर ले।
और जिस तरह से सेवा में प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, तो क्या आप लोग वहाँ से भी आह्वान कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का, क्योंकि कई किसान नेता जो है जगह जगह
कहाँ पे?
प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है तमाम।
नहीं, वहाँ का एक अलग इशू है, लेकिन बता दिया कि वहाँ पे लोगों ने वो घेर लिया।
सूरजमुखी का क्या मुद्दा है टिकैत साहब?
सूरजमुखी 64 रुपये केजी के हिसाब से सरकार ने रेट घोषित किया, उस पर कम पे खरीद नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये इशू है। उस पर खरीद हो तो यही इशू है, और जो नेता बंद हैं उनको रिहाई करे किसानों की।
बाकी पे एमएसपी ठीक मिल रही है, बाकी जो मसले हैं
ना और पे भी नहीं मिल रही, कम मिले हैं।
खट्टर साहब से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
खट्टर साहब से ये भाई जिसका रोड़ा है अपने को निपटाने से। अभी तो सूरजमुखी का है तो सूरजमुखी का निपटा ला, आगे देखी जाएगी।
कब तक टिकैत साहब यहाँ बैठने वाले हैं?
क्या पता कब तक बैठेंगे भाई, भूत का और लड़ाई का क्या पता कहाँ मिल जाए, कितनी देर में हो रहा उतरे।
वैसे हाईवे जाम रहेगा टिकैत साहब?
जाम कहाँ कर रहे हैं, हम तो बैठे, जाम तो हम करते ही नहीं ना, जाम तो नहीं करना चाहिए, जाम तो गलत चीज़ है करना।
So there we had Rakesh Tikait giving a call for the blockade and for blocking the highway that connects Haryana to Delhi. Amandeep continues to report live for us from the protest site where the Mahapanchayat was held and where these farm union members are in fact trying to block the highway. Amandeep, if I can request you to also walk and show us the kind of blockade that these farm unions are planning there in Pipli in Haryana.
आजा उस साइड आ।
Okay, we've lost that connection with Amandeep, but just to give our viewers a background of what's happening there in Haryana right now, farmers, in fact, farmer unions have gathered in Haryana demanding an MSP on sunflower crop and also release of leaders who were arrested in a protest that was taken place last week. We've seen pictures of farmers wielding lathis and flags and marching towards the highway, trying to block the highway. In fact, on the right side of your screens, you can see a mega blockade, a mega build-up of these members of farm unions who are trying to block the highway. Prohibitory orders were imposed in Pipli in Haryana just ahead of the Mahapanchayat. Just a few hours back, we'd also seen arrival of protesting wrestlers like Bajrang Punya at this Mahapanchayat. Right now, Rakesh Tikait also gave a soundbite where he said that they are demanding MSP and that they will in fact resort to protests as well. In fact, earlier Rakesh Tikait had also threatened a larger protest than what we'd witnessed in 2021 in the national capital. So these are the developments that are taking place. Mahapanchayat was held earlier today in Pipli in Haryana. Now, these members of farm unions are marching towards the highway. Mandeep continues to report live for us from the protest site there in Pipli. We're trying to connect with him and just letting our viewers know about what has been happening so far. Few days ago, sunflower growers were bait and charged and forcibly evicted for blocking National Highway 44 near Kurukshetra in Haryana. They were protesting against MSP for the sunflower crop. Now, BKU leader Rakesh Tikait just before arriving at the protest site in Pipli in Kurukshetra, had threatened a larger agitation than the year-long protest against the now repealed farm laws if the government did not announce a legal guarantee of the MSP for procurement of crops. Amandeep is joining us live on this broadcast. Amandeep is back. Amandeep, can you show us the latest pictures and get us a latest live report as to what is the situation there right now in Pipli? Have the protesters started blocking the highways already?
Sanika, they have already blocked the highway and in fact they are on the road. they came out of the Mahapanchayat and even started protesting. Their demand is very clear to Haryana government. They wanted that MSP should be announced on the sunflower seeds, and that is the reason they held this Mahapanchayat in Pipali. And in fact, that Kisan unions from different states, including Punjab, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana, they have gathered here at one point. And even in the last, Rakesh Tikait has addressed the Kisan unions, and later they have decided to come on the roads. And in fact, they come on the roads and decided to block the national highway. So this is happening here in Pipali, and the situation is quite tense. And even the farmers are on the road, and this road is actually leading from Amritsar to national capital. And I can show you the videos as well. And on the flyover and even beyond the flyover, the farmers are now camping, and they have been here with the demand of MSP is something. And now I can show you the videos. From both the sides of the road, from this side and from that side also, there are number of farmers. And here I want to show you. Here I request my camera person to kindly pan the camera and show you the visuals. That how the farmers have gathered here.
Farmers have gathered here at in massive number, and in fact they have completely occupied the flyover in Pipali, and everywhere we are just witnessing that the Kisan Union flags and farmers. Here you can see the visuals as well. The road and the national highway is now completely occupied by the farmers. You can see the visuals. The visuals are very much telling. Here you can see that how the national capital has been occupied completely, Sanika, and more number of farmers are coming from the side of the Mahapanchayat venue, and they are coming towards, and in fact they are reaching to the road to raise their demand of MSP on sunflower seed. So you can see the visuals, Sanika. It's very, very surprising and shocking visuals that how they have occupied the national capital entirely on the road. Yes.
Deep, if you can confirm if these farmers are planning a 2021 blockade, because we saw a year-long blockade there when farmers sort of was sitting at the Singhu border. All the borders of Delhi were shut because of the protest. Is a similar march being planned? Are these protesters right now marching from Pipali to Delhi? Is that what's the plan of action there?
Well, Sanika, so far they have just planned to block the highway, and next course of action has not been decided so far. Rakesh Tikait himself is leading this march, and in fact earlier during the Mahapanchayat they have just decided to reach out to the national highway to put their demand, and in fact they have reached there. The further course of action has not been decided. Either they are going to march towards national capital or not, or they are just going to remain here at the national highway to remain it blocked. And so far the only plan is to remain on the national highway, and in fact after that let's wait and watch what will happen after this, just because so far the entire highway has been occupied and Rakesh Tikait himself is leading. And the most important point is that these farmers have reached here at the Mahapanchayat by their own vehicles, tractors, trolleys, by cars, by bikes, and some are reached here by foot also. So they don't have that kind of number of vehicles to move towards the national capital. So you can see so far all the farmers have arrived here, all the farmers have reached here at the national capital, and in fact after that what is their plan, that will be decided by the committee that they have constituted during this Mahapanchayat, and the important member of that committee is Rakesh Tikait. He is the one who is leading this protest. He is the one who has given last address to the Mahapanchayat, and after that they have taken the decision to reach out to the national highway, and this is all happening. And even if my camera person can continuously show you the visuals of the flyover flyover, that how the people are on the both sides of the road. The road is completely occupied, the road is completely blocked, the national highway has been completely blocked, the barricades has been put in fact, if my camera person can show you that how these are the barricades that has been put in place by farmers themselves, and this is just one side of the road, and even on the other side, the road that is leading towards the Delhi, and the other side, this is the side that the farmers have decided to remain on the other side of the barricade. They are not moving to this side, they are completely occupied at that side only. And if my camera person can give a long shot, to show you that what all is happening here, the slogans against Haryana government, the flags of Kisan Union, and even the people are here. They have blocked the road, they have blocked the entire national highway leading towards the Delhi, and till the time the Haryana government will not accept their demands, they are not going to take it down. So far the decision is this, Sanika, and in fact further course of action will be decided after the committee again resume their meeting to decide the further course of action. This is all happening here in Pipli in Kurukshetra, and what will happen next to this is completely uncertain. Just because, Sanika, the situation is completely uncertain. They have given 2 deadlines during the Mahapanchayat. They have first deadline was given till 12 noon, that they have announced from the stage that administration can negotiate the talks till 12 noon, and farmers are waiting for them and they are open to the talks. But nobody from the administration, from the government reached out to have any kind of conversation with them. And later they have extended the deadline to 2 p.m. where again till 2 p.m. nobody from the government have reached out, no administration official has reached out to the farmers, and in fact finally they have taken the call and decided to march towards the national highway. This entire decision has been taken by a committee that has been constituted during this Mahapanchayat in Pipli, and in fact the impact is quite visible here in front of you, that how the farmers are now on the roads with the flags of Kisan Union and with the slogans against Haryana government. Yes, Sanika.
Amandeep, as you continue to get us live reports from Pipli in Haryana, where the farmers are marching towards the highway to block it, let's once again listen in to what Rakesh Tikait, the alleged mastermind of this entire blockade, said just minutes ago.
भाई इन किसानों की बात मान लो, हाईवे पे ही तो लाठी मारी थी। उन्हें छोड़ दो किसानों को, इनसे बातचीत शुरू कर लो, एमएसपी पर खरीद शुरू करवा दो। 2 ही तो सवाल है।
अब टिकैत साहब जिस तरह देख रहे हैं, सारे किसान हाईवे पे चढ़ गए और हाईवे जाम हो
अब भाई पुलिस ने रोके क्यों नहीं? भाई पुलिस रोक लेती है, ये तो वहीं बैठ जाते जहाँ पुलिस रोकती। अब ये पुलिस ने रास्ता दिया, खोल के लगा नहीं, आगे चले जाओ। अब बताओ क्या करें?
नहीं तो लगता है कि पुलिस अगर
रोकती तो रुक जाते हम तो वहीं।
अब किस तरह से ऐसे बातचीत आगे बढ़ेगी?
आ जाए प्रशासन, आओगा कोई ना कोई बात करेगा, यहाँ की कमेटी से बात कर ले।
और जिस तरह से लेबर में प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, तो क्या आप लोग वहाँ से भी आह्वान कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का, क्योंकि कई किसान नेता जो है जगह
कहाँ पे? नहीं, वहाँ का एक अलग इशू है, लेकिन बता दिया कि वहाँ पे लोगों ने वो घेर लिया।
सूरजमुखी का क्या मुद्दा है टिकैत साहब?
सूरजमुखी 64 रुपये केजी के हिसाब से सरकार ने रेट घोषित किया, उस पर कम पे खरीद नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये इशू है। उस पर खरीद हो तो यही इशू है, और जो नेता बंद हैं उनको रिहाई करें किसानों की।
बाकी पे एमएसपी ठीक मिल रही है, बाकी जो मसले
ना और पे भी नहीं मिल रही, कम मिले हैं।
खट्टर साहब से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
खट्टर साहब से ये भाई जिसका रोड़ा है अपने को निपटाने से। अभी तो सूरजमुखी का है तो सूरजमुखी का निपटा ला, आगे देखी जाएगी।
कब तक टिकैत साहब यहाँ बैठने वाले हैं?
क्या पता कब तक बैठेंगे भाई, भूत का और लड़ाई का क्या पता कहाँ मिल जाए, कितनी देर में हो रहा उतरे।
वैसे हाईवे जाम रहेगा टिकैत साहब?
जाम कहाँ कर रहे हैं, हम तो बैठे, जाम तो हम करते ही नहीं।
We cut to these latest pictures that we're getting from Pipli in Haryana, where farmers are marching towards the highway. Amandeep continues to report live for us from Pipli, which is in Kurukshetra in Haryana. Amandeep, if you can also share with our viewers what has the police planned so as to sort of control the situation there in Haryana?
Well, Sanika, police earlier have planned, they have deployed a massive number of police force in Pipli itself, and in fact the entire police force has called from across Haryana. But after that when the Mahapanchayat has decided to road towards the reach towards the national highway, all the barricades has been slipped aside, no barricade breaking. Sanika, it's very important, the police was not there when the farmers have started moving towards the national highway. The police was resting on a rest mode. All the SPs and the DSP and the GOs are remain sitting aside, and in fact these farmers came out without breaking any single barricade. They reached towards the national highway. So this was, police earlier planned a lot, but they have not materialized anything. So now you can see that all around me is farmers. And in fact the entire highway has been occupied by the farmers. And even if my camera person can show you the visuals of the flyover as well, the tractors and the trolleys, and even the farmers have now dragged the barricades to a side, and you can see the visuals as well. And in fact now they are moving towards the end of the flyover. They are moving towards the end of the flyover, and we will try to chase them also, that where they are heading towards, just because earlier the plan was to remain at this spot only, at the Pipli only. But now they have started moving towards towards the Delhi side, and in fact they were asking to each other that block that other side of the flyover with the tractors and the trolleys. So protest is dragging. Sanika. The protest is turning to be massive here in Pipli, and in fact nobody from government, nobody from local administration or the state administration, nobody from the police has came out to negotiate the talks to scale down this entire protest. So far the protest is getting larger, the protest is getting bigger, and even the government is effortless to deal with this protest and effortless to resume the traffic on national highway. So here you can see the visuals. The farmers are moving towards the Delhi side. They will block the road from the end of the flyover as well, and we will try to chase them also, just because the tractors and the trolleys are moving towards the side of the national capital as well. You can see the visuals. The maximum number of people have been gathered at one spot, and in fact the tractor trolleys has been moving towards the other spot as well, just because they have decided to block the national highway completely, and even from the end of the flyover as well. And from here, if my camera person can give you the look of this entire national highway from the flyover to the down, that how many people, we cannot give a exact count of the people, that how it might be in the thousands, just because they have occupied the roads from all sides, from all four sides. We will move towards the national highway where they are moving, and where the tractors and the trolleys are moving towards, just because Sanika, the situation is getting larger, the protest is getting larger here at the national highway. It actually reminds the movement of the farmers from Punjab towards the Singhu border, when they have broke the barricades at Shambhu border to enter inside the Haryana. The same movement, the same scenes were being repeated here at Pipli as well. The surprising and the shocking is that where is Haryana government? Where is Haryana police, and where is Haryana government? Why they are not coming out and negotiating the talks with these people who are coming out on the roads and blocking the national highway? You can see the visuals.
Yes.
The tractors and the trolleys are moving.
Amandeep, as you continue to get us these latest pictures. Amandeep, as you continue to get us these latest pictures, we have Lokesh Jindal of the Congress joining us on the phone line right now. Mr. Jindal, your first response on this entire blockade politics that is being revived in the state of Haryana, your response on that?
Yes, we are witnessing that this year there is going to be a delayed monsoon. In fact, the kharif crops are going to be impacted the most, and the government recently announced a very moderate, insufficient hike in the MSP. It is required that the government must take into consideration that the interests of the farmers will be impacted adversely. Adequate MSP must be allocated to them. The fertilizer costs are rising. The input costs are rising. In fact, the margins for the farmers are depleting. All these issues require some form of a two-way mechanism. The government must involve the stakeholders, farmer unions in determining what shall be the optimum minimum support price. One-way form of a diktat from the center won't work. The farmers, if they are agitating against the policy of the government must also hear what the farmers they want. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lokesh Jindal, for joining us and giving us your first response as we continue to get our viewers these latest pictures of the farmers marching towards the highway. What we are getting to know is that they're marching towards Delhi and trying to block the highways in demand for a higher MSP for sunflower crop is what we're getting to know. Amandeep continues to be live with us. Amandeep, if you can give us the latest update from the ground for our viewers.
Well, Sanika, the situation is still same. The situation is still very similar, and in fact, the only tractors and the trolleys and the Kisan Union vehicles are visible on the road. Nothing beyond that. And even the entire traffic has been blocked. The entire road has been occupied by these protesters and the farmers, and in fact you can see the visuals as well. They are moving both sides. They are moving towards the Delhi to block the highway on the other side. They are moving towards the Ambala as well to block the other side of the flyover, just because they have on the flyover the farmers are climbing towards the highway flyover as well, and even under the flyover another massive number of farmers are also here. So you can see the visuals as well. The visuals are very much telling. So far, it is a very big, shocking and surprising. I again, Sanika, saying that why no government official is coming here to negotiate the talks with these farmers. But yes, in Pipli, the entire national highway has been blocked. The farmers are on the roads and situation is remain very tense. Well, viewers, we are slipping into a very short break, but we will be right back after the short break on this rolling coverage. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been been number one for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital, this July. Republic, number one on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic TV number one on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic number one on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been number one for the last 6 years, and in these 6 years you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us, and we are Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. Days ahead of the Panchayat polls in West Bengal, fresh clashes were witnessed in Borsol area of East Bardhaman. According to reports, the clash was between the CPIM and TMC, which turned violent. In a recent development in Bengal, violence, BJP MLA was allegedly attacked, leaving him in a severely injured condition. The violent clash broke out outside the election centre. The State Election Commission has directed all the district magistrates and the superintendents of police to impose prohibitory orders under Section 144 of the CRPC in a 1 kilometre radius of all nomination centres of Panchayat elections. As violence peaks in Bengal ahead of Panchayat polls, Union Minister Anurag Thakur hit out at West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, where he said that Mamata's Didi's Bengal is burning and that violence and corruption are the new normal in Bengal.
बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग। वो बंगाल जो कभी जाना जाता था सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी के लिए, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के लिए, रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी के लिए, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के लिए, उसी बंगाल का नाम आज बदनाम हो रहा है।
She tries to downplay the pre-poll violence, where Saugata Roy said that only a few clashes have taken place and it is not the large-scale violence.
Violence is being overplayed by the media. So far, one person only has died, and few cases of clashes have taken place. It's not large-scale violence as is being made out. That's not right. That is, National Human Rights Commission has become an extension of the government. They work on Amit Shah's instruction. Nothing, no human rights violation has happened in West Bengal in recent times. That the DG of the NHRC should come to Bengal.
Wrestler who is part of the protest in Delhi on wrestlers' allegation of sexual harassment against Wrestling Federation of India President BJP MP Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh today joined agitating farmers in Haryana, while IOA says that the entire wrestlers' protest has now been politicized.
अपना समर्थन देने के लिए आए हैं और हम भी किसान परिवार से, हम भी जो किसान हमारे भाई खड़े हैं रोड पे, हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं।
क्या आगे भी आप सपोर्ट करेंगे रेस्लर्स इस किसान पंचायत को?
देखिए, पहले भी जब किसान प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था तब भी हम साथ खड़े थे।
In a major development in protest of Kisan Union, the farmers have decided to block the national highway and are now marching toward the Delhi highway. As the farmers march toward the Delhi highway, farmer leader Rakesh Tikait said that the demands of the farmers should be fulfilled, and he also claimed that the police are stopping them to march.
64 रुपये केजी के हिसाब से सरकार ने रेट घोषित किया, उस पर कम पे खरीद नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये इशू है। उस पर खरीद हो तो यही इशू है, और जो नेता बंद हैं उनको रिहाई करें किसानों।
बाकी पे एमएसपी ठीक मिल रही है, बाकी
ना और पे भी नहीं मिल रही, कम मिले हैं।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे
खट्टर साहब से ये भाई जिसका रोड़ा है अपने को निपटा लें।
An international YouTuber was harassed by a person 2 months back. However, the video went viral yesterday, and after following a complaint by a person named Mudassir Ahmed on Twitter regarding this incident, police have now arrested the accused. What marks as the latest development in the army jawan's wife assault case, as CCTV has been released where the mob attacks a soldier's wife, but only 2 have been placed under arrest, whereas the BJP is questioning the DMK government over the inaction. Days after Aurangzeb posters of glorifying him surfaced in Kolhapur, the face-off was only escalating, and this time with AIMIM chief Assuddin Owaisi saying that Aurangzeb's photo cannot be authenticated. He added that the fight was who is more Hindutva ideological leader than Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
औरंगजेब की फोटो उठाया तो मुझसे किसी मीडिया के लोगों ने पूछा कि इस पर तबसरा करिए। मैं बिल्कुल तबसरा करने तैयार हूं, मगर आप इसको ऑथेंटिकेट कर दो कि ये औरंगजेब की फोटो है। औरंगजेब को मर के 300 साल हो गए। 1850 40 तक फोटोज को मान सकते, मतलब एक फोटो औरंगजेब की है क्या? बोले नहीं वो औरंगजेब की हो सकती है। मतलब हो सकती है तो फिर मैं क्या करूं?
Union Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla reviewed the preparedness of different wings of the central government and the Gujarat administration to deal with the impending cyclone Biparjoy. The cyclone intensified into an extremely severe cyclonic storm and is likely to make landfall between Kutch district of Gujarat and Karachi in Pakistan on June 15th. Prime Minister Modi, along with Union Home Minister Amit Shah, today held a meeting to review the preparedness related to Cyclone Biparjoy. Cyclone Biparjoy has been brought high tide waves to Gujarat and Mumbai coastal areas. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair a meeting with ministers of disaster management of the states and union territories tomorrow, June 13th, in Delhi. Another accused associated with ISKP has been apprehended by Gujarat ATS. He was the 5th accused who had been absconding and has now been arrested. According to the ATS sources, the woman who was apprehended had links with the 5th accused. Senior Congress leader and former minister Shiva Shankarappa has slammed his own government over conditions on the Shakti scheme. The leader Shiva Shankarappa has questioned why is identity card needed for women when you can distinguish from the men. KCU marched toward the office of Deputy Director of Education in Thiruvananthapuram. Water cannons have also been used against KCU during their protest. Addressing a public gathering at Patna, Lalan Singh said that Nitish Kumar is not a contender for the post of Prime Minister. He has stepped up to build a BJP-free country and is working to unite the opposition. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra kick-started the Congress's campaign for the year-end Madhya Pradesh Assembly polls from Jabalpur today. Posters were put up to welcome Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in Jabalpur.
पुरानी राजनीति जिसमें हमारे नेता जो कहते थे वो करके दिखाते थे, जिसमें हमारे नेता सब कुछ न्यौछावर करके आपके लिए दिन रात एक करते थे। आपकी सेवा सर्वोपरि होती थी उनके दिल में, उनके दिमाग में। और मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि जो आपके साथ पिछले 18 सालों से हो रहा है
Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis has called a high-level meeting to review the law and order situation in the state. The meeting has been called regarding the recent violence that took place in several districts in Maharashtra. As per sources, Maharashtra Chief Minister Shinde is also expected to join that meeting. 4 radicals identified were nabbed by NIA Assam. All 4 were earlier arrested by Assam police. However, they were later granted bail by court. All 4 are currently being interrogated by the NIA. Maharashtra Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis denied reports of lathi charge on Varkaris by police there in Pune district. He has also said minor scuffle broke out between them and the police. Vidya K, former SFI leader, approached the Kerala High Court seeking the anticipatory bail in a case registered against her for forging an experience certificate to get an appointment as a guest lecturer in a government college in Palakkad. Slamming Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj's remarks on the cleaning of the Yamuna River, LG House officials said that it was only after the Delhi government's inaction that the National Green Tribunal constituted a high-level committee chaired by LG VK Saxena. This comes after Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bhardwaj challenged Delhi LG to present any new projects he has initiated before taking credit for the work done by Arvind Kejriwal government. A trial run of Patna-Ranchi Vande Bharat Express started from Patna. The train left Bihar capital Patna at 6:55 a.m. and is scheduled to reach Jharkhand capital Ranchi at 1 p.m. Already it's reached, and on its return journey, it will leave Ranchi at around 2:20 p.m., arrive in Patna at around 8:25 p.m. tonight. 32-year-old woman Saraswati Vaidya's 3 sisters have recorded their statements with the police. The angry sisters have requested police to make such a strong case that he gets the strictest punishment. Tripura State President Rajiv Bhattacharjee informed that BJP President JP Nadda will address a rally in Tripura on June 17 to mark the beginning of the Lok Sabha poll campaign. Transit remand granted to Shahnawaz Khan until 15 June. Now the responsibility was given to the Uttar Pradesh police. Thus, the UP police presented him at the court today. A body of an unidentified woman wrapped in a bedsheet was found at a pavement of the roadside in Bengaluru's HMT layout. The body of the woman has injection and drip pipe marks on her arms. The police station has registered a case of unnatural death. Further probe is on. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma announced that the state's long-awaited Vidhan Sabha complex will be ready by August this year, bringing an end to 51-year wait for a proper assembly house in Assam. Viewers, time for all the global action we're tracking on Republic TV. Apparently, writing off the International Monetary Fund program, Pakistan Finance Minister Ishaq Dar has now hinted at the government's so-called Plan B, working immediately next month on rescheduling the bilateral external debt of US $27 billion. While addressing the post-budget news conference, he ruled out any talks about restructuring external debt with multilateral agencies or Paris Club, as it is not a dignified thing to do. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Sunday said that the International Criminal Court has begun the preliminary investigation regarding the collapse of the Kakhovka Dam earlier this week. Now, Ukraine accused Russian forces of blowing up the dam, while Russian officials blamed Ukrainian bombardment in the contested area. Ukraine's military reported recapturing a southern village as Russian forces claimed to repel multiple attacks in the area, while President Volodymyr Zelensky, top advisor, said that 6 people were injured after Moscow's troops opened fire at a boat evacuating people from Russian-occupied areas to Ukrainian-held territory along a flooded front line far to the south. Honduras opened an embassy in Beijing months after the Central American nation broke off relations with Taiwan to establish diplomatic ties with China. Chinese Foreign Minister Qin Gang and his Honduran counterpart took part in the inauguration of the embassy. Qin has pledged that China would establish a new model with Honduras of friendly cooperation between the countries. 10 people were killed in Australia when a bus carrying a group of more than 50 returning wedding guests rolled overnight in the heart of wine country. Police said 25 people were injured in the accident and were taken to area hospitals by helicopter and by road. A further 18 passengers were uninjured in the accident in the Hunter Valley region of New South Wales state, north of Sydney. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has thanked first responders and offered government support to the bus crash victims and their families, saying that mental scars of this will not go away. 10 people were killed in Australia when a bus carrying a group of more than 50 returning from a wedding when it had collapsed. In fact, let's move ahead. Heavy rain in Cuba's central and eastern areas prompted military evacuations over the weekend. The residents rushed to gather their belongings before being evacuated by military boats. So one person drowned, some 10,000 homes have been damaged, and 65 have collapsed, according to television reports. Thousands of people marched at Paulista Avenue during the 27th LGBT+ Pride Parade on Sunday in Sao Paulo, calling for more support and social policies. The Mayon volcano in northeastern Albay province was seen with superheated streams of gas, debris and rocks cascading down its upper slope, indicating activity below the surface that could precede a hazardous eruption. An elevated section of Interstate 95 collapsed in Philadelphia and a tanker truck carrying flammable cargo caught fire on Sunday. The blaze closed a heavily traveled segment of the East Coast main north-south highway. Now, transportation officials warn of extensive delays and street closures and urge drivers to avoid the areas in northeast corner of the city. Viewers, time for all the sports action we're tracking on Republic TV. Australia defeated India by 209 runs in the final of the World Test Championship to claim their maiden title. The game was dominated by Pat Cummins-led side for the majority part, and India barely had their moments of joy. Australia posted 469 runs after getting an invitation to bat first. Legendary Indian cricketer Sachin Tendulkar expressed his disappointment over Ravichandran Ashwin's exclusion from the 11 from the mega clash. He said in a quote here, "There were some good moments for Team India, but I fail to understand the exclusion of Ashwin in the playing 11, who's currently the #1 test bowler in the world." Former India captain and legendary player Sunil Gavaskar feels that it was a batting that let India down. He said in a quote here, "In the first innings as well in the second innings, when Australia scored 469, the kind of batting lineup we often boast of, we should have got much closer to that. We gave Australia a very big lead. It's never easy to come back from there." After the tremendous victory over India, Cummins at the Oval Cricket Ground in London, Australia Pat went on to say that holding the trophy feels well deserved.
Absolutely, I think that's one of the most satisfying bits. Obviously the win here, but to make it to the final, you've got to win everywhere in the world. So I think this cycle was 20 test matches. I think we might have only lost 3 or 4 out of the 20. The boys were fantastic the whole way through. We adapted well. Yeah, that's what makes it so satisfying.
Novak Djokovic, after his big win with a record-breaking 23rd Grand Slam victory at the French Open, went on to say that he always compared himself to Nadal and Federer. German striker Nicholas on Germany's upcoming 1000th international against Ukraine presented a special Germany jersey to raise money for Ukraine as tensions continue to prevail in the country. Manchester City went on to say that it's been an incredible year for the team. This comes after they claimed Manchester City's first Champions League trophy in the club's history on Saturday as they beat Inter Milan 1-0 in Istanbul. Manchester City fans celebrated the Depot Mainland in Manchester as the team won the UEFA Champions League for the first time in their history and completed an historic treble. Orlando Pride defeated the defending NWSL champion Portland Thorns at Exploria Stadium. The Pride was backed by a brace from Brazilian international Adriana and a second half finish from Messia Bright. The win serves as the club's 3rd straight at home. Indian opener Shubman Gill has been reprimanded for criticizing umpire's decision on social media and will be fined 15% of his match fee for breaching level 1 of the ICC Code of Conduct.
#1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories, stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July. All right, viewers. High drama ensuing at Kurukshetra in Haryana. Let's go to Amandeep. Amandeep, what we see right now, high drama, farmers gathering in Pipali for Mahapanchayat demanding MSP, higher MSP. And we also saw how they have blocked the Delhi National Highway. Amandeep, take us to the details.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. They have blocked the Delhi National Highway that is leading from Amritsar towards National Capital. And in fact, all the farmers who participated in the Kisan Mahapanchayat, now they are on the National Highway. And in fact, they have blocked the highway from both sides and parked their tractors and the trolleys on the both sides. And in fact, earlier in the Mahapanchayat, the Kisan leader, Rakesh Tikkath, was the last one to address the Mahapanchayat. And later on, the committee has decided to move towards the National Highway to push their demand of MSP on the sunflower seeds, and even to release the farmers who have been arrested, including Gurnaam Singh Chadoni, Haryana Kisan Union leader, days back. And even now, the present situation is quite tense. And in fact, nobody from the side of government or local administration came here to negotiate the talks with the farmers, and they are sitting on the roads continuously. They have occupied the complete national highway from Pipali, a flyover, and even the under road of flyover is also being occupied by the farmers. And they are saying that they are sitting here. It is just they have not broken any kind of barricade. Even the police have not stopped them to move towards the national highway. Though massive number of police deployment is also visible on the roads, but nobody has interrupted the farmers moving towards the national highway. The big shocking and the surprising is that almost 1 hour has been passed and this national highway remains blocked by these farmers and completely occupied from both sides of the road. The traffic has been diverted from inside the city of Pipali towards the national highway, and in fact this chunk has been completely occupied by the farmers, and they are still on their demands to announce the MSP and to purchase the sunflower on MSP announced by the Haryana government. This entire protest is against the Haryana government. And Shivangi, if I just unfold the sequence of the events, what all has happened here is since morning. In morning, a Mahapanchayat has been organized by the Kisan unions and in fact invited all the Kisan unions from different states, including Uttar Pradesh, Punjab and other states also to participate and to support the farmers, just because this Mahapanchayat has been organized for the demand of MSP purchase on sunflower and to release the farmers who has been arrested on 5th of June following a Shahbad protest. And in fact, later, all the Kisan unions, including the international wrestler Bajrang Punia, has also participated into the Mahapanchayat. And later on, last address of Rakesh Tikkath, and after that, and even before that, Shivangi, they have given the deadline to the government and the local administration to negotiate the talks. They were open to negotiate the talks with the government, but the government has missed the deadline. Nobody has turned up to talk, and the impact is that all the farmers move towards the national highway and block the national highway. Yes, Shivangi.
All right. Thank you, Amandeep, for getting us all the details. Amandeep getting us top details. Amandeep on ground. Visuals on your screen. Farmers with their tractors on roads of Kurukshetra as they gather there to hold Mahapanchayat over demand for minimum support price for sunflower seed. Taking a very short break on India's #1 news channel. Much more coming up on the other side. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV. Now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories, stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV broke new grounds, changed rules of the game to become #1 in English news in no time. The success followed in Hindi and Bangla also. Now, Republic launches the Republic digital platform. I'm sure here again they will be trailblazers. They'll be able to create niche for itself and be #1 very soon, and deliver news, deliver views, and educate and inform the viewers. That's the way New India is and should be, and that's what Digital Republic would be, I believe.
headlines right now. 7 days after joining wrestlers protest, Kisan unions block Delhi-Haryana highway over MSP demands. "24 hours after wrestlers joined farmers stir in Haryana, another attempt to hold Delhi to ransom."
में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग।
Mega BJP versus TMC face off over pre-poll violence in Bengal. Anurag Thakur slams Mamata government.
This violence is being overplayed by the media. So far, one person only has died, and few cases of crashes have taken place. It's not large-scale violence as is being made out.
The TMC downplays the instances of violence, says only few clashes, not large-scale violence. Mob attack soldier's wife, CCTV accessed, but even after 48 hours, only 2 arrested yet.
Yeah, namaskar. Hello. What's going on, sir? Could you please let go of my hand? Sir, could you please? Sir, stop. Sir, Jesus Christ. Let go of my hand, man. Whoa. Hey, 70.
Dutch vlogger harassed and physically assaulted in Bengaluru. Police say accused arrested.
पंचायती राज के चुनाव आए, फिर आम जनमानस पर हिंसा होनी शुरू हो गई, और मैंने नड्डा जी का नाम लेकर इसलिए याद करवाया कि यहाँ पर नड्डा जी आए तो आप सबने हजारों फूल बरसाए, लेकिन बंगाल में गए तो वहां पर हिंसा देखने को मिलती है। ये अंतर है मित्रों। मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, बंगाल इसीलिए नहीं कट मनी के लिए भी जाना जाता है। बंगाल आज नकद के बदले नौकरी के लिए भी जाना जाता है। सफाई कर्मचारी की नौकरी चाहिए तो 4 लाख दे दो, क्लर्क की नौकरी चाहिए तो 5 लाख दे दो। ये ममता दीदी से लेकर लालू जी तक यही है। यहां नकद के बदले नौकरी, कैश फॉर जॉब, तो दूसरी ओर लैंड फॉर जॉब, जमीन के बदले जॉब, ये लालू जी के जमाने में वहां पर होता है। ये सरकारें ऐसी है जहां पर भ्रष्टाचार उनके ऊपर चिपका हुआ। और भ्रष्टाचार की बात मैं इसलिए करता हूं, 10 साल पहले देखेंगे तो यूपीए की सरकार में एक के बाद दूसरा भ्रष्टाचार नजर आता था, लेकिन मोदी सरकार के पिछले 9 साल उठाकर देखिए, ईमानदार सरकार नजर आती है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व। 1 रुपए के घोटाले का कोई आरोप नहीं लगा पाया, ना किसी मंत्री पर, ना किसी नेता पर, और ना ही प्रधानमंत्री पर। आज देश अपने आप को ज्यादा सुरक्षित महसूस करता है। सीमा पर खड़ा हमारा जवान, आज उसको आधुनिक हथियार मिलते हैं, आधुनिक वस्त्र और बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मिलती है, राफेल विमान मिलता है तो मिसाइल भी मिलती है। हमारे सेना को मजबूत और सशक्त भी किया और भारत को और सुरक्षित महसूस करवाया तो नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ने करवाया है। 1 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा के रक्षा उपकरण आज हिंदुस्तान में बने। आत्मनिर्भर भारत को बल देने का काम हुआ। जहां देश अपने आप को सुरक्षित मोदी सरकार में महसूस करता है।
सीधा सीधा जंगल राज चल रहा है। जो पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस हुआ था उसमें 1 लाख से ज्यादा बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता वोटर, खासकर ये हिंदू लोग को एक घर से निकाल दिया था। 56 आदमी का मौत हुआ था, उसमें बीजेपी का 2021 का असेंबली का प्रत्याशी मानव शाह भी उसका अंदर था। किस तरीके से वायलेंस हुआ आपने देखा। और इस कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट ने 5 जांच का जो खंडपीठ बना था, उनका डायरेक्शन, एनएचआरसी का रिपोर्ट, बंगाल में कानून बोल के कुछ नहीं है। यहाँ जो रूल ऑफ लॉ नहीं चलता है, जो रूलर है उसका लॉ ही चलता है। ये मेरा बात नहीं है, ये एनएचआरसी का बात है। बंगाल में पिछले 2.5 साल में, पिछले 2 साल से भी ज्यादा, 100 से ज्यादा सीबीआई एफआईआर हुआ, 10 से ज्यादा एनआईए एफआईआर हुआ। बंगाल का पुलिस किस तरीके से पार्टीजान सिस्टम में काम कर रहा है, ये तो ऑलरेडी साबित हो गया। इसलिए गांव पंचायत चुनाव निष्पक्ष कराने के लिए सेंट्रल फोर्स और कोर्ट का मॉनिटरिंग ये वेरी एसेंशियल है। स्टेट इलेक्शन कमीशन को टीएमसी ने अपने फ्रंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बना दिया, इसलिए वहां से कुछ रिलीफ बंगाल की डेमोक्रेसी में मिलने वाला नहीं है। हम लोग पौरसभा, कॉरपोरेशन का, नगर निगम का चुनाव देखा, किस तरीके से हमारी जाने माने सिंगर द्विजेन मुखर्जी लेट हुआ। उनका प्रयात है दिवंगत द्विजेन मुखर्जी, उनका वोट भी सड़क में डाल दिया। इसलिए बंगाल का हालत जंगल राज से भी खराब है। यहाँ सेंट्रल फोर्स का जरूरत है और डेमोक्रेसी रिस्टोर करने के लिए गांव का पंचायत, गांव का सरकार होता है। इसका साथ किसान, मजदूर और गांव से जुड़ा हुआ आदमी का सीधा सीधा संपर्क है। यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना में धांधली है, मनरेगा में धांधली है, शौचालय निर्माण में धांधली है, यहाँ हर घर नल की जल से धांधली है, ये सब मिड डे मील में धांधली है। ये सब काम पंचायत के द्वारा ही होता है। इसलिए इस बार का पंचायत का चुनाव का साथ आम जनता जो गांव में रहता है उसका सीधा सीधा संपर्क है। भाजपा गांव में अपने पंचायत, गांव का जनता की पंचायत बनाने के लिए माने हर इसमें कोशिश करेगा और हर मुहिम में हमारी लड़ाई जारी रहेगा।
So those are reactions that you've just heard from the BJP. The BJP claims Bengal is burning. On the other side, you have a reaction now coming in from the TMC that is ruling the state of West Bengal, and the TMC MP Saugata Roy actually is defending and downplaying everything. He's saying, why is the media making such a big deal out of this? Just one person, he says, till now has lost his life.
This is being overplayed by the media. So far, one person only has died, and few cases of clashes have taken place. It's not large-scale violence as is being made out. That's not right.
The National Human Rights Commission has deployed their special.
That is, National Human Rights Commission has become an extension of the government. They work on Amit Shah's instruction. Nothing, no human rights violation has happened in West Bengal in recent times that the DG of the NHRC should come to Bengal.
So what's really happening on ground zero? Let's also get in our colleague Kisan, who's joining us right now. He is reporting from the newsroom of our sister channel, Republic Bangla. Ishan, you know, one would say that the TMC being the ruling dispensation, they should be really worried about these kind of images that have come in, the allegations that have come in. So instead of saying that, you know, such things should not happen, what the TMC Saugata Roy actually says is making matters worse. He says, why is the media wanting to overplay this thing? Why are you making a big deal out of this? And he really says this, that one person has lost his life. But the point is that how many people must die for the TMC to realize that something like this is totally not acceptable?
See, Dipti, this statement by Saugata Roy is being criticized by all the opposition parties in West Bengal because Saugata Roy he was explaining it in a futile, as if it is a futile matter. Even one person's life is very should be very much important for a public representative like Saugata Roy. Saugata Roy is a public representative. He has been elected by the people of West Bengal to the parliament, and one after another election he has won with the support of the people of West Bengal. Then how can he make such a statement that only one person has died, only one death has happened? If only one death has happened, if only one life has gone, then is it futile? Can a public representative like Saugata Roy make such a statement, such an insensitive statement? This question is being asked, Dipti, by every opposition party in West Bengal, and I would...
Excuse me, madam. ये बिंदी आप अपने गाल में चिपका सकते हैं?
क्या?
तो ये मास्क
West Bengal, because you can see that
Sorry.
आप इंसान
every district in South Bengal and also in North Bengal we have got the news of shooting within the two factions of TMC. Also there are allegations like that also, and this morning when the nomination filing session is on the third day, from Bankura we are getting the reports of violence, from Birbhum we are getting the reports of violence, from North 24 Parganas, from South 24 Parganas, one after another districts are reporting that violence are happening. And you know that the State Election Commission in West Bengal has declared that around the block development offices where the nominations are being taken.
Excuse me, madam. ये बिंदी आप अपने गाल में चिपका सकते हैं?
क्या? In 1 kilometer radius,
गले में क्यों लगाया है?
Oh, sorry.
Should be imposed there. But before the candidates, the aspiring candidates are reaching the limits of the 144, they are being beaten up. Such allegations are also coming, and not only BJP, the CPM candidates, the Congress candidates, all the opposition parties, all the aspiring candidates are being attacked. Such reports are coming from different districts. So whatever Anurag Thakur has pointed out from his meeting in Himachal Pradesh, the opposition parties in West Bengal together, the whole opposition spectrum in West Bengal is supporting Anurag Thakur's statement word by word. Dipti.
All right, so Ishan, you know what we'll do is we'll quickly let you go so that you can actually get us more insight. Also, the court, remember, was hearing this entire matter. So on the other side of this quick break, we'll keep our focus on what has happened in the court so far. The court has also taken note of the kind of violence that you have seen in West Bengal, a rerun, or what many are saying is the rerun of the 2018 violence. But that's just not the only story we'll keep our focus on. Also on the other side, we are getting you the story of a Dutch vlogger who's harassed. He's physically assaulted in Bengaluru. The police say the accused in the case now is arrested. Members of the BJP Yuva Morcha carried out a protest in Jammu Kashmir's Pura. The protests were carried out against the targeted killings of Republic has been #1 for the last 6 years. And in these 6 years, you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us. And we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda. And now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on Digital this July.
जैसे एक सच्चा दोस्त हमेशा आसपास होता है और जरूरत के समय हमारा साथ निभाता है, ठीक उसी सच्चे दोस्त की तरह मुथूट फाइनेंस भी हमेशा आपके आसपास ही है। तो अपनी सुविधा अनुसार हमें अपने घर बुलाइए और आराम से गोल्ड लोन पाइए। मुथूट फाइनेंस गोल्ड लोन, खोलिए खुशियों की तिजोरी। आज ही कॉल कीजिए 1-800-313-1212।
अब मेरे साथ चलिए अम्मा।
उनकी चौखट से ले आया था मुझे वो। जानकी उस चौखट पर वापस तभी आएगी जब राघव लेने आएंगे, और वो आएंगे।
Move away from downloading multiple apps and giving them access to personal data for day-to-day digital needs. A revolutionary multifunctional app, Mind Super App and Beyond enables 100% data privacy, zero targeted advertisements, and a fair trade model. The Super App is empowering cabin auto drivers with zero commission and zero aggregator influence. Enjoy seamless, safe, fair digital journeys on India's homegrown Mind Super App and Beyond. Explore the infinite possibilities and move on with Mind. Join the ride revolution with Mind Super App and Beyond.
Varilal.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers, and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
अब डिजिटल में आ रहा है रिपब्लिक, रिपब्लिक डिजिटल, रिपब्लिक डायरेक्ट।
Welcome back. You're watching Republic. Over the last many weeks, remember, a lot of passengers have been talking about how the airfares have been soaring, also talking of the kind of facilities they really have got through. Now, this is a passenger, the story that we bring to you who was on board an Air India flight from Toronto to Delhi. He really goes on the social media to express his agony over the flight's very poor facilities and hygiene. In fact, it's a video capturing the entire incident that already has gone viral. In case you haven't watched it, we are putting out this as our next detailed report.
Get up and look the cabin. No, 1 minute, few more seconds. It's okay.
Chaos broke out mid-air on an Air India flight flying from Toronto to Delhi over the questionable condition of the aircraft. The angry passengers on board got up and geared out the crew as they protested in unison.
The cabin crew was not very helpful in terms of supplying water or drinks or anything. Even the cabin crew button was not working. Electrical failures were there. And toilets were in pathetic condition within 3 hours of flight. They were not willing to clean. Each one was calling the other. Until we called the cabin crew supervisor and said, opened the door and said, we can't even put our hand in the wash. The spit is till the brim of it. And that is when they were willing to clean. And continuously they are announcing about Swachh Bharat and all that. So we said, when you are announcing, you please give us a clean toilet.
The video of the whole incident has now gone viral on social media. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
জনপ্রতিনিধির সঙ্গে কেন আমি যাব না? কেন আমি কিসের রুল দেখান কাগজ দেখান কোন না কাগজ দেখান জনপ্রতিনিধি নাটকের একটা লিমিট আছে আপনাদের। নাটক করতে করতে কোথায় পৌঁছে গেছে, দামেদারি শুরু করেছে।
গাড়ি আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে, জনপ্রতিনিধির গাড়ি, এটাও নাকি ঢোকার অ্যালাউ নেই, শুধু নাকি ক্যান্ডিডেট এখানে গাড়ি করে আসে। এত ঘর থেকে গরিব ঘরের মানুষরা রয়েছেন, তারা প্রার্থী হতে চাইছেন, তারা নাকি গাড়ি করে আসবে, তাদের বলছে ক্যান্ডিডেট গাড়ি করে হেঁটে হেঁটে আসছে। আমি যাচ্ছি বিডিও অফিসে, জনপ্রতিনিধি আমাকে বলছে আপনার গাড়ি অ্যালাউ নেই। লিখিত দেখা, কোথায় লেখা আছে যে
I am the elected public representative of the area and I am being said that my car is not allowed.
কথা বলে এলাম,
They are blocking my car.
নিজেদের জন্য, নিজেদের সবকিছু আখের গোছানোর জন্য আটকাচ্ছে আর কি। দেখে দেখে হয়ে গেছে আমাদের।
Locket Chatterjee is alleging that
করে দিয়েছে, আমি তো হেঁটে এলাম ওখান থেকে।
police is directly and clearly helping TMC, and for TMC there is no rules, no regulations. All the rules and regulations are being imposed for the opposition party.
So that is our colleague Ishan, who was just helping you understand what exactly we've heard from the BJP MP Locket Chatterjee there, who was outside a nomination centre. In fact, she hasn't been allowed by the cops to enter that nomination booth, and she's been saying that I'm a public representative, why am I being blocked? And she also goes on to level some very, very serious allegations on the ruling Trinamool Congress, and she says the police right now acting at the behest of Mamata Banerjee. Ishan, a lot of high drama is what you have seen, whether this is about pre-poll violence in the run-up to the Panchayat polls to these kind of skirmishes. Tell us more, and why did Locket Banerjee wanted to enter that nomination centre? What did the cops say? What was this entire conversation?
Actually, Locket Chatterjee was accompanying the aspiring BJP candidates who were on their way to submit their nomination for the Panchayat post, and Locket Chatterjee was accompanying the candidates who are belonging to her own constituency, that is Hooghly. And while she was on her way towards the BDO office where the nominations are to be submitted, the administration and the police stopped her first before the limits of the Article 144 start. You know that West Bengal State Election Commission has decided that around 1 kilometer radius of every BDO office there will be 144, and so showing this Article 144 imposition, the administration is blocking Locket Chatterjee, though Locket is claiming that she was not breaking the 144 in any way. Back to the studio.
All right, Ishan, we'll track that story. So a lot of developments continue to come in from Bengal that is looking at a very, very significant Panchayat poll just round the corner. Both the BJP, the TMC, they're levelling charges against each other. We head into a break right now. On the other side, we'll get you more details of what's been happening in Bengal and also more details on the other top focus story that we've tracked closely. Mob attacks, soldiers survived. The CCTV also now has been accessed. But even after 48 hours, only 2 have been arrested yet in the entire case.
রিপাবলিক বাংলা এবার ডিজিটালে, বাংলা টেলিভিশন দুনিয়া বদলে দেওয়ার পর এবার ডিজিটাল দুনিয়া বদলাতে আসছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা। ডিজিটালে ঝড় আসছে, রিপাবলিক বাংলা ডিজিটাল আসছে, এবার আরো কথা হবে চোখে চোখ রেখে।
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. #1 on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the last 6 years, and in these 6 years you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us, and we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda, and now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on digital this July. Republic is #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital.
এবার ডিজিটালে আসছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা। বাংলা টেলিভিশনের দুনিয়া বদলে দেওয়ার পর এবার ডিজিটাল দুনিয়ায় ঝড় তুলতে আসছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা। নজর রাখুন, খুব তাড়াতাড়ি আসছে রিপাবলিক বাংলা ডিজিটাল।
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, joining you live from the studios in Mumbai, as once again we see similar pictures to what we've seen several years ago of so-called farmer groups storming the highways and once again close to the national capital, trying to choke the highways close to the national capital days after they met wrestlers, days after the wrestlers pledged their support to these groups of so-called farmers. It's all happening in the national capital region. I'm Niranjan, it's 4 p.m. Here are the headlines. 7 days after joining wrestlers' protest, Kisan unions blocking the Delhi-Haryana highway over MSP demand. 24 hours after the wrestlers joined the farmer stir in Haryana, another attempt to hold Delhi to ransom.
वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग।
Big face-off over pre-poll violence. Trinamool Congress downplaying, saying only few clashes, not large-scale violence. They're not denying the violence though. Big controversy in West Bengal over OBC communities list. NCBC alleges complete imbalance and a tilt towards minorities or Muslims in the list. Mob attacks soldier's wife, CCTV accessed, but even after 48 hours, only 2 arrested in Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister Modi holds a review meeting. IMD says cyclone Biparjoy will become an extremely severe cyclonic storm in the next 12 hours. As farmers once again blocked the Delhi-Chandigarh-Amritsar national highway near Kurukshetra, where a Kisan Mahapanchayat was underway to pressurize the Haryana government somehow to adhere to their demands, including ensuring the purchase of sunflower crop at MSP and the release of arrested BKU leaders, including Gurnam Singh Chaduni. Now, all of these pictures came in from the NCR as they blocked the highways this evening. Here are the responses coming in and what we know so far about their demands.
भाई इन किसानों की बात मान लो, हाईवे पे ही तो लाठी मारी थी। उन्हें छोड़ दो किसानों को और इनसे बातचीत शुरू कर लो, MSP पर खरीद शुरू करवा दो। दो ही तो सवाल है। अब भाई पुलिस ने रोके क्यों नहीं? भाई पुलिस रोक लेती है, ये तो वहीं बैठ जाते जहाँ पुलिस रोकती। अब यह पुलिस ने रास्ता दिया, खोल के लगा नहीं, आगे चले जाओ, आगे चले जाओ। अब तो क्या करें?
मुझे तो लगता है कि पुलिस अगर
हाँ रोकती तो रुक जाते हम तो वहीं।
अब किस तरह से ऐसे बातचीत आगे बढ़ेगी?
आ जाए प्रशासन आओगा, कोई ना कोई बात करेगा, यहाँ की कमेटी से बात कर ले।
और जिस तरह से सेवा में प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, तो क्या आप लोग वहाँ से भी आह्वान कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का? क्योंकि कई किसान नेता जो है जगह
कहाँ पे? नहीं, वहाँ का एक अलग इशू है, लेकिन बता दिया कि वहाँ पे लोगों ने वो घेर लिया।
सूरजमुखी का क्या मुद्दा है?
सूरजमुखी 64 रुपये केजी के हिसाब से सरकार ने रेट घोषित किया, उस पर कम पे खरीद नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये इशू है। उस पर खरीद हो तो यही इशू है, और जो नेता बंद हैं उनको रिहाई करे किसानों की।
बाकी पे MSP ठीक मिल रही है, बाकी जो मसले
ना और पे भी नहीं मिल रही, कम मिले।
खट्टर साहब से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
खट्टर साहब से ये भाई जिसका रोड़ा है अपने को निपटा ले से। अभी तो सूरजमुखी का है तो सूरजमुखी का निपटा ला, आगे देखी जाएगी।
कब तक टिकैत साहब यहाँ बैठने वाले हैं?
क्या पता कब तक बैठेंगे भाई। भूत का और लड़ाई का क्या पता कहाँ मिल जाए, कितनी देर में तो हो रहा उतरे।
वैसे हाईवे जाम रहेगा टिकैत साहब?
जाम कहाँ कर रहे हैं, हम तो बैठे, जाम तो हम करते ही नहीं।
Well, the situation in the farmers' protest is still similar, and in fact, the national highway that is leading to national capital is still blocked in the Pepi Kurukshetra. And the Kisan, the farmers are sitting in the middle of the road. They have parked their tractors and trolleys on the both sides of the road, and even the traffic has been diverted by the local administration as well as the police. But so far, the most important point is that so far, nobody from the side of the government or the local administration has came down to negotiate the talks to lift the protest, just because the farmers have earlier given the deadline to the local administration as well as government till 12 noon to negotiate the talks, but nobody has turned up. And even after that, they have dragged the deadline to 2 p.m. and after 2 p.m. they decided to block the national highway. And this entire protest is led by Rakesh Tikait, Kisan leader. And in fact, they have two specific demands: to purchase the sunflowers on the MSP, and another is to release the Kisan Union leaders who have been arrested on June 5 following a protest in Shabad as well. And Gurnam Singh Chaduni is also among the arrested people. And in fact, this Mahapanchayat has been organized to discuss these demands. And after that, Kisan unions from different states, including Punjab, including Haryana, including Uttar Pradesh, they all came here together and participated in this Mahapanchayat, and after that they have decided and came on the road. And situation is still similar. Nobody from the local administration and neither from the government, they came here to access the situation, just because the ground reality is turning to be very sensitive, and national highway has almost blocked from past 2 hours since the farmers were sitting in the middle of the road. It is a flyover in Pipali which has been earlier occupied by the farmers, and in fact now the road beyond the flyover has also been occupied. Both the sides have been blocked by parking the tractors and the trolleys by the farmers, and in fact the situation is still very much similar. They have arranged their food, and even they have decided that till the time anybody from the government came down to negotiate the talks, only then the protest will be lifted. So far, government and in fact administration remain silent on the issue. Let's wait and watch till how much time this national highway will remain occupied by these farmers, and in fact the traffic will remain diverted. Yes.
In fact, you can't completely discount the fact that the protesters have been meeting Rakesh Tikait Rakesh Tikait has been showing solidarity to the protesters and wrestlers. And then the wrestlers, I mean, when I say protesters, I mean the wrestlers. And the wrestlers are saying, we will back these farmers groups in their protest. So it's a quid pro quo. It's a quid pro quo between the farmers groups, so-called farmers groups, not all farmers groups. It's the Rakesh Tikait, the Tikait brothers, etc., and the wrestlers. And with both of them showing support, solidarity to each other. Here's what they're saying on record, at least. This is Bajrang Punia speaking to Republic.
बजरंग, एक दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो एविडेंस मांगा है उस केस का, उसके बारे में
दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो मांगा है। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, अगर कोई किसी आदमी कोई किसी लड़की को रूम में लेके जाता है, उसको ये बोलता है कि आप वीडियो बनाइए, ऑडियो बनाइए, और जब लोग सबूत भी सामने, जो गवाह हैं वो सामने आगे बोल रहे टीवी के सामने, जो लड़कियां हैं 7 लड़कियों ने कंप्लेंट दे दी, इससे ज्यादा सबूत और क्या चाहिए? ब्रजभूषण से किसी ने सबूत मांगा है?
आगे की रणनीति क्या है
वो 15 के बाद पता चल जाएगी।
बजरंग, एक दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो एविडेंस मांगा है उस केस का, उसके बारे में
दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो मांगा है। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, अगर कोई किसी आदमी कोई किसी लड़की को रूम में लेके जाता है, उसको ये बोलता है कि आप वीडियो बनाइए, ऑडियो बनाइए, और जब लोग सबूत भी सामने, जो गवाह हैं वो सामने आगे बोल रहे टीवी के सामने, जो लड़कियां हैं 7 लड़कियों ने कंप्लेंट दे दी, इससे ज्यादा सबूत और क्या चाहिए? ब्रजभूषण से किसी ने सबूत मांगा है?
आगे की रणनीति क्या है
वो 15 के बाद पता चल जाएगी।
So we're tracking the story very closely here on Republic TV. One of the top focus stories for us. Moving on to another video that came in earlier today here on Republic. A Dutch YouTuber allegedly harassed in Bengaluru. You can see the video. The video is pretty clear. Video of him has gone viral on social media. This was in Chickpet in Bengaluru, a very busy marketplace in the city, when a Dutch citizen named Metro Mota was recording a digital video on the streets of Bengaluru. And in a viral video, a local trader can be seen allegedly harassing, questioning him, after which the YouTuber can be seen running from the site. Here's a report.
A Dutch YouTuber by the name of Pedro Mota was harassed in the streets of Bengaluru in a shocking incident which has come to light via social media, where a video of him being harassed by a shopkeeper has gone viral. It is now being understood that Pedro Mota was covering the flea markets of India, and especially Chickpet too, which is known for its leather artifacts and other things, and especially it is on display in Sunday as well, which is popularly known as Sunday Bazaar too. And while he was covering the streets and the flea markets of Bengaluru in the Chickpet area, it is being understood that he was going ahead and recording a video, at which point of time the vlogger was attacked by a shopkeeper who was there by the side of the road. And even though Pedro Mota goes ahead and greets him in the native language, going ahead and stating namaskara to him, the shopkeeper does not listen to him, harasses him. Initially he gets he starts abusing him, then he pulls him off and pushes him off on the ground, and Pedro Mota immediately regains ground and rushes away from the spot. And he is also seen fleeing in this particular video as well. When the police were contacted, they have stated that they have not received any sort of complaint as well, but now they're looking through the details of this particular video to go ahead and identify the shopkeeper who got violent and rude with this Dutch vlogger as well. And they have stated that action will be taken against this shopkeeper too. But all said and done, this would definitely cast a light on the law and order situation in Bengaluru, especially on the Home Department as well, because it's already a new government in place too. So we'll have to see as to what sort of action will be taken as well, because it is also the duty of the government to make sure that the travelers and the visitors who come to Bengaluru as well as Karnataka feel safe when they are visiting the land of Karnataka. With video journalist Bhagat Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic from Bengaluru.
Moving on to the other big story we're tracking, the Prime Minister held a meeting to review the situation related to Cyclone Biparjoy. The country keeping a close track on it. IMD DG, meanwhile, has issued an orange alert for the 14th of June and a red alert for the 15th of June for all districts. According to the IMD, landfall will begin on the 15th of June and will move towards the north to northeast direction. The IMD has also appealed for people to stay at safe locations. Meanwhile, Cyclone Biparjoy likely to make landfall, and we'll show you the map as well here on Republic TV along with SkyMet. Republic TV pulling out the map. We'll show you the map of SkyMet and how they're tracking that cyclone very closely. We've been getting you some of the expert opinions here on Republic on how it's going to affect India, especially in Indian states, in the path of the cyclone. That's the SkyMet map, the live tracker of the likelihood of the cities and the region states that are going to be affected. Cyclone Biparjoy was likely to make landfall near Jakau port in Gujarat's Kutch district. This is on Thursday afternoon as a very severe cyclonic storm with maximum wind speed reaching up to 150 kilometers per hour. Officials saying the authorities in the coastal districts of Kutch, Porbandar, Devbhoomi, Dwarka, Jamnagar, Junagadh, Morbi are beginning to evacuate people residing near the sea and had suspended fishing activities as well as hoisted warning signals at ports. Now that's what the government is doing, and that's what the authorities, including the Indian Coast Guard, are doing. Let me go across also to Mr. Sharma, who's the president of SkyMet. GP Sharma joining us on the broadcast this evening. Mr. Sharma, good evening. What are your predictions? How are you tracking this cyclone? Just to put it in a nutshell and to explain to our viewers, how will it affect our Indian states and those people, especially in the path?
Okay, Niranjan, as we know, you see, this cyclone has been there in the high seas for the last about 4 days. Okay, 3 more days, it will stay over the sea. It has intensified over a period of time to become extremely severe cyclonic storm. Keeping a safe distance from the Indian coastline so far, it has been downgraded now to a very severe cyclonic storm again, from extremely severe. That means a grade lower. As we expected the temperatures to drop in the Arabian Sea as it proceeds north, and that is all. It is possibly it may weaken a little further also as it moves, but still 3 more days in the sea. It will be keeping a safe distance for the next about 24 hours or so, following which it will be reaching almost Abim, Saurashtra coast. That's starting with, say, Somnath, Porbandar, Dwarka, Oka, Jamnagar, all these coastal towns of Saurashtra. They will not be very close, but then yes, they will be within the reach of this storm in the sense they can have some rains, some strong winds, but not damaging rains. Okay. Damaging rains will occur only once it comes closer to Kutch region, which will be on 15th of morning. It is just should be striking over the border areas between Indo-Pak border or so, very close to Nalia, that is over in Kutch region. Okay, Jakau is the port city also there. It is very close to that. That is where we expect it to make a landfall and somehow weaken by that time to a cyclonic storm, but still having winds in excess of 120, 130 kilometers per hour. So we need to exercise caution about that. So what I want to put it in a nutshell is, over the period of next 2 days, the cyclone will be weakening a bit, but still retaining the status, still causing some strong winds along the coastline, not damaging or any catastrophic effect over Saurashtra coast, but Kutch region becomes vulnerable, and particularly that coastline between Mandavi, Nalia and Jakau, that becomes more vulnerable for intense rains, torrential rains and heavy to very heavy rains with the wind speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. That's it, Niranjan. Tell me.
Mr. Sharma, just one small question. For example, in where we are broadcasting from in Mumbai, there was several spells of showers, heavy winds, for example. And the state government here has asked farmers not to rush into the kharif crops, for example, because they feel that if farmers rush into that, they would be ill-advised because of a short spell of rain. Of course, for states in the path of this cyclonic storm, what should one watch out for, especially farmers, for example?
See, I see inclement weather conditions only confining to the coastline, not going deep inside Gujarat. Coastline, when we say Saurashtra, starting with the Somnath and Dwarka, Porbandar or so, moderate rains. I still do not expect any severe weather activity over Saurashtra, including interior parts. I am cautioning more about Kutch region. Once it crosses Abim, Saurashtra, Abim, say Dwarka or so, inclement weather conditions, they will increase in intensity. The spread will increase, intensity will increase. That's over Kutch region. that will happen on 15th morning. We should be very, very cautious from 14th night onward. But otherwise, before that, in case the people want to go and work in rains over the fields, I don't think any problem is there. I don't see any damaging weather as such occurring. But then it is better to take precaution till such time this storm moves away, passes away from the coastal parts. That is another 2 days' time. It's always better to stay away from such severe monsters, okay? It is always better to take safeguard. That is what I will advise here.
Mr. Sharma, appreciate you joining us live here on Republic TV along with SkyMet. We've been, in fact, playing out that map just for our viewers who are watching the broadcast and are wondering where this cyclone is going. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. Here are some responses coming in and the quick news updates on Cyclone Biparjoy.
साइक्लोन बिपरजॉय एक एक्सट्रीमली सीवियर साइक्लोस्टॉर्म जैसे ईस्ट सेंट्रल अरेबियन सी और इसका आसपास जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट अरेबियन सी वहाँ केंद्रीभूत है। पोरबंदर से लगभग 300 किलोमीटर दूरी पे दक्षिण पश्चिम हिस्सा में ये केंद्रीभूत है। ये धीरे धीरे लगभग 5 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा स्पीड में उत्तर की दिशा में बढ़ रहा है और ये 14 तारीख सुबह तक ये उत्तर दिशा में चलेगा आसपास। इसके बाद इसका दिशा परिवर्तन होगा और वीक भी धीरे धीरे थोड़ा होगा और एक वेरी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म जैसे विथ विंड स्पीड ऑफ 125 to 135 km/h, गस्टिंग टू 150 km/h सौराष्ट्र कच्छ कोस्ट और इसके आसपास पाकिस्तान कोस्ट को हिट करेगा 15 तारीख नून के आसपास। सो ये जो विंड स्पीड है 125 से 135 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा और गस्टनेस से 150 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, ये विंड स्पीड में लार्ज स्केल डैमेज हो सकता है। जो थेटेड हाउस है, जो टीन हाउस है, एस्बेस्टस हाउस है, ओल्ड पक्का हाउस है। इसके साथ साथ जो टेलीफोन लाइन्स, इलेक्ट्रिक लाइन्स, टेलीफोन पोल्स एंड इलेक्ट्रिक पोल्स बेंडिंग हो सकता है, डिस्टर्बेड हो सकता है और बड़े बड़े ट्री अपरूटिंग हो सकता है, ट्री ब्रांच ब्रेकिंग भी हो सकता है और जो होर्डिंग्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सभी प्रोजेक्टाइल जैसे मूव करके ह्यूमन बींग्स को और व्हीकल्स वगैरह को भी अफेक्ट कर सकता है। ये विंड के अलावा कि हैवी रेनफॉल भी हम एक्सपेक्ट करें। 14 तारीख से हैवी रेनफॉल शुरू होगा और 15 तारीख से एक्सट्रीमली हैवी रेनफॉल होगा और 14 तारीख का हैवी रेनफॉल जो सौराष्ट्र कच्छ का जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, स्पेशली कोस्टल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो लगभग है गल्फ ऑफ कच्छ के जो इतना डिस्ट्रिक्ट है सभी में हैवी टू वेरी हैवी रेनफॉल होगा और एक्सट्रीम हैवी रेनफॉल यानी 20 सेंटीमीटर ज़्यादा रेनफॉल होगा 15 तारीख को। और ये एक्सट्रीम हैवी रेनफॉल आप देखेंगे ये जो एरिया है यूजुअली ये एरिया में ज़्यादा बारिश होता ही नहीं है और जब आप 20 सेंटीमीटर ज़्यादा बारिश होगा सर्टेनली ये इनंडेशन व लो लाइंग फ्लडिंग करने के लिए सुजोग सृष्टि करेगा।
Prime Minister Modi reviewed the situation related to Cyclone Biparjoy, which is likely to hit the Kutch region of Gujarat on Thursday. The meeting was attended by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Principal Secretary to Prime Minister P.K. Mishra, Cabinet Secretary Rajiv Gauba, among others. According to a presentation made, Kutch, Devbhoomi, Dwarka, Porbandar, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Junagadh, Morbi could experience stormy weather. IMD sounded an orange alert for Gujarat due to the cyclone. Cyclone Biparjoy expected to make landfall on the Gujarat and Pakistan coast on Thursday. An IMD release mentioning storm surge warning in Kutch, Devbhoomi, Dwarka, Porbandar, Jamnagar, Morbi districts. The release said that a storm surge of about 2 to 3 meters above astronomical tide is likely to inundate low-lying areas. A day after several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, received rainfall. Rather, the IMD has issued a yellow alert for Kutch, Saurashtra ahead of Cyclone Biparjoy. Section 144 imposed in coastal areas of Kutch ahead of the likely landfall of Cyclone Biparjoy in the area on the 15th of June. All schools have been ordered to be closed. And with Cyclone Biparjoy likely to make landfall near Chakao port in Gujarat on the 15th of June, several state ministers have been assigned responsibility of different districts, while ministers Rishikesh Patel and Prafulla Pansuria will be handling Kutch region. Harsh Sanghvi will be in Devbhoomi and Dwarka. Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi also inspected preparedness to deal with the impending Cyclone Biparjoy in Devbhoomi, Dwarka district, and preparedness of different wings of the central government, Gujarat administration. Parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, received rainfall on Sunday evening. High tidal waves, gusty winds hitting Mumbai, while other coastal parts of the state also witnessing strong winds. Air India has put out a statement saying some of its flights running from Mumbai will be delayed due to closure of runway because of inclement weather. The IMD has forecast rain and thunderstorm in Mumbai. And moving on to Cyclone Biparjoy, which is likely to make landfall in checkout port on the 15th of June. Yellow alert has been issued for Mumbai. We're taking a short break now. Coming back with the West Bengal violence face-off and the BJP versus Trinamool Congress. In fact, even the Congress party questioning Trinamool Congress as more and more violent incidents are being reported.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic #1 on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Lava continued to spout up inside Hawaii's second largest volcano, the Kilu volcano. It began erupting from Wednesday after a 3-month pause. The organization's Hawaiian Volcano Observatory detected a glow in Kilu summit webcam images on Wednesday, indicating a new eruption. Before that, it last erupted in January, with activity stretching into March. Hawaii tourism officials urged tourists to be respectful when flocking to get a glimpse of the latest eruption of Kilauea, one of the world's most active volcanoes. The USGS said that the current eruption is expected to continue. The lava flows are expected to remain confined to the surrounding crater and summit. Agency report for Republic TV.
Violence in Bengal. But before that, story from Tamil Nadu, where a soldier's wife was attacked and there are only 2 arrests. Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories, stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
7 days after joining the wrestlers' protest, Kisan unions blocking Delhi-Haryana highway over MSP demand. It's getting out of hand. And 24 after the wrestlers themselves joined the Haryana farmers in the state, another attempt to hold Delhi to ransom by blocking the highways. Meanwhile, from Haryana to Bengal now, where there's a big face-off over the pre-poll violence ahead of the Panchayat elections, the Trinamool Congress completely downplaying it, saying only few clashes have been reported and it's not large-scale violence. And staying with West Bengal, there is a big controversy in the state over the OBC community's list. NCBC alleging there is complete imbalance and that there's a tilt towards Muslims and minorities in that list. And from Bengal to Tamil Nadu, where a mob attacked a soldier's wife over the weekend, and CCTV has been accessed by Republic TV. But even after 48 hours, the Stalin government just arresting around 2 people. 100 seen, but just 2 arrested.
New media for a new India. Congratulations, Republic, on going digital. I really look forward to the now familiar Republic agility when it comes to reporting the news, in-depth analysis, as well as investigative reportage, and of course, your famous debates with Arnab. It's going to be exciting days ahead, and I'm sure you're all ready for it. And we, the viewers, are ready to see what you've got for us. So all the best, Republic, on going digital.
The Amity Law School, ranked among the top 10 in India, educates some of the most brilliant students who get recruited by top law firms and go for higher studies to leading universities like Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge and UCL. To apply, visit amity.edu.
#1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand.
I'm thoroughly looking forward to Republic going digital. Ever since it was launched in 2017, it has asked some of the most unabashed questions, stayed ahead of the curve and is today number one in every language that it is in on television. And once again be the predominant digital network, not just for India, but for across the world. Congratulations, Republic, and here's waiting for you to go digital.
Viewers, a very good evening. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest this Monday evening. And right now, what we are seeing is a mega protest. Farmers blocking Delhi-Haryana National Highway over demand for MSP for sunflower seeds. Big escalation happening there. We'll get you all the details and reports from ground. But first, the headlines we're tracking at this moment. 7 days after joining wrestlers, protest Kisan unions blocked Delhi-Haryana highway over MSP demand.
जो भी आंदोलन होगा उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे आप?
देखिए, मैं ये बोला, हम पहले भी खड़े थे और आज भी खड़े हैं, आगे भी खड़े, क्योंकि हम खुद किसान फैमिली से आते हैं।
24 hours after wrestlers joined farmers stir in Haryana, another attempt to hold Delhi to ransom.
उस बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग।
Mega face-off over pre-poll violence. TMC downplays, says only few clashes, not large-scale violence. Big controversy in West Bengal over OBC communities list. NCBC alleges complete imbalance and a tilt toward Muslims in the list. And mob attacks soldiers' wife, CCTV access, but even after 48 hours, only 2 arrested so far. And PM Modi holds review meet. IMD says Biparjoy will become an extremely severe cyclonic storm in the next 12 hours. Viewers, let's go straight to the top story we're tracking right now, and that is what's happening, where we see the farmers once again have blocked the Delhi-Chandigarh-Amritsar National Highway near Pipli in Kurukshetra, where a Kisan Mahapanchayat was underway to pressurize the Haryana government to adhere to their demands, including ensuring the purchase of sunflower crop at MSP and the release of arrested BKU leaders, including Gurunam Singh. Now, what we see on our screens is a huge blockade. And like we just told you, the farmers are blocking the Delhi-Haryana National Highway over demand for MSP for sunflower seed. You can see on your screens a large number of farmers have gathered at Pipli in this district to attend a Mahapanchayat being held to press for minimum support price for sunflower seeds and other demands. We are seeing leaders of various farmers unions. Let's go straight to Amandeep. Amandeep is joining us live, and Amandeep has been tracking the story from ground. And Amandeep, I just want to come across to you because a short while back we saw a lot of chaos, we saw a lot of high drama play out. What is the scene right now? What is the update from ground?
Well, Shivangi, the situation is very much similar, and the entire national highway remain occupied with the farmers, and I am actually standing on that highway also, and I can show you the visual. Just because, Shivangi, the situation is so sensitive, even the protesters have started attacking on the media, and we have to vacate the place. And you can see the isolation of this national highway that is leading to Delhi from Amritsar, and in fact the entire diversion has been done. They have occupied almost 1 or 1.5 kilometer chunk, and more than 2 hours has been passed this national highway. remain blocked from the Pipli. And one of the passerby who just stopped his car and came to us just to tell the situation, how much harassment he is facing. Sir, what is your good name?
Yeah, hi, I'm Sumit Rana. I'm from Delhi. मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि हम लगातार 3 घंटे का जाम की सिचुएशन को हैंडल करते हुए हम आ रहे हैं, और हम अभी हिमाचल से आ रहे हैं। गर्मियों की छुट्टियों का हमने एक ट्रिप बनाया था, और हमने देखा कि कुरुक्षेत्र का पूरा ही जो मेन नेशनल हाईवे है वो पूरा पैक हो रखा है। मैं सिर्फ सरकार से एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूँ, और किसान भाइयों को के लिए भी एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं खुद एक किसान परिवार से हूँ, दिल्ली से। पर ये नहीं है कि आप किसान होने के बावजूद आप नेशनल हाईवे को आप जाम करोगे। आपको ये किसी ने हक नहीं दे रखा कि मैंने देखा कि एक प्रेग्नेंट लेडी 9 मंथ की, और वो इतने पेन में थी कि एम्बुलेंस को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी। तो भैया ये चीज़ आप एक स्थान आप निर्णायक स्थान आप चूज करो, और स्थान
मतलब कितनी हरासमेंट लग रही है आपको इस नेशनल हाईवे
पूरी है। जब आप एक क्या बात हो ना कि प्रेग्नेंट 9 मंथ की लेडीज को जगह नहीं मिल पा रही है, तो आप देख सकते हैं कि हम 3 घंटे का जाम हम कैसे कवर कर रहे हैं। गांव से गांव पता नहीं कहां घूम के हम आ रहे हैं। नेशनल हाईवे का जब ये हाल है, अरे आप किसान हो तो आप कोई स्थान चूज कर लो, वहां आप प्रोटेक्शन करो। कोई आपके मना थोड़ी ना कर रहा है। आप कोई स्थानीय कोई जगह जैसे दिल्ली में जंतर मंतर है, वहां पे हर कोई धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहा है, तो आप लोग भी धरना प्रदर्शन करें। पर इतना बुरा हाल नहीं हो रखा कि आज की डेट में इमरजेंसी भाई किसी को कभी अभी मैं खुद देख रहा हूँ कि 9 मंथ की लेडीज़ का जो बुरा हाल हुआ है, जो उनको रास्ता नहीं मिल रहा है, ये गलत बात है। तो भाई मेरी किसानों से सिर्फ एक ही बात है कि आप प्लीज़ ऐसा कोई काम ना करें कि बाकी किसानों को मुँह खानी पड़े। धन्यवाद।
So in fact, Shivangi, this is the ground reality. This is the ground reality. We are just reporting from the national highway, and this person has just parked his car on a roadside and came to us just to tell the ground reality how much he has suffered. One more person is coming here, and in fact, sir, आप भी जाम से निकल के आ रहे हैं?
जाम से मैं वैसे बेसिकल तो नीलोखड़ी से हूँ। मेरी गुड़िया यहाँ बस स्टैंड के सामने चैतन्य सेंटर पे जाती है सवेरे, तो हम भी उसका वेट कर रहे थे कि नीलोखड़ी, लेकिन पता चला कि किसानों ने मतलब जाम कर दिया हाईवे। तो हम फिर इधर उधर से काफ़ी टाइम से वो 1-1.5 घंटे से वो खड़ी है धूप में बच्ची। तो मैं तो सरकार से यही कहना चाहता हूँ भाई, जो इनकी मांगे हैं MSP की या जो भी मांगे हैं इनकी, भाई जो भी इनकी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो पूरी की जाए। ये जो आम जनता है इतनी गर्मी में इतनी परेशान हो रही, किसी की बच्चियाँ फंसी हुई है, किसी के पेट में दर्द है, कोई बीमार है। इतने मिले हैं मेरे को बंदे, वो एम्बुलेंस भी ये पीछे रुकी हुई थी, बल्कि हाँ उसको जगह नहीं मिल रही है। तो देखो बिल्कुल पूरा ब्लॉक है, तो बड़ी नेशनल हाईवे जाम है, तो पता नहीं कितने लोग ऐसे इस जाम में फंसे हुए हैं। तो मेरी सरकार से यही विनती है कि भाई इस चीज़ को बैठ करके इसको दूर किया जाए।
किसानों को भी अपनी एक जगह तय करनी चाहिए। आप ये नहीं कि देखो नहीं दिल्ली में जंतर मंतर एक बड़ा प्लेटफार्म है, आप अपनी आवाज़ वहाँ उठाओ। अब पहलवानों ने भी अपनी आवाज़ उठाई नेशनल उस पर ही ना, तो आप ये नहीं है कि भाई इंडिया में कहीं पे भी आप प्रोटेक्शन करोगे। दिस इज नॉट फेयर, गलत है। अगर इमरजेंसी में उनके परिवार के साथ ऐसा हो तो आपका क्या जवाब होगा? गलत बात है।
So yes, Shivangi, this is the ground reality, and in fact, we are just standing on the national highway. We have not invited any person come here and talk to us. They are the one who parked their cars on the roadside. I must ask my camera person to show their vehicles also. They have parked their cars roadside when we are reporting live from this national highway, revealing the entire story. They just came to us and telling the exact situation. And even beyond this, the entire national highway is isolated. This is the highway that is leading to Delhi. From 2 p.m. till now, this highway is completely occupied by the farmers, and in fact the protest is still continue, and even the situation is so much uncertain the media cannot report from the mid of that farmers protest. So this is the ground reality, Shivangi. Yes,
right. All right. Okay. Thank you, Amandeep, for getting us all the details. You're on ground. Keep getting us top details. What we are seeing is farmers blocking the Delhi-Chandigarh-Amritsar National Highway near people in Kurukshetra, and they are going ahead and they're putting demands, more demands coming in. We're not talking about wrestlers' protests. We're talking about a different demand right now on MSP. Let's move ahead, viewers.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories, stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
2017 के बाद रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क जो भी चैनल लेकर आया जिस भाषा में, वो बना #1, इंग्लिश, हिंदी, बांग्ला। इस जुलाई रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क लेकर आ रहा है एक नया तूफान, रिपब्लिक डिजिटल। दोस्तों, अब खेला हो गया।
All right, viewers, welcome back, and more breaking news coming in. PM Modi held a review meet on Cyclone Biparjoy. The Prime Minister is asked to take every possible measure to ensure evacuation of people living in vulnerable areas. For now, the Union Home Ministry reviewing Cyclone Biparjoy situation 24/7. 12 NDRF teams are deployed, 15 more are on standby. Now, reviewers, so we're getting inside details of the review meeting which are taking place. And according to the details that Republic TV has access, exclusive here, what we know is that the Union Home Ministry has reviewed the entire situation. In fact, let's go straight to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, now we know that this storm is expected to be a severe one, but many precautions being taken. Take us through that, Abhishek.
It is, of course, a serious one with the gusting winds reaching the speed of about 145-50 kilometers per hour. And that's quite some at the time of landfall, which happens on June 15th, according to the IMD. And that's why all this preparation going on in terms of making sure that any damage that happens to life and property is minimized. Generally, we have seen that with the kind of disaster management preparedness that India now has, the damage to life remains minimal or sometimes even zero because of the kind of evacuations that get carried out, which are already happening in Gujarat in the eye of the storm and in the region where there is going to be impact of the cyclone. And Apart from that, the coordination issues that need to be sorted between various agencies, first at the state level, in fact, first at the district level, then at the state level, and then between the center and the state. All those issues, I think, are being sorted out with the kind of meetings that are taking place. One chaired by the Prime Minister just about a couple of back, where Prime Minister gave suitable instructions in terms of 24/7 monitoring of the situation, control rooms, and coordination between various arms agencies, defense forces, like it happens typically in disaster management. Post the disaster, you press into service the Army, Navy, Air Force, their choppers, their men, material, because they have expertise on that. Apart from that, of course, that's of course secondary, but primary is the National Disaster Response Force, their state counterpart, the State Disaster Response Force. In the case of Gujarat, the Coast Guard, and the other machinery that's there in place. Remember, Gujarat is no stranger to these cyclones. They keep happening every 2-3 years. One of the coastal states of the country, so I think what we are seeing is the whole mechanism playing out. The Home Ministry remains the nodal agency for the administration of the National Disaster Management Act, and that's why you saw the Union Home Minister sitting next to the Prime Minister when the review took place. And of course, yesterday you saw the Union.
जो कोटा के भी जैसे फाटक है उनको खाली भी करवाया गया है। इसके अलावा हम देखा जाए तो हमारे पास जो ART, ARME का नेटवर्क होता है, जो मेडिकल के तंत्र होते हैं, उसको फुल्ली तरह से एक्टिवेट कर दिया गया है। और हमारे जो RPF के स्टाफ हैं उनको हमने जगह जगह पर डिप्लॉय किया गया है। इसके अलावा जो NDRF, SDRF की टीम के साथ हम लोग समन्वय बना के रख रहे हैं। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ कंटिन्यूसली हमारे फील्ड ऑफिसर्स टच में हैं, जिससे कि किसी भी की सहायता की जरूरत हो तो उसको मदद की जाए या मदद मांगी जाए। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, हमने हेल्प डेस्क भी चालू किया है पैसेंजर्स।
All right, so now you can see what's happening, where we have got some inside details on the cyclone. So 12 NDRF teams have been deployed. We are also seeing that both Maharashtra and Gujarat are bracing for the extremely severe storm Biparjoy. Gujarat is already on high alert in wake of the extremely severe cyclonic storm, which is set to make landfall around Thursday. Flight operations in Mumbai are also being affected as cyclone Biparjoy is over the Arabian Sea as we speak, viewers.
Republic Media is entering into digital platform for the very first time in July. After doing pioneering work in mainstream media, digital, which is the way forward of this generation, I am very excited to see how they will go forward on this journey. I'm sure you are too. So do join in and catch Republic Digital.
Viewers, much more coming up. Mega face-off over pre-poll violence. TMC downplays, says only a few clashes, not large-scale violence. And big controversy in West Bengal over OBC communities list. NCBC alleges complete imbalance and a tilt toward Muslims in the list. Stay tuned.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the last 6 years. And in these 6 years, you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us. And we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda. And now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on digital this July. Republic is #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on digital this July.
For the last 6 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV. Now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across.
Republic TV, since its launch in 2017, has redefined journalism in India. Whether it was the English channel, whether it was the Hindi channel, whether it was the Bengali channel. I am extremely excited that Republic TV is now venturing into the digital media space and going to take India and the world by storm this July.
Viewers, let's go straight to West Bengal. We are seeing a lot of controversy ahead of the Panchayat polls. And what happened a short while back? BJP MP from Hooghly, Loket Chatterjee, was stopped by the police from entering the BDO office in Pandua during nomination filing by a BJP candidate for Panchayat post. For more of that, let's go straight across to Ishan. They was joining us live right now, and we can see the visuals on our screen very clearly. BJP MP Loket Chatterjee has been stopped. Please take us through what happened and why was she stopped?
Loket Chatterjee, who was going to accompany the candidates of BJP for filing the nomination, she was blocked 1 kilometer ahead of the BDO office. The nominations are being submitted in the BDO office, and the State Election Commission has imposed Article 144 around 1 kilometer radius of every BDO office. So when Loket Chatterjee was accompanying the candidates of BJP to go to that BDO office in Pandua, she was stopped by the police at first, and she was told that she cannot take her car towards the BDO office because 144 is there. So Loket Chatterjee got down from the car at first, and she started walking towards the BDO office. And at the gate of the BDO office, again she was stopped, and police told her that she cannot enter the BDO office. She cannot accompany the candidates who are aspiring to fight the Panchayat election. So there was a heated exchange between Loket Chatterjee, who is the local MP, and the police officials who were present there. And Loket Chatterjee was asking the question again and again that if in many cases that local TMC leaders are being allowed to enter.
All right, sorry, Ishan, they're getting some breaking news coming in right now. This is a very, very big update, so we have to go to it. Now, what we are learning, the IOA to hold Wrestling Federation of India elections on July 4th. This is a very big update coming in. WFI elections will be held on July 4th. That's what we are learning right now. That means Wrestling Federation of India will be holding elections on July 4th. And this coming in at a time where we're seeing wrestlers protest against the WFI chief for the longest time now. They are not giving up. They have put their demands and they are not giving up. We have been seeing protests. We have in different parts of the country over Brij Bhushan. So now we are learning these elections will also replace Brij Bhushan. I repeat, these elections will also replace Brij Bhushan. That is the outgoing WFI Chief Wrestling Federation elections to be held on July 4th, viewers. This is a very big update coming in right now. And for more details, I've been joined by my colleagues who will help us understand the implications of this breaking update coming in. But as the wrestlers have been protesting and we have seen serious allegations against Brij Bhushan, in the wake of that, what we are learning so far is that fresh elections will be held, and these elections are expected to replace Brij Bhushan. So we're getting more details coming in right now as we keep getting you more updates. Taking a very short break. After the break, we'll get you more on this.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic #1 on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the last 6 years, and in these 6 years you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us, and we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda, and now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on digital this July. Republic is #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hope
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
7 days after joining wrestlers' protest, Kisan unions blocked Delhi-Haryana highway over MSP demand. 24 hours after wrestlers joined farmers in Haryana, another attempt to hold Delhi to ransom. Mega face-off over pre-poll violence. TMC downplays, says only few clashes, not large-scale violence. Big controversy in West Bengal over the OBC communities list. NCBC alleges complete imbalance and a tilt towards Muslims in the list. Mob attacks soldiers' wife, CCTV access, but even after 48 hours, only 2 arrested, yet DMK remains silent. And PM Modi has held a review meet. IMD says Biparjoy will become an extremely severe cyclonic storm in the next 12 hours. And Prime Minister, as he held the cyclone meeting, the Prime Minister has asked everyone to take every possible measure to ensure evacuation of people living in vulnerable areas along the coast of Gujarat. For now, the Union Home Ministry reviewing cyclone situation 24/7 with 12 NDRF teams deployed, 15 more on standby. IMD DG, meanwhile, has issued an orange alert for June 14th and a red alert for June 15th, the day of the expected landfall of cyclone Biparjoy. According to IMD, landfall will begin on the June 15th and will move towards the northeast direction. IMD has appealed people to stay at safe locations. Remember, the cyclone has intensified and is moving in the direction of the Gulf of Kutch, likely to make landfall between Dwarka and Kutch districts, possibly between the towns of Mandvi in Kutch and Karachi in Pakistan, somewhere in between. Prime Minister has taken a review meeting today, and before that we had the Union Home Ministry also carrying out a similar exercise yesterday. Union Home Ministry happens to be the nodal ministry in terms of disaster response. Let's go to the situation. Let's try to understand the situation on the ground with Priyanka Sharma reporting. I believe she is in Surendranagar on the way to Kutch. Priyanka, I believe you would be moving to Kutch. This is on the way. If you can tell us what's the situation now. Are the winds already gusting? What speed of the winds? And also tell us about the precautionary and preventive measures being put in place, the evacuations taking place along the coast from Dwarka to Kutch.
That's right, Abhishek. Since you of course also know the topography of the entire state and the districts, we are still in the central of the state, but you can already see the kind of gusting winds that we are also experiencing, and of course there is a little bit of drizzle as well that we are experiencing here while we are on our way to Kutch, as you pointed out. And of course, as you're pointing out, that the IMD had made these predictions of landfall being made in Kutch and near the Jakhau coast, to be more specific. And they are of course claiming that this is going to be something that is the precautions for which in fact are being put in place as well to make sure that the low-lying areas as well are first evacuated. So along the port cities as well, there had been a warning that had also been given to the fishermen at least a week in prior, and of course they had been told not to venture into the high seas, and of course since then as well there have been several evacuation drills that have been carried out by the State Disaster Relief Fund and also by the NDRF as well, the teams of which that have been deployed from Gandhinagar as well. So there are at least 2 teams that have been put in all of these port districts, specifically in Devbhoomi, Dwarka, in Porbandar, in Mandvi as well, near the Jakhau coast as well. So all of those places have been covered by these disaster relief funds and relief teams as well. And also apart from that, there had been a war room that had been situated in Gandhinagar, overlooked by the Chief Minister himself, Bhupendra Patel. And apart from that, in all of these cities that I had prior mentioned as well, Abhishek, in all of these cities, there are all of these ministers that have been deployed to make sure that they are on the ground, making sure that the people do not face any kind of troubles because of this kind of a natural disaster that is impending on the coastline of Gujarat.
So we are seeing that the ministers like Harsh Sanghvi have gone to Devbhoomi Dwarka, ministers like Rishikesh, in fact, Patel have gone to Kutch as well. So all of these ministers that have been deployed in various of these districts, we are seeing that the government making sure that the precautions are being taken on the ground, so that specifically in these particular districts, in the low-lying areas where the warnings had been given by the IMD, people do not face any kind of problems. Now, apart from that, of course, we are looking at how, as you pointed out, that the landfall is going to be started to be made around 14th of June, and of course by 15th we are seeing that the landfall effects will be very, very visible. And since until then, we are seeing how the IMD has made these predictions of the direction that the cyclone is also taking, and how it is earlier moving moving westwards, and now of course taking a turn coming eastwards as well. So all of those things that the IMD has predicted, and making sure that there is a communication with the government of Gujarat as well. We had seen that the IMD chief, Dr. Manorama Mohanty herself, was also speaking within the video conference that was also with the government of Gujarat officials, along with the officials in Delhi as well. So all of those meetings have taken place, all of those discussions have taken place. As of now, the implementations of these precautions is being carried out in these particular districts, Abhishek.
Right. Tremendous amount of activity happening. Priyanka, I'll take one more question. We earlier had a soundbite coming in of the Gujarat Home Minister. He's, I believe, camping in Dwarka. What is your sense on the ground? Is the landfall going to happen along the Dwarka side of the coastline, or the Kutch side of the coastline? And accordingly, what preparations are in place at both the places?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. We just, we also had the IMD chief here speak about this, and she had also said that there are three particular cities that they are going to be keeping an eye out for. These three particular cities where, in fact, they are going to be making sure that there are precautions extra in place, because they were looking at Porbandar, Devbhoomi Dwarka, and of course Kutch, where this landfall might take place. But of course, as you would also know, Abhishek, over the last 2 years, at least three of these cyclones have tried that have come up near the Gujarat coastline. They have either been depressed, they have moved westward, and then hence sparing the Gujarat coastline. But now as well, we are seeing that a similar nature of the cyclone as well. First, we were looking at it moving westwards, because of which the IMD had made a prediction that it will be making a landfall towards Devbhoomi Dwarka. But then, of course, the movement of the depression has also made towards Kutch, because of which the IMD has now said that it might be near the Jakhau coast as well. So all of those things the IMD has predicted. As far as the communication to the government of Gujarat is concerned, they've done so, and that is why we're seeing on the ground that the implementations of these precautionary measures as of now, Abhishek.
All right, Priyanka, thank you so much. Take care as you travel to Kutch and cover the cyclone, impending cyclone for us. Let's listen into the Gujarat Home Minister, who earlier in the day spoke from Dwarka in the state.
वहीवटी खास तौर पे वहीवटी तंत्र द्वारा जो लोग भयजनक, मतलब जो नीचान वाले क्षेत्र में जो लोग रहते हैं, उन्हें शेल्टर होम में शिफ्ट किया गया है। साइक्लोन इफेक्टेड एरियाज़ में इसी प्रकार से शेल्टर होम हर एक तालुका में बनाए गए हैं। वहाँ पे इन लोगों को शिफ्ट किया गया है, और सभी प्रकार की व्यवस्था वहाँ शिफ्ट किए गए लोगों के लिए की गई है। कुल मिला के 4000 परिवार जितने लोगों को शिफ्ट करना है, हमारा 50% से ज़्यादा काम शिफ्टिंग का हो गया। आज रात तक हम लोग शिफ्टिंग का पूरा जितना शिफ्टिंग करने जैसे जो लोग हैं, जो क्षेत्र है, वो क्षेत्र से लोगों को शिफ्ट कर लेंगे। देर रात तक हम लोग उसमें कामगिरी समाप्त करेंगे। उनकी मेडिकल व्यवस्था, उनकी खाने की व्यवस्था और जो कोई आवश्यक चीज़ें हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की गई है। ये सभी क्षेत्र के अंदर ख़ास तौर पे जो राशन की दुकान सरकारी होती है, वहाँ पे पर्याप्त राशन भी प्रोवाइड किया गया है, और सभी जगहों पे समय सर राशन पहुँच पाए उसकी भी व्यवस्था की गई है। बिजली, पानी और रोड, ये सभी व्यवस्थाओं के लिए भी टीम बन चुकी है, और सभी टीम अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में कामगिरी कर रही है। एनडीआरएफ की 2 टीम द्वारका को इनायत की गई है और 2 एसडीआरएफ की टीम इनायत की है। द्वारका में कोस्ट गार्ड ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है। द्वारका में दूसरी भी टीम पर्याप्त यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है।
A news update coming in from Bengal now. The TMC is trying to downplay the pre-poll violence. Speaking on the violence, TMC Saugata Roy said that only a few clashes have taken place and not the large-scale violence that is being talked about by the BJP. That's Saugata Roy. Meanwhile, Union Minister for Information Broadcasting Anurag Thakur has hit out at the TMC. He said, and I quote, "Mamata Didi's Bengal is burning. Violence and corruption are the new norm in Bengal." Violence has increased ahead of the upcoming Panchayat elections. Let's listen to Anurag Thakur as also, of course, Saugata Roy and Shubhendu Adhikari.
उस बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग। वो बंगाल जो कभी जाना जाता था सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी के लिए, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के लिए, रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी के लिए, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के लिए, उसी बंगाल का नाम आज बदनाम हो रहा है। हिंसा की बात करें तो वहां पर देखने को मिलता है कि हिंसा, तुष्टीकरण, अराजकता, भ्रष्टाचार बंगाल का न्यू नॉर्मल बन गया है। ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि वहां पर फिर पंचायती राज के चुनाव आए, फिर आम जनमानस पर हिंसा होनी शुरू हो गई। और मैंने नड्डा जी का नाम लेकर इसलिए याद करवाया कि यहां पर नड्डा जी आए तो आप सबने हजारों फूल बरसाए, लेकिन बंगाल में गए तो वहां पर हिंसा देखने को मिलती है। ये अंतर है मित्रों। मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, बंगाल इसीलिए नहीं कट मनी के लिए भी जाना जाता है। बंगाल आज नकद के बदले नौकरी के लिए भी जाना जाता है। सफाई कर्मचारी की नौकरी चाहिए तो 4 लाख दे दो, क्लर्क की नौकरी चाहिए तो 5 लाख दे दो। ये ममता दीदी से लेकर लालू जी तक यही है। यहां नकद के बदले नौकरी, कैश फॉर जॉब, तो दूसरी ओर लैंड फॉर जॉब, जमीन के बदले जॉब। ये लालू जी के जमाने में वहां पर होता है। ये सरकारें ऐसी है जहां पर भ्रष्टाचार उनके ऊपर चिपका हुआ। और भ्रष्टाचार की बात मैं इसलिए करता हूं, 10 साल पहले देखेंगे तो यूपीए की सरकार में एक के बाद दूसरा भ्रष्टाचार नजर आता था, लेकिन मोदी सरकार के पिछले 9 साल उठाकर देखिए, ईमानदार सरकार नजर आती है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व। 1 रुपए के घोटाले का कोई आरोप नहीं लगा पाया, ना किसी मंत्री पर, ना किसी नेता पर, और ना ही प्रधानमंत्री पर। आज देश अपने आप को ज्यादा सुरक्षित महसूस करता है। सीमा पर खड़ा हमारा जवान, आज उसको आधुनिक हथियार मिलते हैं, आधुनिक वस्त्र और बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मिलती है, राफेल विमान मिलता है तो मिसाइल भी मिलती है। हमारे सेना को मजबूत और सशक्त भी किया और भारत को और सुरक्षित महसूस करवाया तो नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ने करवाया। 1 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा के रक्षा उपकरण आज हिंदुस्तान में बने। आत्मनिर्भर भारत को बल देने का काम हुआ। जहां देश अपने आप को सुरक्षित मोदी सरकार में महसूस करता है,
violence is being overplayed by the media. So far, 1 person only has died, and few cases of clashes have taken place. It's not large-scale violence as is being made out. That's not right.
The National Human Rights Commission has deployed their special.
That is, National Human Rights Commission has become an extension of the government. They work on Amit Shah's instruction. Nothing, no human rights violation has happened in West Bengal in recent times. That the DG of the NHRC should come to Bengal.
Well, moving on down south, in a shocking incident, a Dutch YouTuber was allegedly harassed in Karnataka's Bengaluru. A video of the incident has also gone viral on social media platforms. The incident took place in the Chickpet area of Bengaluru while the YouTuber, a Dutch citizen named Pedro Mota, was recording a vlog on the streets. Here's a detailed report.
Harassed,
what's going on, sir? Could you please let go of my
manhandled,
Could you please?
assaulted.
Sir, Jesus Christ, let go of my
This is what a Dutch vlogger who was simply recording his experience in Bengaluru had to experience. The video that went viral showed a trader who was seen catching hold of the vlogger's hand. As he went on to question the vlogger for recording a video, even as the vlogger asked the man to let go of his hand, he was pushed. However, before the matter escalated, the vlogger fled from the spot.
The vlogger was attacked by a shopkeeper who was there by the side of the road, and even though Pedro Mota goes ahead and greets him in the native language, going ahead and stating namaskara to him, the shopkeeper does not listen to him, harasses him. Initially he gets he starts abusing him, then he pulls him off and pushes him off on the ground, and Pedro Mota immediately regains ground and rushes away from the spot, and he is also seen fleeing in this particular video as well.
Taking swift action, the City Market Police arrested the street vendor for misbehaving with the Netherlands-based YouTuber. The police registered a suo motu case against the accused that has been arrested. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
These pictures are coming in from Kerala as we stay with the south. These pictures are from Ernakulam, and Kerala Union of Working Journalists held a protest. The protesters essentially marching towards the City Police Commissioner's office and questioning the filing of a case against news reporter associated with the Asianet News Group. Questions are being raised on the double speak of the left government, as the same Vijayan government earlier backed the BBC on the freedom of expression issue. The Kerala Union of Working Journalists believes that the Asianet News reporter has been wrongly confined. Let's go to Ashwin. He's reporting live for us. Ashwin, these protests, I believe, happened in Ernakulam. It's been how many days that the Asianet News reporter been in police custody, and how big is the issue there in the state now, given the fact that the same government was standing with the BBC on the freedom of expression issue and now finds fault with the reporting of this Asianet News journalist?
Abhishek, what is something so bizarre has happened? The reporter of this the said channel had in fact taken a bite from the KSU president, and he had spoken against the SFI state secretary and PM Arsho regarding a case where he had not written an exam, but the university gave him a pass, and that mark list had come out. So regarding this particular journalist had taken a video bite. Now, Arsho, in fact, had filed a counter FIR stating that there is a propaganda against him, and where he has made this journalist as a fifth accused in this case. That's how bizarre this whole case has turned out to be. And all over Kerala, all the journalist fraternity, everybody, all the parties, in fact, has come out against the CPM for such a very bizarre move that they have done against the freedom of expression. But the CPM is on an offensive. In fact, M.V. Govindan, the state CPM secretary, has gone ahead to say that they will go ahead and file more cases against journalists if they speak anything against the government and, for that matter, against the SFI. So now what we see is that the apostles, or so-called apostles of freedom of speech, are filing cases, and this is not the first time. There has been several intimidations to journalists by the state against the media people in the state of Kerala. And what is also interesting to note is that Sitaram Yechuri has in fact ran away in Delhi when the media in Malayalam media asked him why he is not taking action against the government, against the CPM government for doing so. He has even ducked these questions and refused to answer these questions, saying he's not aware about it. So what we see over here, a journalist has been unnecessarily being being taken to law for a simple thing of doing her job. She is a chief reporter of Asianet in Kochi, and she has been made an accused in this case. Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much, Ashwin. We'll keep a close track of the developments there through you and keep coming back to this story. Moving on, let's go on to some stories from across the country in a top wrap. Members of the Kisan Union blocked Delhi-Haryana National Highway as a protest for the procurement of sunflower seeds at MSP of Rs 6,400 per quintal. With that demand, Bharatiya Kisan Union leader Rakesh Tikat called out the Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar demanding the purchase of the produce at that MSP. He also demanded that the release of farmer leaders arrested during the protests a few days ago happens. Wrestlers who were part of the protests in Delhi on wrestlers' allegations of sexual harassment against the WFI president and BJP MP Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh today joined agitating farmers in Haryana.
समर्थन देने के लिए आए हैं और हम भी किसान परिवार से हम भी जो किसान हमारे भाई खड़े हैं रोड पे हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं।
क्या आगे भी आप सपोर्ट करेंगे रेस्लर्स इस किसान पंचायत को?
देखिए पहले भी जब किसान प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था तब भी हम साथ खड़े थे।
Heading out at farmers' protest, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar said that some people are trying to revive these issues of protesting wrestlers for political gains. He further assured that the centre is continuously trying to find a resolution. A high drama unfolded in West Bengal's Hooghly as BJP MP Loket Chatterjee was blocked by police from filing the nomination. This comes in the backdrop of face-off that has already erupted in West Bengal over announcement of panchayat polls and also the violence that broke out before the polls. Meanwhile, the BJP has demanded deployment of security forces in Bengal ahead of panchayat elections. Sitting out at TMC, the BJP MLA said that there is Jungle Raj in West Bengal. This comes after incidents of violence were reported in the state ahead of the panchayat polls scheduled for July 8.
सीधा जंगल राज चल रहा है। जो पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस हुआ था उसमें 1 लाख से ज्यादा बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता वोटर खासकर ये हिंदू लोग को एक घर से निकाल दिया था। 56 आदमी का मौत हुआ था, उसमें बीजेपी का 2021 का असेंबली का प्रत्याशी मानव शाह भी उसका अंदर था। किस तरीके से वायलेंस हुआ आपने देखा। और इस कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट ने 5 जज का जो खंडपीठ बना था उनका डायरेक्शन NHRC का रिपोर्ट बंगाल में कानून बोल के कुछ नहीं है।
In a shocking news from Bengaluru, a body of an unidentified woman wrapped in a bed sheet was found at a pavement on the roadside in the city's HMT layout. The body of the woman has injection and drip pipe marks on her arm. According to police, some unknown miscreants have placed the body there at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. Jalahalli police station has registered a case of unnatural death for the probe is on. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has once again raised the imposition of Hindi language debate as he tweeted, and I quote, "While each and every citizen of India is contributing to its development, the union government and its institutions continue to give an undue and unfair advantage to Hindi over other Indian languages in every possible way." In the latest update in Telangana murder case, the DSP has now said that investigation is underway and medical officers are conducting the postmortem. The police have ruled out the external injuries which can cause death to the girl, while saying that there is some argument which has been going on in the family. Meanwhile, the cause of the death could only be ascertained by the postmortem report. The Controller and Auditor General of India is hosting the G20 Supreme Audit Institutions meeting starting from June 11 to 15th in Goa. The CAG of the Controller Generals of the G20 countries are participating in the conference. The theme of the conference is relevance of blue economy and responsible artificial intelligence to SAIs. All right, on that note, a short break. On the other side. Big controversy in West Bengal over OBC communities list. NCBC alleges complete imbalance and a tilt towards Muslims in the list. Also, mob attacks soldier's wife's CCTV access, but even after 48 hours, only 2 arrested yet. DMK maintains silence.
I was delighted to learn that Republic TV is going digital this July. They have made nationalism and patriotism so very popular with the people of India. But I'm sure in the times to come, they will also transform the narrative at the regional and the global level. I wish Republic TV all the very best. Jai Hind!
The Amity Law School, ranked among the top 10 in India, educates some of the most brilliant students who get recruited by top law firms and go for higher studies to leading universities like Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge and UCL. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic #1 on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Viewers, a very good evening, and the big news coming in right now. The Indian Olympic Association will conduct the Wrestling Federation of India elections on July 4th. That means the WFI elections will be held on July 4th, viewers. And this is very significant because of the kind of protest we're seeing from the wrestlers against Brij Bhushan. That's the top story. We'll get to more details, but first, the headlines we're tracking right now. days after joining restless protest, Kisan unions blocked Delhi-Haryana highway over MSP demand.
आंदोलन होगा उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे आप?
देखिए, मैं ये बोला, हम पहले भी खड़े थे और आज भी खड़े हैं, आगे भी खड़े, क्योंकि हम खुद किसान फैमिली से आते हैं।
24 hours after restless joined the farmer stir in Haryana, another attempt to hold Delhi to ransom.
ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही चल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग।
Mega face-off over pre-poll violence. TMC downplays, says only few clashes, not large-scale violence. Big controversy in West Bengal over OBC communities list. NCBC alleges complete imbalance and a tilt toward Muslims in the list. Mob attacks soldier's wife, CCTV access, but even after 48 hours, only 2 arrested yet. PM Modi holds review meet. IMD says Bipar Joy will become an extremely severe cyclonic storm in the next 12 hours. Alright viewers, let's start out with the top story we're tracking right now, and what we see on our screens, which you will see very soon, is a kind of chaos that's ensuing. Protesting farmers have blocked Delhi-Haryana highway in Kurukshetra to hold Mahapanchayat over the minimum support price of sunflower seeds. This comes as the restless joined farmers a protest. That is right, viewers. The farmers are marching in Kurukshetra, and you can see how they have blocked the Delhi-Haryana highway. Their demand, MSP, a higher MSP. Let's go straight to Amandeep. Amandeep is joining us right now. Amandeep, I'm coming to you. You have been tracking every development from ground, where we are seeing that the farmers are blocking the highway. What is the situation right now? Is the highway still blocked? Number one. Number two, take us through the demands of the farmers. Any kind of reaction on whether their demands will be met?
Well, Shivangi, if we just talk about the present situation, the situation is still similar. It is 2:15 p.m. since the highway remained blocked, and still the highways remain blocked by the farmers. They are sitting on the mid of the road, and in fact, we are reporting from a distance to that protesting side, just because the situation is very sensitive. And I would like to show you the isolated highway here, a complete isolated highway. There is no vehicle movement, just because the entire traffic has been diverted by the Haryana police from Kurukshetra towards Karnal, and in fact the farmers were sitting in the middle of the road, on the flyover, and even on the road as well. They have blocked and they have occupied the complete national highway that is leading to Delhi from Amritsar. The present situation is still similar, and if we talk about the demands are two main demands. Number one, to purchase the sunflower on MSP. Then these demands are only from Haryana government, and in fact demand number two is to release the farmers who had been arrested on June 5 following a protest, and in that arrested persons, the Bharatiya Kisan Union leader of Haryana, Gurnam Singh Chaduni, is also among arrested accused, and in fact they are also demanding to withdraw the case. So these are the two specific demands raised by these Kisan unions and Kisan leaders. Rakesh Tikait is leading this entire protest just because he has given the call to hold a Mahapanchayat here in Pipali to these demands. And in fact, after around 2 p.m. when Rakesh Tikait has finished his lecture and address in the gathering, he has announced that let's move towards the national highway, let's block the national highway. So following that line, all the protesters and the participants of Mahapanchayat started moving towards the national highway, which was around 2 kilometers from the Mahapanchayat spot. And in fact, soon they occupied entire highway. Almost a 1 kilometer patch is in the possession of farmers, and in fact the entire highway remained blocked, and the traffic highway has been diverted from Kurukshetra to Karnal from the link roads, from the state highways and from the villages as well. Though the point is that nobody from the side of the government has came forward to negotiate the talks, and in fact nobody from the local administration has came down to negotiate the talks with the farmers to lift the protest. So far the situation is very similar, and even the farmers has not decided what is the next course of action, and the government is not sounding anything to negotiate with the farmers as well to manage this protest. So the situation is very much similar and very much uncertain. That national highway has been blocked for past 3 hours, and in fact the farmers are adamant to their demands. Government is not coming down to negotiate the talks with the farmers, and even the highway for almost 3 to 4 kilometers patch of national highway from Amritsar to Delhi is being isolated. The traffic has been diverted to the different roads. Yes, Shivangi.
Right, absolutely, Amandeep. Thank you, Amandeep. Keep getting us all the details as you keep tracking the story from ground. We see those demands being met, and we also know, Amandeep, the wrestlers from Haryana are backing the farmers because of the farmers had backed the wrestlers when it comes to Brij Bhushan. So you have spoken to Punya as well, and we also have reactions from Rakesh Tikayat. Let's play out all the reactions coming in on the stop story.
भाई इन किसानों की बात मान लो, हाईवे पे ही तो लाठी मारी थी, उन्हें छोड़ दो किसानों को, इनसे बातचीत शुरू कर लो, MSP पर खरीद शुरू करवा दो। दो ही तो सवाल है। अब भाई पुलिस ने रोके क्यों नहीं? भाई पुलिस रोक रही ना, ये तो वहीं बैठ जाते जहाँ पुलिस रोकती। अब ये पुलिस ने रास्ता दिया खोल के, लगा नहीं आगे चले जाओ, आगे चले जाओ। अब बताओ क्या करें? हाँ रोकती तो रुक जाते हम तो वहीं। अब किस तरह से ऐसे बातचीत आगे बढ़ेगी? आ जाए प्रशासन आओगा, कोई ना कोई बात करेगा, यहाँ की कमेटी से बात कर ले।
और जिस तरह से सेवा में प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, तो क्या आप लोग वहाँ से भी आह्वान कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का, क्योंकि कई किसान नेता जो है जगह जगह
कहाँ पे? नहीं, वहाँ का एक अलग इशू है, लेकिन बता दिया कि वहाँ पे लोगों ने वो घेर लिया।
सूरजमुखी का क्या मुद्दा है?
सूरजमुखी 64 रुपये केजी के हिसाब से सरकार ने रेट घोषित किया, उस पर कम पे खरीद नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये इशू है। उस पर खरीद हो तो यही इशू है, और जो नेता बंद हैं उनको रिहाई करें किसानों।
बाकी पे MSP ठीक मिल रही है, बाकी जो
ना और पे भी नहीं मिल रही, कम मिले हैं।
खट्टर साहब से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
खट्टर साहब से ये भाई जिसका रोड़ा है अपने को निपटाने से। अभी तो सूरजमुखी का है तो सूरजमुखी का निपटा ला, आगे देखी जाएगी।
कब तक टिकैत साहब यहाँ बैठने वाले हैं?
क्या पता कब तक बैठेंगे भाई, भूत का और लड़ाई का क्या पता कहाँ मिल जाए, कितनी देर में हो रहा उतरे।
हाईवे जाम रहेगा?
जाम कहाँ कर रहे हैं, हम तो बैठे, जाम तो हम करते ही नहीं।
बजरंग, एक दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो एविडेंस मांगा है उस केस का, उसके बारे में
दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो मांगा है। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, अगर कोई किसी आदमी कोई किसी लड़की को रूम में लेके जाता है, उसको ये बोलता है कि आप वीडियो बनाइए, ऑडियो बनाइए, और जब लोग सबूत भी सामने जो गवाह हैं वो सामने आगे बोल रहे टीवी के सामने, जो लड़कियां हैं 7 लड़कियों ने कंप्लेंट दी, इससे ज्यादा सबूत और क्या चाहिए? ब्रिजभूषण से किसी ने सबूत मांगा है?
आगे की रणनीति क्या है?
वो 15 के बाद पता चल जाएगी।
Viewers, let's move ahead now. Senior Congress leader and former Karnataka Minister Shiva Shankarappa slammed his own government over the conditions imposed on the recently launched Shakti scheme for women. Here's more on that.
24 hours after the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah launched the Shakti scheme, one of its leaders jumped to criticize it. The Congress MLA has questioned the state government over the conditions imposed in the Shakti scheme.
ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಚೀಟಿ ಬೇಕು ಈ ಚೀಟಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು, ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಳು. ಈ ಚೀಟಿ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಹೊರರಾಜ್ಯ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಪಾಪ ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಓಡಾಡಲಿ ಏನು ತಪ್ಪೈತೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
The scheme provides free bus services to women and transgenders in the state of Karnataka. But according to the guidelines published, it is mandatory for women to have a Shakti Smart Card if they want to travel free of charge in transport buses.
There have been voices from the Congress party, not only from its MLAs, but also from a few of the party cadres, from some, from general secretaries of the Congress party. The fact that Shamnur Shivshankarappa is one of the senior most Congress MLAs from the Davangere region as well. He states that if when you're stating about the women, why should it be only women who are residents of the state of Karnataka? Why can't it be women from other states who have also settled in Bengaluru? Because by this you will also be inviting more and more people to come here, and you can also create a hub for jobs as well as a platform for many opportunities too, because you call Bengaluru as the startup capital.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
G20 Development Ministers Meeting under the G20 Indian presidency is being held in Varanasi in UP. Prime Minister Modi also addressed the meeting. Here is a small snippet from the Prime Minister's speech.
Development is a core issue for the global south. The countries of global south were severely impacted by the disruption created by the global COVID pandemic and the food, fuel and fertilizer crises, because of geopolitical tensions, have delivered another blow. In such circumstances, the decisions you make carry great significance for humanity as a whole. I strongly believe that it is our collective responsibility not to let the sustainable development goals fall behind. We must ensure that no one is left behind. It is imperative for this group to send a strong message to the world that we have an action plan to achieve this. Excellencies, our efforts must be comprehensive, inclusive, fair, and sustainable. We should increase investment in fulfilling the SDGs and find solutions to address the debt risks faced by many countries.
Much more coming up, viewers. Mob attacks soldier's wife. CCTV access. But even after 48 hours, only 2 arrested yet. Plus, PM Modi hosts review meet. IMD says Biparjoy will become an extremely severe cyclonic storm in the next 12 hours. Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India, and now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
6 years of this journey at Republic has been spectacular, and now that you're going digital, I'm sure you will disrupt this industry and become the front runner in all things digital news in India. I wish Republic the best of luck, and I'm sure you guys will kill it here.
Welcome back, viewers, and what we are seeing right now is a lot of preparedness just ahead of Cyclone Biparjoy. The Prime Minister held a review meeting. The Prime Minister has asked to take every possible measure to ensure evacuation of people living in vulnerable areas. Let's go straight to Priyanka, who's joining us live right now. And Priyanka, you know, you are in Gujarat, and the Kutch area is a sensitive area. Now, the entire state is on red alert. We also know that after the Prime Minister's meeting, 12 NDRF teams have been deployed. Orange alert for June 14th and red alert for June 15th in multiple districts. I'm coming to you right now. Take us through what's the latest and what are the precautions which are being taken, Priyanka, to make sure that people living in low-lying areas or vulnerable areas are evacuated before time.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. Right now, on our way to Kutch, even in the central Gujarat, what we're experiencing are gusting winds already. And of course, the 5:30 p.m. bulletin of the IMD, in fact, says that there will be 165 kilometer per hour speed and 195 gusting winds that we can expect on 15th of June as well. And of course, we are looking at how the landfall will be made, as you pointed out, on 14th and 15th of June near the Jakhau coast in Kutch itself. And that is why we are looking at the kind of preparedness that the government of Gujarat has already put in place, specifically in the port cities, including the areas of Devbhoomi, Dwarka, of Porbandar, of Kutch, as well as Jamnagar in the Saurashtra region as well. And in fact, we were also learning that the NDRF has also deployed extra four teams at least as of now that have been deployed from Gandhinagar to these particular areas that are going to Devbhoomi, Dwarka, Kutch and Jamnagar as well. So all these precautions are being taken because we are looking at how the gusting winds that are being predicted by the IMD and how that would really disrupt the livelihood of the people who are living in the low-lying areas. And that is why even in the Saurashtra region, although the currents are moving towards the Kutch area, even in the Saurashtra region, there are precautions being taken because more and more villages, in fact, in those low-lying areas that are being evacuated by the NDRF, by the State Department relief teams as well as the local authorities that have been, making these efforts to evacuate the people. And then, of course, the kind of warnings and the awareness that is being carried out, because we had seen since at least a week ago that the warnings had been given to the fishermen as well to not venture into the high seas. And that is why they had made sure that the signal numbers, in fact, had also been flagged off in those particular port cities.
All right, viewers, getting some breaking updates. Priyanka, I'm sorry we have to to move on because we're getting some breaking updates. Retail inflation has eased to 4.25% in May from 4.70% in April, and that's the details coming in. Now, this is Government of India which has spoken about the retail inflation. Let's go straight to Sharmila. Sharmila is joining us on the phone line. Sharmila, take our viewers through exactly why this is significant, because it's a 2-year low for retail inflation. Sharmila.
Yes, India's retail inflation, as we know, has cooled down to a 25-month low of 4.25% in May, straight down from 4.7% in the previous month, which is a great sign because the RBI governor has told us that they're watching the inflation figures closely and world over, and the headline inflation was likely to remain above 4%. But such a sharp drop in the indices is a great sign for India, which means the economy is stabilizing, and with the growth numbers in place, we only look forward to further correction in the coming months. And the inflation for the food basket was at 2.91% in May, which is lower than 3.8% in April, and the food basket accounts for nearly half of the CPI. So all in all, it's a very good input that we have got on the inflation numbers today.
Absolutely, Sharmila. So we are seeing that the data has been released by the Ministry of Statistics, and we have more data coming in fact. We also know that inflation remains unchanged at 0.51% in May. Take us through all the details coming in, Sharmila.
Yes, so last week the Reserve Bank had kept the policy rate unchanged at 6.5%, and they had said that they would keep a waiting watch until further changes are put in place. But now we see that the inflation numbers are eventually correcting, and which means that even for fuel and light, the figures have eased to 6.64% from 5.52% in April. So every digit that is coming out in this report is on the positive lines, and we can only see things moving ahead in a positive manner from here.
Right. So we're getting more details coming in. So what we see on our screens is more data coming in. Retail inflation easing to 4.25%. Let's go to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, who's joining us right now. Abhishek, what's the significance of this? Because we have seen a 25-month low of 4.25% in May itself. That's a big drop from 4.70% in April. Abhishek.
Well, that's a significant number. Remember, inflation is a marker of how easy or difficult life is for a common man or common woman, essentially because of how expensive or cheap things are.
All right, thank you, Abhishek, for getting us all those details on this big story we are tracking on Republic TV. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other story we are tracking here. And what we are seeing is a story which is very concerning. A Dutch YouTuber was allegedly harassed in Bengaluru. A video of the same has gone viral on social media. The incident took place in Bengaluru, where a Dutch citizen named Medro Mota was recording digital content on the street. Have a look, viewers, at what really happened.
A Dutch YouTuber by the name of Pedro Mota was harassed in the streets of Bengaluru in a shocking incident which has come to light via social media, where a video of him being harassed by a shopkeeper has gone viral. It is now being understood that Pedro Mota was covering the flea markets of India, and especially Chickpet, which is known for its leather artifacts and other things, and especially it is on display in Sunday as well, which is popularly known as Sunday Bazaar too. And while he was covering the streets and the flea markets of Bengaluru in the Chickpet area, it is being understood that he was going ahead and recording a video, at which point of time the vlogger was attacked by a shopkeeper who was there by the side of the road. And even though Pedro Mota goes ahead and greets him in the native language, going ahead and stating namaskara to him, the shopkeeper does not listen to him, harasses him. Initially he gets he starts abusing him, then he pulls him off and pushes him off on the ground, and Pedro Mota immediately immediately regains ground and rushes away from the spot, and he is also seen fleeing in this particular video as well. When the police were contacted, they have stated that they have not received any sort of complaint as well, but now they're looking through the details of this particular video to go ahead and identify the shopkeeper who got violent and rude with this Dutch vlogger as well, and they have stated that action will be taken against this shopkeeper too. But all said and done, this would definitely cast a light on the law and order situation in Bengaluru, especially on the Home Department as well, because it's already a new government in place too. So we'll have to see as to what sort of action will be taken as well, because it is also the duty of the government to make sure that the travelers and the visitors who come to Bengaluru as well as Karnataka feel safe when they are visiting the land of Karnataka. With video journalist Bhagat, Prajwal Prasad reporting for Republic from Bengaluru.
Viewers, much more coming up. 7 days after joining the restless protest, Kisan unions blocked Delhi-Haryana highway over MSP demand this time around. Plus, big controversy erupts in West Bengal over OBC communities list. NCBC alleges complete imbalance and a tilt toward Muslims in the list. Stay tuned.
New media for a new India. Congratulations, Republic, on going digital. I really look forward to the now familiar Republic agility when it comes to reporting the news, in-depth analysis, as well as investigative reportage, and of course, your famous debates with Arnab. It's going to be exciting days ahead, and I'm sure you're all ready for it. And we, the viewers, are ready to see what you've got for us. So all the best, Republic, on going digital.
Number 1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi, and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers, and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been been number one for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
A very good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi. And we begin this edition of the news with our top focus on a lot of action that's developing in from the state of Bengal. That, remember, is not just looking at the all-important panchayat elections just round the corner, but there are charges of appeasement also being levelled by the BJP against the Trinamool Congress government there. What is the merit behind those charges? We deep dive into that big exclusive in just a moment. But first up, the headlines on top of 6.
बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग.
It's a mega face-off over the pre-poll violence. The TMC downplays, they say, only a few clashes, not any large-scale violence, as the media is reporting. It's a big controversy in West Bengal over the OBC community's list. The NCBC alleging complete imbalance and a tilt towards Muslims in that list. Seven days after joining the wrestlers' protest, the Kisan unions now have blocked the Delhi-Haryana highway. Their demand is on the increase in the MSP.
बजरंग, जो भी आंदोलन होगा उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे आप?
देखिए, मैं ये बोला, हम पहले भी खड़े थे और आज भी खड़े हैं, आगे भी खड़े हैं, क्योंकि हम खुद किसान फैमिली से आते हैं.
24 hours after the wrestlers joined the farmers' stir in Haryana, it's another attempt now to hold Delhi to ransom. The IOA all set to hold the Wrestling Federation of India elections on July the 4th. Brij Bhushan will be replaced. Mob attacks, soldiers survived. The CCTV is also accessed, but even after 48 hours, only 2 have been arrested. And the Prime Minister holds a review meet. The IMD says Biparjoy will become an extremely severe cyclonic storm in the next 12 hours. And breaking news that's just coming in, we are learning that the NIA now has sought more information on the London attack on the Indian High Commission. It has also sought the help in identifying the vandals who were involved in that particular attack. Our colleague Abhishek joining us right now on the phone line. He has more details. Abhishek, what more do we know about this?
Deepthi, viewers would remember that on the instructions of the Union Home Ministry, the NIA had taken over the case, the National Investigation Agency, and in fact there was already an FIR filed by the Delhi Police Special Cell, again on the instructions of the Ministry of Home Affairs under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is India's anti-terror law. And subsequently, as I mentioned, NIA had taken over because it seems preliminary investigation pointed to a terror link with the Khalistanis, possibly backed by the Pakistan-based ISI. And that is the reason why perhaps the government decided that this has to be taken seriously. In fact, subsequently, we saw that NIA team had traveled to London and looked at up close what exactly happened, what led to the protests. Now what has happened is, as part of the ongoing investigation, NIA has released some CCTV footage which they must have gathered while in London. And in the CCTV footage, you can see the vandals moving, coming, and participating in the violence. And the purpose of releasing these videos is that the NIA sources tell us that they want these vandals to be identified. So both here in India and abroad and wherever, they have come out with this video footage and said that anyone who can help us identify any of the vandals, please tell us, because we are going to book them. This essentially shows that India is willing to investigate a crime which has actually happened on foreign soil. But then remember, in terms of diplomacy, the Indian High Commission happens to be Indian territory, and that's why the government of India and our agencies have a right to investigate the case, and that's the law which is being used, and that's why an anti-terror case being investigated against the Khalistani vandals who had made an attempt to bring down India's flag, the tricolour, which was very courageously prevented by one of the staffers who got injured in the melee, but the fact is that it was taken seriously at the highest level. We saw the Minister, External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, saying this is not something you do to the India of today. And subsequently, we have seen investigations picking up first by the Delhi Police Special Cell and now by the NIA, and this footage being released to ask everyone who can identify these vandals to help the NIA piece together the background of these people and then to take the investigation forward.
All right, Abhishek, for the moment, thank you so much for breaking down the details of that big story. So the NI, they're all set to probe what happened in London. These are images now that have been released to be able to identify the attackers who've been captured on camera. And now let's shift our focus to the other big story that we are tracking closely. This is again coming in from Bengal, where there is a fresh centre versus a state face-off. If you're wondering why, this is about discrepancies in granting of the OBC status under the state list in West Bengal. Now, what has happened is that the National Commission for Backward Classes chairperson here says that out of the 179 OBC groups that have been identified by the state in the state list, about 118 belong just to the minority community, the Muslim community. They also say that there have been complaints that Bangladeshi immigrants, also some Rohingyas, have been included in this particular list that has been put forward by the government there. Now, what the commission is also probing now is that the state needs to fix the problem. They say, why was this done? Was this an oversight or there is a design to this? The West Bengal state government till now has not responded to these charges that have been out in the public domain for some time now. But what we'll also do now is put out the entire story for you. I also have BJP's Dilip Ghosh joining us on the broadcast for his very first response to the story right now. Dilip da, how would you respond to what has happened? क्या आपको लगता है कि जानबूझकर ये जो तमाम लिस्ट ओबीसीज को लेके बनाई गई है उसमें माइनॉरिटीज को ज्यादा तवज्जो मिली है, माइनॉरिटीज को ज्यादा इसमें खुश करने के लिए ममता बनर्जी ने इस तरह का कदम उठाया है? बीजेपी का क्या चार्ज है?
जी बिल्कुल, ये बंगाल में कम्युनिस्ट का जो राज था उन लोगों ने ये शुरुआत की थी। हमारे संविधान में कई धर्म का आधार पर संरक्षण नहीं है, आरक्षण नहीं है, लेकिन बंगाल में जो ओबीसी है उसमें मुस्लिम को पहले 108 जाति निकाला गया, उनको बनाया गया और उनको कैटेगरी ए बनाया गया, और हिंदू कम्युनिटी का जो लगभग 87 जाति है उनको कैटेगरी बी बनाया गया। बाद में और कुछ जातियों को फिर मुसलमान समाज से लेकर के जोड़ा गया। 90% मुस्लिम बंगाल में जो है आज ओबीसी कैटेगरी में आते हैं, जो कि संविधान के अनुसार एक गलत है, गैर कानूनी है, और उसी को बढ़ाया जा रहा है। और इस मामले में ना तो ओबीसी काउंसिल से कोई बातचीत हुई है, ना कोई सलाह मशवरा, अपने मर्जी में यहाँ घोषणा कर दिया गया और वीडियो ऑफिस में एक स्पेशल ऑफिसर रखा गया जिन्होंने इसको अंजाम दिया, और उन्होंने स्पेशली मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के लोगों को ओबीसी बनाने के लिए जो कार्रवाई करनी है, ऑफिशियल कागजात बनाना है, वो सब किया और उनको घोषणा कर दिया गया ओबीसी कैटेगरी ए। इस प्रकार से गैरकानूनी ढंग से यहाँ आरक्षण चल रहा है और बहुत प्रदेश में तो ओबीसी का लिस्ट अभी क्लियर नहीं है, उनको आरक्षण घोषणा भी नहीं हुआ है, जबकि बहुत बड़ी कम्युनिटी देश में है जिनको मिलना चाहिए।
अब दिलीप घोष जी, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि एक तृणमूल कांग्रेस से भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को इस समय फोन लाइन पर लाएं ताकि सीधी सीधी ये बात हो पाए, क्योंकि जो आप चार्जेस लगा रहे हैं ये बहुत बड़े हैं। अब जो माइनॉरिटी कमीशन है वो ये भी चार्ज लगाता है कि इसमें शायद बहुत सारे रोहिंग्यास, बहुत सारे इमिग्रेंट जो बांग्लादेश से आए हैं और शायद गैर कानूनी तरीके से आए हैं, कहीं उनको तो भी ममता बनर्जी ने शामिल नहीं कर लिया गया है। लेकिन सवाल ये भी उठता है कि बार बार आपको क्यों लगता है कि ममता बनर्जी के ऊपर अपीजमेंट का चार्ज लगता है? और ऐसे समय में जब 2024 का चुनाव इतना नजदीक है, ये सवाल बहुत गंभीर है कि किस मकसद से या किस फायदे के लिए इस तरह की लिस्ट सामने आई है?
नहीं, देखिए, जो कि देश में व्यवस्था है, आप संविधान कानून को ताक में रखकर केवल पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट के लिए इस प्रकार डिसीजन लेंगे, जो कतई मान्य नहीं है। अगर आपको किसी को देना है इस प्रकार, तो उसके लिए आपको बकायदा साइंटिफिक वे में इसका इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए, एविडेंस होना चाहिए, और सारे भेजना पड़ेगा काउंसिल को। फिर उनको लगेगा कि ये ठीक है, उनकी जो आधार है, जो रीति रिवाज कानून है, उसका आधार पर वो तय करेंगे इनको देना चाहिए। फिर वो पार्लियामेंट में बिल आता है, उसका आधार पर बिल पास होता है और फिर उनको ये दर्जा मिलता है। पिछले 6 महीने पहले से भी बिल पास हुई है साउथ में 1-2 जातियों को, और ट्राइबल आधार पर उनको बिल पास कराया गया। सारे पार्टी ने उसको समर्थन किया, वो बिल पास हुई और उनको वो दर्जा मिला। ये व्यवस्था होती है, ये एक सिस्टम है देश में, लेकिन उसको एकदम बाजू में।
लेकिन दिलीप घोष जी, एक सीधा सवाल भाजपा से भी है कि बार बार ये मेजॉरिटी वर्सेस माइनॉरिटी करके किसको फायदा मिलता है? अब तृणमूल कांग्रेस का बार बार ये भी कहना है कि बीजेपी इसलिए इस तरह की बात उठाती है ताकि एक रिवर्स पोलराइजेशन हो और हिंदूज कंसोलिडेट हो भाजपा के फेवर में। क्या बीजेपी भी इससे गेन करती है?
नहीं, देखिए, बात पहले एक तो कानून की बात है। आप संविधान कानून नहीं मानेंगे तो प्रतिवाद का नाम विरोधी के रूप में हम करते हैं, पहले भी करते थे, लेकिन हमारा ताकत कम था, कोई नहीं सुनता था। आज हम उठे, जबकि बंगाल एक बॉर्डर स्टेट है, सीमावर्ती प्रदेश है, और यहाँ काफी मात्रा में घुसपैठ हो रही है। पहले घुसपैठिए आते थे, अभी रोहिंग्या आ रहे हैं, और एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम खाली यहाँ नहीं, बंगाल होकर के पूरा देश में वो फैल चुके हैं। यहाँ से उनको आधार कार्ड मिल जाता है, के बाद रेशन कार्ड मिल जाता है, और उसको लेकर के दूसरे प्रदेश में जाते हैं, वहां भी पकड़े गए हैं, हजारों की संख्या में रोहिंग्या हैं, और उनको गाड़ी में लाकर दूसरी जगह बसाया जाता है। काफी दिन के बाद, फिर 1-2 महीने के बाद गायब हो जाते हैं। तो देश की सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत बड़ी खतरा भी है। कोई विदेश से आ जाए और उसको यहाँ और कानूनी परिचय पत्र मिल जाए, ये कहाँ तक समर्थन योग्य है? देश के लिए खतरा है, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है। तो बार बार हम तो उठाएंगे उसके विषय।
ठीक है, दिलीप घोष जी, thank you sir for speaking to us right now. We are still to hear from the Trinamool Congress on those very, very grave charges. But what the BJP tells you fairly and squarely is that these are attempts only and only directed at appeasement. The Trinamool Congress on the other side has also been saying that the BJP unnecessarily has been provoking and, talking about such issues. They've been raising such issues, and they've been alleging that there is nothing sinister in this particular list that the state has released so far. But what really are the problems of the state's backward commission? What are the charges? And is there an appeasement tint here or not? Before we get in our reporters to break down that story for you, let's quickly bring up everything that you need to know on this story and why this could become a huge poll issue come 2024.
There is a new storm brewing in West Bengal. This after the National Commission for Backward Classes flagged off irregularities in the OBC list issued by the state. This comes in the back of complaints which said that Muslim immigrants from Bangladesh are reaping the benefits of reservation.
पश्चिम बंगाल में 2010 तक 108 जातियां ओबीसी में थी, अब उसमें बढ़कर 179 जातियां हो गई है, 66। ये बड़ी संख्या में मुस्लिमों को ओबीसी में लिया गया है। हालांकि मुस्लिमों को ओबीसी में लिया जाता है, उसका ओबीसी आयोग विरोध नहीं करता है। हम उनका सम्मान के साथ में उनका आरक्षण जारी रखेंगे, लेकिन जिस तरीके से बंगाल में जो इनबैलेंस हो गया है, कुल वहाँ पर जो जातियाँ हैं 179 है, 179, उसमें से 118 जातियाँ मुस्लिमों की हैं ओबीसी, और ये जो बढ़ाया गया है और 61 जातियाँ हिंदुओं की है।
The center has pointed towards the imbalance in the list.
एक CRI नाम की उनकी एजेंसी है सरकारी, कल्चर रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट के नाम से काम करते हैं, उससे बड़े वरिष्ठ अधिकारी थे, उनके सुझाव पर ये इंक्लूड करते रहते हैं। उनका सुझाव क्या है क्या नहीं, हमने जब जानकारी ली, उनके पास में ऐसा कोई डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है, ये ओबीसी होने का प्रमाण नहीं है, फिर भी उनको ओबीसी में लिख देते हैं।
Mamata government is yet to respond on the allegations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And from that big story to the other big story, this is about the entire protest. Remember, it started in the wrestlers' protest, and you also have the farmers in this. Some said there is a lot of politics here. So what really is going on? Is this a repeat of the farmers' stir that the nation had seen earlier? Now, the farmers from the states of Haryana, from the state of Punjab earlier, have blocked the National Highway 44 as a part of these protests over the demands for the government to offer a better MSP in its procurement of their harvest of the sunflower seeds. What we've seen earlier is that hundreds of these farmers streamed onto the national highway. This happened near Kurukshetra in Haryana, waving flags and holding placards. If you look very carefully at these images right now that are playing on your screens, somewhere possibly you might also notice Bajrang Punia. Now, he joined these protests and he says there is a common cause because we are stirring against injustice that have been leveled at both the wrestlers and the farmers. But before we cut across to our colleague Amandeep, who's joining us live right now from Kurukshetra, this is also earlier what we heard from Rakesh Tiket on what these protests are all about.
इन किसानों की बात मान लो, हाईवे पे ही तो लाठी मारी थी। उन्हें छोड़ दो किसानों को, इनसे बातचीत शुरू कर लो, MSP पर खरीद शुरू करवा दो। दो ही तो सवाल है। अब भाई पुलिस ने रोक के क्यों नहीं? भाई पुलिस रोक लेती है, ये तो वहीं बैठ जाते जहाँ पुलिस रोकती। अब यह पुलिस ने रास्ता दिया, खोल के लगा नहीं, आगे चले जाओ, आगे चले जाओ। अब तो क्या करें?
नहीं तो लगता है कि पुलिस अगर
रोकती तो रुक जाते हम तो वहीं।
अब किस तरह से ऐसे बातचीत आगे बढ़ेगी?
आ जाए प्रशासन आओगा, कोई ना कोई बात करेगा, यहाँ की कमेटी से बात कर ले।
और जिस तरह से लेबर में प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, तो क्या आप लोग वहाँ से भी आह्वान कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का, क्योंकि कई किसान नेता जो है जगह
कहाँ पे? नहीं, वहाँ का एक अलग इशू है, लेकिन बता दिया कि वहाँ पे लोगों ने वो घेर लिया।
सूरजमुखी का क्या मुद्दा है?
सूरजमुखी 64 रुपये केजी के हिसाब से सरकार ने रेट घोषित किया, उस पर कम पे खरीद नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये इशू है। उस पर खरीद हो तो यही इशू है, और जो नेता बंद हैं उनको रिहाई करे किसानों की।
बाकी पे MSP ठीक मिल रही है, बाकी जो मसले
ना और पे भी नहीं मिल रही, कम मिले हैं।
खट्टर साहब से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
खट्टर साहब से ये भाई जिसका रोड़ा है अपने को निपटा ले से। अभी तो सूरजमुखी का है तो सूरजमुखी का निपटा ला, आगे देखी जाएगी।
कब तक टिकैत साहब यहाँ बैठने वाले हैं?
क्या पता कब तक बैठेंगे भाई, भूत का और लड़ाई का क्या पता कहाँ मिल जाए, कितनी देर में हो रहा उतरे।
हाईवे जाम रहेगा टिकैत साहब?
जाम कहाँ कर रहे हैं, हम तो बैठे, जाम तो हम करते ही नहीं।
So we just heard from Rakesh Tiket, who says what's wrong? We are protesting because we have a just cause. But Amandeep has also been reporting for the last many hours. He's at a point in Kurukshetra right now, and I think at some distance from this protest, because the protest got a little bit unruly, Amandeep. They had a problem with a lot of people asking them some questions and also asking that how and why do they believe that they can just come, land on a highway, block roads, something that they've done, I think last year also.
Well, absolutely, Dipti. The same pictures, the same things are being repeated, and in fact, this time in Haryana's Pipli, in Kurukshetra district. All of sudden, Dipti, when just Rakesh Tiket has finished his address in this Mahapanchayat, they have given the call that let's move to National Highway and block the National Highway till our demands met. And in fact, after 2 p.m., it's almost, the time was 2:15 p.m. when these all farmers started climbing towards the flyover in the National Highway in Pipli itself, and since then till now the highway remained blocked. I will show you the isolated pictures of National Highway just because I am at a distance of around 1 kilometer from the protesting sites. Dipti, it is completely unruly and uncertain. The situation is very much uncertain for the media persons also, just because they started attacking the media persons, just because the media started questioning the protesters that why you are blocking the National Highway. And now from at around 1 kilometer we are reporting, and you can see the visuals. The isolated National Highway leading from Amritsar to Delhi is remain completely blocked. Dipti, this is just 1 to 1.5 kilometer chunk that was blocked by the farmers. They are sitting on the flyover and even the down road also. And in fact, with the flags, with tractors, trolleys, they have blocked both the sides of that flyover and parked their tractors and the trolleys. And in fact, now they have started arranging their food and the shelter also to remain there. The most surprising part is that nobody from the government or the administration came down to negotiate the talks. Dipti, if we just unfold the entire sequence of this protest is, in the morning around 11 a.m. this Mahapanchayat started in the grain market of Pipli. And even Bajrang Punia, almost at 12:30 or 1 p.m., Bajrang Punia, international wrestler, he has just joined the protest and he opened the unconditional support to the protesters. And in fact, he say he will in future will definitely support the farmers on their own cause. And within 15 or 20 minutes, he left the place. And in fact, after that, Rakesh Tikath came there, he addressed the gathering, and later they held a meeting and in fact blocked the highway. This is how the entire sequence has unfolded during the day. Yes, Dipti.
Okay, Samandeep, what we'll do is, because you've mentioned about Bajrang Punia, why don't we make way to quickly listen into what we heard from him? Because clearly people will say that what is a wrestler doing in a farmer's protest, like we asked earlier, and is there a larger political game here at play? Let's listen into what he said, Amandeep.
बजरंग, एक दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो एविडेंस मांगा है उस केस का, उसके बारे में
दिल्ली पुलिस ने ऑडियो वीडियो मांगा है। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, अगर कोई किसी आदमी कोई किसी लड़की को रूम में लेके जाता है, उसको ये बोलता है कि आप वीडियो बनाइए, ऑडियो बनाइए, और जब लोग सबूत भी सामने, जो गवाह हैं वो सामने आगे बोल रहे टीवी के सामने, जो लड़कियां 7 लड़कियों ने कंप्लेंट दी, इससे ज्यादा सबूत और क्या चाहिए? ब्रजभूषण से किसी ने सबूत मांगा है?
आगे की रणनीति क्या है?
वो 15 के बाद पता चल जाएगी।
It's time for us to quickly head into a break. Right now, on the other side, we are putting our focus on all the preparedness for Cyclone Biparjoy. The Prime Minister earlier has held a review meeting, and the IMD says that this could possibly become an extremely severe cyclonic storm. How ready are we? We get you ground reports on the other side.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Let's get you this quick news alert. In fact, coming in from the state of Madhya Pradesh right now, also the first images on your screen of a major fire that reportedly broke out at the Satpura Bhavan in Bhopal. Efforts are still underway to ensure that this fire is doused. This building houses a lot of state government offices, and this has been on now for the last few hours. You're looking at multiple fire tenders that have been on the spot trying to douse the fire. Thankfully, there hasn't been any loss of life and everyone was safely evacuated. But there is some bit of damage that the authorities are also reporting. Right now, efforts are on to ensure that this fire is brought under control as soon as possible.
The Amity Law School, ranked among the top 10 in India, educates some of the most brilliant students who get recruited by top law firms and go for higher studies to leading universities like Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge and UCL.
To apply, visit amity.edu.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the last 6 years. And in these 6 years, you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us. And we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda. And now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on digital this July. Republic is #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital.
I'm thoroughly looking forward to Republic going digital. Ever since it was launched in 2017, it has asked some of the most unabashed questions, stayed ahead of the curve, and is today #1 in every language that it is in on television. And once again be the predominant digital network, not just for India, but for across the world. Congratulations, Republic, and here's waiting for you to go digital.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Farmer unions holding a protest march blocking the Haryana-Delhi highway, this time over MSP. And 24 hours after the wrestlers joined the farmers and gave their support, the protesters led by Rakesh Tiket once again trying to hold the national capital to ransom. Getting you details also from Bengal, one of the headlines where a big face-off on the Panchayat election violence that is being reported. The BJP slamming Mamata Banerjee, Trinamool Congress trying to downplay what's being reported. And more Aurangzeb posts coming up, police making fresh arrests. Who continues to provoke on Aurangzeb is the big question in Maharashtra. The big headline around Cyclone Biparjoy, Prime Minister holding a review meeting. IMD has issued an orange alert for Gujarat. 56 trains have been cancelled. Some more breaking news coming. Some more breaking news now coming in. The NIA has sought more information on the London attack on the Indian High Commission, has sought help in identifying the London High Commission vandals. In fact, the NIA put out a detailed press release and also released this video. This video which shows the attack aftermath on the Indian High Commission. The full video as released by the NIA while asking for more details is on your screen right now. The CCTV footage has also been released. The NIA saying that the CCTV footage of the attack by anti-national elements on the High Commission of India in London, which happened on the 19th of March 2023, is uploaded. And as can be seen in this particular video, the NIA asking for all members of the public to provide any information regarding the persons seen in the footage to the NIA in public interest. They've also put out a number, and the number provided by the NIA is 72900. In fact, it's 729009373, and that the identity of the informant shall be kept secret. And this is a CCTV footage that has been issued by the NIA, and it's a long sequence that they've released that shows what happened on the 19th of March. Several of these attackers are seen very, very clearly in this video. It's a long video, so we'll just fast forward that a little bit. This is the back view. There is another front view. We can see different people from different angles. And what we will also do is we'll go across to Abhishek, who will join us on the phone line. And that's another angle of that video.
of the attack on the Indian High Commission in London. Abhishek is joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, shouldn't be hard to identify these attackers, should it? I mean, I'm sure this video is out. Their faces can be seen clearly. It has different angles. Is there a challenge that India is facing in identifying these attackers?
I believe, Niranjan, this is a certain process that is being followed. Remember, this is an extra jurisdiction investigation in the sense that while the High Commission of India in London happens to be territory of India as per the Vienna Convention and diplomatic protocol, these people are standing on land which is British territory. So obviously, keeping that in mind, the CCTV footage is essentially gathered by the NIA while they went to London to investigate the case. It should not be very difficult to identify it because, again, when it comes to London, there are pockets where you have various communities. And so, for example, it would not be a surprise if a good number of these people are residents of Southall, for example. But I'm saying this is just an example. The fact of the matter is, this process that is being followed actually underscores India's will to punish anyone who takes on our territory, our High Commission, our properties, particularly the manner in which our tricolor was manhandled and treated. It was prevented from falling on the ground by the courage of a staffer who got injured, one diplomat who got injured, but the entire process of the Ministry of Home Affairs ordering an investigation, first by the Delhi Police Special Cell, then handing it over to the NIA, and the NIA team going to London, gathering evidence, investigating on the ground, collecting this material, including the CCTV footage, which is now released today, and then seeking information on these vandals based on the CCTV footage, essentially sends across a message that you don't mess around with us anymore. We have seen, for example, in the case of Sydney in Australia this month, the Khalistanis were denied a place to carry out a referendum, and it ended up being a very wishy-washy affair. And similarly, the manner in which we have taken the message to the Canadian establishment about their indulgence with Khalistani. So I think a coordinated attempt happening with whole of government approach, with investigation being launched to look at what's happening in London. I think we are basically sending across a message that the kind of indulgence sometimes we see in the name of freedom of expression with these separatists, with these anti-India elements from those foreign soils, be it in London or Paris or Berlin or Canberra or Ottawa, I think all that has to stop now, or at least India would be taking it seriously and carrying out its own investigation. There could be a fallout also, Niranjan, if these people are identified and if they are OCI individuals like citizens of Indian origin, and then if they want to come and have visa, their visas can be cancelled and put in abeyance. So I think a lot of methodical, proper...
Abhishek, stay with me. I think Rashmi Samant is also joining us. Rashmi Samant, in fact, was there at London when the attack took place. Rashmi, you were there. The NIA has put out the entire sequence of events. In fact, it's a very detailed footage that they've now released in the public domain. Runs into several hours. It shows several hundreds of these Khalistani supporters on the streets. You were there. Why don't you tell our viewers what you saw when you were in London?
Well, definitely, I think that entire week was extremely disturbing. It started with a bunch of Khalistani supporters pulling down the flag, maliciously so, and it looked like they had a very well thought of plan. They knew how to get there, they knew what time, and they knew how to actually get there and remove the Indian flag. So it looked well thought of, and the group was definitely looking for trouble. And in the following days, we saw very concerted efforts to bring together Sikhs from different parts of the UK. We saw buses being arranged, people coming from all different corners in established buses, people having food arrangement, transport arrangement for them to just show up to a protest. So it was very organized, and there was definitely a lot of pre-planning, and I think it deserves to be investigated in the strictest way possible, because you never know what were the ulterior motives. We don't know if this was the end goal, or if they meant to cause much more harm. And I think the Indian High Commission is a source of pride, and this is a safe haven for all Indians abroad. in the United Kingdom, and any sort of discomfort that the High Commission faces, any sort of an attack that it faces, needs to be investigated. The sort of attitude displayed by the British police in the first few days, as we know, was not very...
Oops, just lost the line there with Rashmi Sawant. There are 5 videos released by the NIA. There is one video that is about 27.5 minutes, a second video of 17 minutes, a third of 45 minutes. In all, 38 minutes of footage in the fifth sequence that we have. Runs well into about 3 to 4 hours. Rashmi Sawant is back. In fact, they tried to target you, didn't they, Rashmi? Perhaps sensing that you were filming them as well. I remember we remember trying to reach you from our newsrooms, and they were pretty violent, and as can be seen in these videos.
Yes, I mean, they were pretty violent and they were aggressive, and there was an active effort to identify Hindu women and be rude to them or indecent to them. So it was very unsafe. And to feel that way, in front of your own High Commission is, I think it's a matter of shame that, we've had to go through that, and there are malicious elements trying to make us feel unsafe. There was clearly, they didn't want anybody filming them, because they know they're committing a crime. They know what they're doing is not okay. So anybody trying to film them, anybody trying to hold them account for what they're doing, they were clearly very aggressive about these things, and it was a very unsafe place to be as a Hindu woman and as a general Indian, I think. So it was a very dangerous and very unsafe feeling to be there on that day.
Okay, Rashmi, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. The NIA, in its video gallery, is asking for any details that anyone may have of the attackers seen in some of these videos. In fact, the third video is not a CCTV footage. It's a general video of the Indian High Commission. That's the Indian High Commission in the window that you see in the middle of your screens. CCTV footage of the attack by anti-national elements, Khalistani elements to be precise, from the High Commission of India in London took place on the 19th of March this year, uploaded by the NIA. All members of public requested to provide any information regarding the person seen in the footage to the NIA in public interest. Asking for information also to be provided on a WhatsApp number. I'm repeating the number here in public interest, 729 000 9373. We'll play out some of those videos once more on different angles where you can see them. You can clearly identify them. You can see that they're getting violent in some of these videos. The number is 729 000 9373. Let's move on and get you some other news now. Getting the latest alert on Cyclone Biparjoy, 56 trains have been cancelled in the affected areas of Gujarat from tomorrow, that's Tuesday, till the 15th of June. 95 trains will remain cancelled due to the effect of the cyclone. Earlier in the day, the Prime Minister also held a review meeting on Cyclone Biparjoy. The Prime Minister has asked for every possible measure to be taken to ensure evacuation of people living in vulnerable areas. For now, the Union Home Ministry reviewing Cyclone Biparjoy situation 24/7. 12 NDRF teams have been deployed. 15 more are on standby. The IMD DG meanwhile has issued an orange alert for the 14th of August and a red alert for June 15th for all districts. And according to the IMD, the landfall will begin on the 15th of June and will move towards the north to northeast direction. IMD also appealing people to stay at safe locations meanwhile.
खास तौर पे वहीवटी तंत्र द्वारा जो लोग भयजनक मतलब जो नीचान वाले क्षेत्र में जो लोग रहते हैं उन्हें शेल्टर होम में शिफ्ट किया गया है। साइक्लोन इफेक्टेड एरियाज़ में इसी प्रकार से शेल्टर होम हर एक तालुका में बनाए गए हैं, वहाँ पे इन लोगों को शिफ्ट किया गया है और सभी प्रकार की व्यवस्था वहाँ शिफ्ट किए गए लोगों के लिए की गई है। कुल मिला के 4000 परिवार जितने लोगों को शिफ्ट करना है, हमारा 50% से ज़्यादा काम शिफ्टिंग का हो गया। आज रात तक हम लोग शिफ्टिंग का पूरा जितना शिफ्टिंग करने जैसे जो लोग हैं, जो क्षेत्र है, वो क्षेत्र से लोगों को शिफ्ट कर लेंगे रात 1.5 लाख देर रात तक हम लोग उसमें कामगिरी समाप्त करेंगे। उनकी मेडिकल व्यवस्था, उनकी खाने की व्यवस्था और जो कोई आवश्यक चीज़ें हैं उनकी व्यवस्था की गई है। ये सभी क्षेत्र के अंदर ख़ास तौर पे जो राशन की दुकान सरकारी होती है वहाँ पे पर्याप्त राशन भी प्रोवाइड किया गया है और सभी जगहों पे समय सर राशन पहुँच पाए उसकी भी व्यवस्था की गई है। बिजली, पानी और रोड, ये सभी व्यवस्थाओं के लिए भी टीम बन चुकी है और सभी टीम अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में कामगिरी कर रही है। एनडीआरएफ की 2 टीम द्वारका को एनायत की गई है और 2 एसडीआरएफ की टीम एनायत की है। द्वारका में कोस्ट गार्ड ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है। द्वारका में दूसरी भी टीम पर्याप्त यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है।
साइक्लोन विपर्जय एक एक्सट्रीमली सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म जैसे ईस्ट सेंट्रल अरेबियन सी और इसका आसपास जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट अरेबियन सी वहाँ केंद्रीभूत है। पोरबंदर से लगभग 300 किलोमीटर दूरी पे दक्षिण पश्चिम हिस्सा में ये केंद्रीभूत है। ये धीरे धीरे लगभग 5 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा स्पीड में उत्तर की दिशा में बढ़ रहा है और ये 14 तारीख सुबह तक उत्तर दिशा में चलेगा आसपास। इसके बाद इसका दिशा परिवर्तन होगा और वीक भी धीरे धीरे थोड़ा होगा और एक वेरी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म जैसे विथ विंड स्पीड ऑफ 125 to 135 km/h, गस्टिंग टू 150 km/h, सौराष्ट्र कच्छ कोस्ट और इसके आसपास पाकिस्तान कोस्ट को हिट करेगा 15 तारीख नून के आसपास। सो ये जो विंड स्पीड है 125 से 135 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा और गस्टनेस से 150 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, ये विंड स्पीड में लार्ज स्केल डैमेज हो सकता है। जो थेटेड हाउस है, जो टीन हाउस है, एस्बेस्टस हाउस है, ओल्ड पक्का हाउस है। इसके साथ साथ जो टेलीफोन लाइन्स, इलेक्ट्रिक लाइन्स, टेलीफोन पोल्स एंड इलेक्ट्रिक पोल्स बेंडिंग हो सकता है, डिस्टर्बेड हो सकता है और बड़े बड़े ट्री अपरूटिंग हो सकता है, ट्री ब्रांच ब्रेकिंग भी हो सकता है और जो होर्डिंग्स वगैरह होते हैं वो सभी प्रोजेक्टाइल जैसे मूव करके ह्यूमन बींग्स को और व्हीकल्स वगैरह को भी अफेक्ट कर सकता है। ये विंड के अलावा
Okay, so let's go across also to Mr. Mahesh Palawat of SkyMet joining us on the phone line. Mr. Palawat, your agency is also tracking this very closely. What is the threat that you foresee from this cyclone as it moves towards Gujarat? Can you hear me, Mr. Palawat?
Hear you?
Yes, go ahead, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah.
As of now, it is an extremely severe cyclone and it is moving in northerly direction. And sea conditions are favorable. Temperatures are around 31 degrees. As it will move in upper latitudes, sea surface temperature will start decreasing and dry winds will also enter the system, leading to degeneration. Some intensity, it will lose some intensity and it will recur to northeast direction from morning of June 14th. And by afternoon on June 15th, it is expected to make a landfall over northern parts of, you can say, northwest Gujarat as a severe or very severe cyclone. So wind speed will be 130 to 40, gusting to 150 km/h. Almost, so we can say that potential or damage is very high to life and property, but life can be saved because already we have IMD and SkyMet and other agencies have sounded the warning. And relief camps are already setting, but the property damage cannot be controlled. So we advise people to stay in their homes from evening of June 14 until evening of June 15. After making landfall, it will start degenerating as the moisture in present will deplete, leading to rapid degeneration of the weather system, and it will move in northeasterly direction over Sindh and adjoining parts of West Rajasthan as a well-marked low pressure area. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Palawat, for joining us with your inputs there. The SkyMet team also tracking the situation very closely. Also, of course, highlighting the need for people to be evacuated as far as SkyMet is concerned. And also the government authorities in Gujarat are moving at least 7,500 people. That's the update that we have, that they moved 7,500 people to safer places. They put in place an elaborate evacuation plan in Gujarat as a powerful cyclone in the Arabian Sea appears set to hit the western state on the 15th of June. In 3 days from now, with winds gusting up to 150 km/h. We also have our teams live there. Priyanka was live. We'll try and see if we can get her live once again. She's traveling to the locations, the districts along the coast. Let's move on and give you some more breaking news updates that are now coming in. In fact, these are latest pictures of the Ram Mandir that are now coming in. And these are pictures, the Ram Mandir, of course, expected to be completed before 2024. Now, the different dates that are doing the rounds, in fact, in January 2024 is when it is expected to be completed. And the date officially that we have is January 2024. And we've been getting glimpses of it every now and then. These are more pictures that have come in, exclusive pictures accessed by my colleague Abhishek Kapura, Senior Executive Editor. Abhishek, why don't you take us through these pictures? Of course, anticipation also building as we see these pictures and videos every once in a while.
Pictures which essentially show that the ground floor of the entire complex, temple complex, is ready. So essentially what we are seeing is that over the last couple of years, the basement, the digging up work, the leveling work, the landfill work, everything was done, and then the plinth happened, and then subsequently we have seen the first floor, or the ground floor actually, not first floor, the ground floor coming up. It's going to be a 3-floor structure, and after completion of the temple foundation, the raft and the plinth, and now in the now the Bansi Paharpur Rajasthan stone placed on the ground floor, and the speed with which work is happening now. These are first pictures which show, Niranjan, the temple really taking shape with all the pillars and the other masonry work that has happened. After completion of this, the next floor would be done. You can already see, for example, the mandaps coming up, the arches coming up, and the entire complex is going to be about 380 feet and in length, 250 feet, in width, 161 feet height, which includes the 5 mandaps and the shikhar. And we are told that, as you were mentioning about the date, in the month of January, possibly 22nd of January, the idol of Ram Lala is going to be placed, consecrated, and that's going to be a big occasion. I believe once the first floor is complete, the other work would be carried out in a manner that this can be sanitized, and even as the rest of the work continues, this can be opened for devotees, and thus the inauguration possibility in the month of January for the Ram temple, which is really coming up at a fast clip, the pictures of which we are getting for our viewers.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with those inputs. More and more pictures giving us a sense of the development that we are seeing as far as the construction is concerned. Of course, moving at a rapid pace, expected to be inaugurated in January 2024.
I was delighted to learn that Republic TV is going digital this July. They have made nationalism and patriotism so very popular with the people of India. But I'm sure in the times to come, they will also transform the narrative at the regional and the global level. I wish Republic TV all the very best. Jai Hind!
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic #1 on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been
number one for the last 6 years. And in these 6 years, you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us. And we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda. And now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on Digital this July. Republic is number one on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been number one on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on Digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the number one channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us number one. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the number one channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on Digital this July.
Republic has been number one on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on Digital this July.
Number one on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on Digital this July.
Lava continued to spout up inside Hawaii's second largest volcano, the Kilu volcano. It began erupting from Wednesday after a 3-month pause. The organization's Hawaiian Volcano Observatory detected a glow in Kilu summit webcam images on Wednesday, indicating a new eruption. Before that, it last erupted in January, with activity stretching into March. Hawaii tourism officials urged tourists to be respectful when flocking to get a glimpse of the latest eruption of Kilauea, one of the world's most active volcanoes. The USGS said that the current eruption is expected to continue. The lava flows are expected to remain confined to the surrounding crater and summit. Agency report for Republic TV.
The Amity Law School, ranked among the top 10 in India, educates some of the most brilliant students who get recruited by top law firms and go for higher studies to leading universities like Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge and UCL.
To apply, visit amity.edu.
Republic number one on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing number one news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, number one on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, number one on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been number one on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry. And now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic number one on TV, now soon on digital this July.
been number one for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic, number one on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic TV number one on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic number one on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been number one for the last 6 years. And in these 6 years, you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us. And we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda. And now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on digital this July. Republic is number one on television, now soon on digital this July.
के बाद रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क जो भी चैनल लेकर आया जिस भाषा में, वो बना नंबर 1। इंग्लिश, हिंदी, बांग्ला। इस जुलाई रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क लेकर आ रहा है एक नया तूफान, रिपब्लिक डिजिटल। दोस्तों, अब खेला हो गया।
पहली बार रिपब्लिक का डिजिटल अवतार, रिपब्लिक डायरेक्ट, रिपब्लिक डिजिटल।
A very good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. On the biggest story tonight, we are putting our focus on two very, very important stories. The first is a story that you see a redux of almost every election, whether that is a state assembly election or even a panchayat election. Violence has become synonymous with West Bengal, and mind you, this is political violence. This is even more dangerous. You have people losing lives, there are ballot boxes that are literally stolen. And again, you have this story being reported in the run-up to the big panchayat elections in the state of West Bengal. Who really today is spreading this violence? We deep dive into that subject, also keeping you ahead on the big farmers' protests right now that have travelled from Delhi. They've moved to the border of Haryana and Punjab. And interestingly, you have wrestlers joining the farmers' protests. So that story also will be out of focus in just a moment. But first up, the headlines that we begin the show with. The farmer unions have held a protest march. They've also blocked the Haryana-Delhi highway. The issue here is the MSP of sunflower. 24 hours after the wrestlers have joined the farmers, these protesters led by Rakesh Tiket are holding Delhi to ransom. It's a major face-off in the Bengal Panchayat poll violence. The BJP slams Mamata Banerjee, but the TMC says, why is the media wanting to overplay what's going on? It's a big controversy in Bengal over the OBC communities list. The NCBC is alleging complete imbalance. Also a tilt towards Muslims in that particular list. The TMC is silent. Also, the NI now has released CCTV footages of the Khalistani attack on India's High Commission in London. They want more information on who these attackers were. More Aurangzeb posts come up. The police is making fresh arrests. The question we here continue to ask at Republic: who's provoking using Aurangzeb? Also, the Prime Minister holds a review meet. The IMD issues an orange alert for Gujarat. About 56 trains already have been cancelled. First up, let's get you more details about this big Kisan protest that continues. People say this is a Kisan protest. We also saw wrestlers there. The farmer unions are all said to be meeting shortly. The highway blockade by the farmer unions led by Rakesh Tikait continues. We also have Amandeep joining us live right now, and he has also been tracking that story. Amandeep, what more do we know about this particular meeting? Who are the unions participating, and what is expected?
Well, Dipti, so far there is no communication from the side of the farmers, neither from the side of the government. The situation is still very much similar, and in fact the farmers were sitting in the middle of the road, which is impacting a complete traffic jam on the national highway, which I can show you. This is almost from 1.5 kilometers away from the protesting site, and in fact you can see the visuals. The entire national highway leading to Delhi has been completely blocked and into a traffic jam just because the farmers have completely blocked the national highway on the flyover and in fact under the flyover as well. And so far, Dipti, there is no such communication from the side of the farmers. Either they are going to lift the protest or not. And even the government is also still remain silent. They are not coming out of any kind of negotiations with the farmers as well, just because there are two specific demands of the farmers. Number one, that purchase should be on the MSP of sunflower seeds. Number two, release the farmers who had been arrested on June 5 following the protest, and including among that arrested people there was a leader of BKU, Gurnam Singh Cheduni, who was also arrested in that protest also. Withdraw the cases and purchase of sunflower on MSP. These are the two demands, but so far there is no response from the government side that either they are going to hold any kind of conversation with them. Rakesh Tikait or any Kisan union or any committee that has been constituted by these farmers following this Mahapanchayat. And situation, Dipti, still remains same. It's 2:15 p.m. when they have blocked the national highway leading to Delhi from Amritsar, and in fact now it has been crossed 7 p.m. Almost 5 hours. The national highway has been completely jam-packed by the traffic, by the vehicles, and in fact there is no such vehicle movement at the stretch of almost 4 kilometers. And the people are taking the link roads and the state highways and even from the villages to move towards the Delhi or to move towards the Chandigarh or Amritsar. And in fact this is visuals are in front of you, and farmers are camping in the middle of the road. They have parked their tractors and the trolleys. They have blocked the highway from both the sides. Nobody is allowed, and there was no Dipti police deployment to take care of any kind of law and order situation. Government is still on the silent mode, and in fact the farmers are waiting to have any kind of talk with the government. So the situation is still very much similar, and nobody knows, and in fact it is very much uncertain. It's because the farmers are in a large number sitting on the roads, and in fact they are not ready to vacate the road at any cost till the time the government will not negotiate the talks with the farmers or accept their demands. Yes, Dipti.
Okay, but Amandeep, a lot of people today are raising questions on the timing. Also the fact that you have wrestlers. We've seen Bajrang Punia, part of that crowd. He spoke to you a little earlier. But what we'll also do, Amandeep, is before we carry forward this entire conversation and ask those all-important questions, there's a fresh reaction that has just come in from Rakesh Tikait. Amandeep, we listen into that and then I come back to you.
क्या लगता है टिकैत साहब की मानने की सरकार की प्रेशर? पता नहीं भाई, क्या पता भाई सरकार मानने की नहीं मानने की क्या पता। और हाईवे तो जाम कर ही नहीं रहा, क्या हाईवे तो खुल रहा, गाड़ी चल रही भाई, गाड़ी चल रही है ना सब जगह, चल रही सब जगह गाड़ी चल रही।
7 बजे आपने बताया कि कोई मीटिंग
होगी,
किसके साथ?
अपनी आपस में।
अच्छा, तो उसके बाद डिसीजन लिया जाएगा आगे क्या करना है?
डिसीजन
प्रशासन से कोई बातचीत
नहीं, आज तो नहीं प्रशासन, अभी तो नहीं।
प्रशासन ने पहले नहीं की सर, आज
है जी, सुबह ही तो 2 बार मीटिंग हुई, अब नहीं हुई।
तकीर साहब, आपके आने से पहले, किसानों के आने से पहले पुलिस ने पूरा तामझाम सजाया हुआ था, बैरिकेटिंग की हुई है, पूरे हरियाणा से फोर्स बुला रखी है। जब
और वहाँ रोक लेते तो हम तो वहीं रुक जाते।
टिकैत साहब, अभी तक कोई बात हुई प्रशासन से?
अभी कोई बात नहीं।
वो आप लोगों ने क्या मन बनाया, बैठेंगे?
और क्या मन बना, क्या बैठे हुए तो मन तो
देखिए दूर से लोग आए हुए हैं।
हाँ।
आज रात को जाएंगे, रुकेंगे,
आ जाएंगे, कल फिर आ जाएंगे। फिर आ
तो
जाएंगे।
यहीं डटेंगे आप भी? किसान
और कहाँ जाएंगे?
आप भी यहीं डटेंगे?
हाँ, यही रहेंगे।
So that's a reaction, Amandeep, that just came in from Rakesh Tikait a few minutes earlier, where he spoke about that meeting that begins at 7, and he does say कि कल दोबारा आएंगे. So this is obviously something that is going to be continuing for the next few days. But I today want to know more about the timing. You know, is the timing suspicious? When was this call for the protest given? And what was Bajrang Punia really doing there? And what is the common connection if this is not about politics and this is not about making it a huge political issue in the run-up to the big elections of 2024, Amandeep?
Well, absolutely, Dipti. Somewhere down the line, we can connect the 2024 general elections with these kind of protests, just because the agenda is very much clear against the BJP. It is not about the government. It is not about the Khattar government. It is not about the MSP. They are just trying to find out any kind of excuse to just hold a protest against the BJP till 2024. And in fact, if we just connect the dots after wrestlers' protest, now Mahapanchayat, it was all connected to each other. Just because all of a sudden Bajrang Punia has open his support to the Mahapanchayat, and before that he had never seen in any kind of protest of these farmers, just because this is not the first protest they are holding either in Haryana, either on Punjab or in Uttar Pradesh or in Delhi. Bajrang Punia or any of the wrestlers have never participated in any kind of farmers protest, but today he just came out, he spoke from the stage, he addressed the people saying that I am the son of the farmer, I can understand the pain also, so I am here to support you, and even we will extend our support unconditionally, and even we will further also in future also we will continue our support to the farmers as well. So this is the lines he has spoken in his address as well, and all of a sudden and within 20 minutes, Dipti, he left from that place and in fact went back to Delhi as well. So this somewhere down the line, if we just connect the dots from all these things, so their prime target is the BJP, and their deadline is 2024 general elections. Just because Rakesh Tikait sitting here and running the agenda or holding the protest, all of a sudden after Gurnam Singh Charuni has been arrested, who was leading the farmers protest in Haryana, and in fact Rakesh Tikait has given the call for the Mahapanchayat, and that Mahapanchayat will be held at Haryana itself with the demand of MSP on MSP purchase of sunflower. But Dipti, the main point is, what before this? Either this issue has cropped up right away, the MSP purchase is not happening since years, and in fact Khattar government is into the 4th year. Even in 2024 there is assembly elections due in the Haryana, in the state of Haryana as well. This MSP purchase of sunflower seeds is not the current issue, it was happening earlier also, but all of a sudden this protest happened, and the impact is national highway blocked for 5 hours, and there is a long traffic queues here in national highway. Yes, Deepthi.
Oh yes, and Amandeep, I think everyone who believes that this is for those 10 Lok Sabha seats in Haryana is again feigning ignorance, because the story is far bigger. It has the potential to become a huge political story. There is clear amount of political backing behind these protests, as you have seen earlier during farmers' protest, then during the wrestlers' protest also. But right now, Rakesh Tikait saying that we are having a meeting with the other unions and we are coming back tomorrow. For the moment, Amandeep, thank you. And now to the other big story that we are tracking. We are moving away from what's happening near the Punjab-Haryana border to take you away to the other end of the country. That's in Bengal. Now, in Bengal, every election, remember, becomes synonymous with a lot of violence. And this is not plain, simple violence. This is political violence. This is violence that is supported and abetted by different political parties. And in the run-up to the big panchayat elections in the state of West Bengal, you are seeing a rerun of what happened during the 2018 polls also. Now, before we get you more reactions that have come in possibly from all sides, just look at these 3 different images right now on your screens. Coming in from East Bardhaman to a temple also that was under attack, as the BJP claims, to what happened also in Ramnagar. And the Union Information Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur says that Bengal is burning. He is laying the entire blame for whatever is happening in Bengal today at Didi's doorstep. He also says that this is a government that believes in violence. This is a government that believes in corruption. The reason why it's going to be ousted, it's getting really nervous. And the question we are asking, in the light of all these images that you see on your screens, can there really be a fair poll in the state of West Bengal? First up, the reaction from Anurag Thakur.
उस बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग। वो बंगाल जो कभी जाना जाता था सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी के लिए, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के लिए, रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी के लिए, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के लिए, उसी बंगाल का नाम आज बदनाम हो रहा है। हिंसा की बात करें तो वहां पर देखने को मिलता है कि हिंसा, तुष्टीकरण, अराजकता, भ्रष्टाचार बंगाल का न्यू नॉर्मल बन गया है। ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं क्योंकि वहां पर फिर पंचायती राज के चुनाव आए, फिर आम जनमानस पर हिंसा होनी शुरू हो गई। और मैंने नड्डा जी का नाम लेकर इसलिए याद करवाया कि यहां पर नड्डा जी आए तो आप सबने हजारों फूल बरसाए, लेकिन बंगाल में गए तो वहां पर हिंसा देखने को मिलती है। ये अंतर है। मित्रों, मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, बंगाल इसीलिए नहीं कट मनी के लिए भी जाना जाता है। बंगाल आज नकद के बदले नौकरी के लिए भी जाना जाता है। सफाई कर्मचारी की नौकरी चाहिए तो 4 लाख दे दो, क्लर्क की नौकरी चाहिए तो 5 लाख दे दो। ये ममता दीदी से लेकर लालू जी तक यही है। यहां नकद के बदले नौकरी, कैश फॉर जॉब, तो दूसरी ओर लैंड फॉर जॉब, जमीन के बदले जॉब। ये लालू जी के जमाने में वहां पर होता है। ये सरकारें ऐसी है जहां पर भ्रष्टाचार उनके ऊपर चिपका हुआ। और भ्रष्टाचार की बात मैं इसलिए करता हूं, 10 साल पहले देखेंगे तो यूपीए की सरकार में एक के बाद दूसरा भ्रष्टाचार नजर आता था, लेकिन मोदी सरकार के पिछले 9 साल उठाकर देखिए, ईमानदार सरकार नजर आती है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व।
Violence is being overplayed by the media. So far, 1 person only has died, and few cases of crashes have taken place. It's not large-scale violence as is being made out. That's not right.
The National Human Rights Commission has deployed. There is special.
That is, National Human Rights Commission has become an extension of the government. They work on Amit Shah's instruction. Nothing, no human.
आज उसका नाम हिंसा, भ्रष्टाचार, अत्याचार, मारपीट और तुष्टीकरण के लिए जाना जाता है। ये न्यू नॉर्मल वहाँ का बन गया है और इससे पता चलता है कि चुनाव जीतने के लिए, किसी हद तक भी उतरने के लिए वहाँ की पार्टी, सत्तारूढ़ दल तैयार रहती है।
सर, प्रियंका गांधी मध्य प्रदेश।
So that, I think, is another fresh reaction that has just come in from Anurag Thakur, and before that you also heard the TMC's Saugata Roy. I want to get in Ishan, who's been tracking that story right now, and he joins us live. Ishan, a number of questions today will be asked of the ruling Trinamool dispensation. What is discomforting is not this response that has come in from Saugata Roy, Ishan, who says just one person has died, what's the big deal? Why is, media making such a hue and crisis about this? On the other side is also the question today that a lot of people as voters would be asking that in the light of all this violence, in the light of what happened in 28, in the run-up to the panchayat elections, can there be free and fair polls in Bengal? Ishan.
See, Dipti, the question which you are asking is being asked right now in whole West Bengal by all the opposition parties. Saugata Roy, as he was putting it, like only one death has been reported or only one person has died so far. So is it like this, that one person's death in this run-up for the panchayat election is a futile thing? Saugata Roy is an MP, as an elected MP to the Lok Sabha. The people of West Bengal sent him by electing him to the Lok Sabha, and such a public representative, can he make such a statement that only one death has happened, only one death has occurred, only one death is a futile thing for him? For a public representative, a veteran politician like Saugata Roy, this question is being asked by all the opposition political parties in West Bengal, Dipti. And the other thing which you were asking, that what is the situation here in West Bengal, whether the opposition parties or the common people are feeling confident that the elections will be free and fair. This thing is now in the jurisdiction of Kolkata High Court. The Kolkata High Court Chief Justice is hearing this matter, and the Kolkata High Court, in its observation, has clearly said that it wants central forces to be deployed. It favors central forces to be deployed for the security and safety of the common people and the voters. But after the day-long hearing in the Kolkata High Court, the hearing is over now, and the verdict is reserved. The whole West Bengal is now waiting for the verdict of the Kolkata High Court to come out. Dipti.
Okay. All right. So will the courts intervene? Now we'll wait and watch what happened, Ishan, on that big story. But for the moment, thank you so much for getting out all that, backstory to that very, very disturbing images that continue to come in from the state of Bengal. And with that, it's also time for us to quickly head into a break right now. On the other side, we are putting our focus on another story that really has become a big campaign. It's been 48 hours, but just 2 arrests have been made by the cops in Tamil Nadu. Also, a Dutch vlogger is harassed. He's physically assaulted in Bengaluru. The police say the accused in the case now stands arrested.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India, and now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic #1 on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic
Republic has been number one for the last 6 years. And in these 6 years, you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us. And we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda. And now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on Digital this July. Republic is number one on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been number one on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on Digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the number one channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us number one. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the number one channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on Digital this July.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Let's quickly get you this news alert coming in. The Border Road Organization's rescue vehicle and passengers in Sikkim. We've seen heavy rainfall washing away a portion of the Singtam Dikchu Road in Sikkim. This happened early Monday morning, after which there were also images of a Bolero vehicle with passengers on it nearly washed away. But then it got stuck in some boulder that came down in the rock slide, and this is where the BRO intervened, and their personnel successfully rescued the driver and the 4 passengers who were trapped inside this vehicle. The BRO later was also seen clearing the road, and the movement resumed towards afternoon, and that's the image that you see on your screens.
Republic has been number one on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on Digital this July.
The Amity Law School, ranked among the top 10 in India, educates some of the most brilliant students who get recruited by top law firms and go for higher studies to leading universities like Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge and UCL.
To apply, visit amity.edu.
Number one on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on Digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's number one news channel, and then we became India's number one news network. Today we operate the number one channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's number one on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been number one for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories, stories that matter. We have changed the face of Indian television journalism, and now we are about to do the same on digital. Republic on Digital this July.
on television, now soon on digital this July.
For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. The Indian Olympic Association announced today that the Wrestling Federation of India elections will be held on July 4th. They further added that the Justice Mahesh Mittal Kumar, former Chief Justice of Jammu and Kashmir High Court, has been appointed as returning officer to conduct the elections. According to sources, the elections will replace former WFI Chief Brij Bhushan. High drama was witnessed in Hooghly ahead of Panchayat polls in West Bengal as BJP MP Locket Chatterjee was stopped from visiting nomination centre by police officials. Chatterjee was stopped by the police from entering the BDO office in Pandua during nomination filing by a BJP candidate for Panchayat polls. Union Minister and BJP leader Anurag Thakur hit out at the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress for the increase in violence ahead of the upcoming Panchayat elections in the state. According to Thakur, violence and corruption are new normal in West Bengal.
बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल चल रहा है, साथ ही चल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग। वो बंगाल जो कभी जाना जाता था सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी के लिए, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के लिए, रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी के लिए, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के लिए, उसी बंगाल का नाम आज बदनाम हो रहा है।
Amid reports of violence during preparations for the local board elections in West Bengal, its governor C.V. Ananda Bose warned that no violence will be tolerated, urged all stakeholders to ensure peace and harmony in society. Following the incidents of violence reported in the state ahead of the Panchayat election scheduled for July 8th, BJP MLA Sumantu Adhikari said that deployment will be done as per needed.
बंगाल का पुलिस किस तरीके से पार्टीजान सिस्टम में काम कर रहा है, ये तो ऑलरेडी साबित हो गया। इसलिए गांव पंचायत चुनाव निष्पक्ष कराने के लिए सेंट्रल फोर्स और कोर्ट का मॉनिटरिंग ये वेरी एसेंशियल है। स्टेट इलेक्शन कमीशन को टीएमसी ने अपने फ्रंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बना दिया, इसलिए वहां से कुछ रिलीफ बंगाल की डेमोक्रेसी में मिलने वाला नहीं है।
All district magistrates and police superintendents in Bengal have been asked to ban large gatherings around all Panchayat election nomination centres. According to an official, the State Election Commission directed officials to impose prohibitory orders under Section 144 of the Code of Criminal Procedure to ensure that the nomination process is held safely. After the incidents of violence during filing of nomination papers for Panchayat polls, TMC said that it was BJP, CPM and Congress who tried to disturb the law and order of some West Bengal places. He further added that TMC is taking a look into the matter while claiming the situation is normal now. Members of the Kisan Union blocked the Delhi-Haryana National Highway as a protest for the procurement of sunflower seeds at the MSP of Rs 6,400 per quintal. The Bharatiya Kisan Union leader Rakesh Tikayat called the Haryana CM. He called him out and he has demanded the purchase of produce at MSP. He also demanded the release of the farmer leaders arrested during the protest a few days ago.
सूरजमुखी 64 रुपए केजी के हिसाब से सरकार ने रेट घोषित किया, उस पर कम पे खरीद नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये इशू है। उस पर खरीद हो तो यही इशू है, और जो नेता बंद हैं उनको रिहाई करें किसानों।
बाकी पे एमएसपी ठीक मिल रही है, बाकी
ना और पे भी नहीं मिल रही, कम मिले हैं।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे
खट्टर साहब से ये भाई जिसका रोड़ा है अपने को निपटा ले जाए। अभी तो सूरजमुखी का है तो सूरजमुखी का निपटा ला, आगे देखी जाएगी।
Hundreds of farmers today blocked Chandigarh Delhi highway near Pipali in Kurukshetra district, demanding MSP for sunflower seed and the release of farmer leader Charuni. Now the protesting farmers claimed the state government was not buying sunflower seeds at the MSP and they were forced to sell their produce to private buyers at around 4,000 per quintal against 6,400 MSP. For now, the highway is open and BKU leader Rakesh Tikayat said that they will come tomorrow again. The protesting wrestlers who have been demanding action against Brij Bhushan have now come in support of the farmers. This comes in the backdrop of farmers who have once again resumed protest against MSP.
आए हैं और हम भी किसान परिवार से, हम भी जो किसान हमारे भाई खड़े हैं रोड पे, हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं।
क्या आगे भी आप सपोर्ट करेंगे रेस्लर्स इस किसान पंचायत को?
देखिए, पहले भी जब किसान प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था तब भी हम साथ खड़े थे, अपना समर्थन देने के लिए आए हैं और हम भी किसान परिवार से, हम भी जो किसान हमारे भाई खड़े हैं रोड पे, हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं।
क्या आगे भी आप सपोर्ट करेंगे रेस्लर्स इस किसान पंचायत को?
देखिए, पहले भी जब किसान प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था तब भी हम साथ खड़े थे। देने के लिए आए हैं और हम भी किसान परिवार से, हम भी जो किसान हमारे भाई खड़े हैं रोड पे, हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं।
क्या आगे
PM Modi reviewed the situation related to cyclone Biparjoy, which is likely to hit the Kutch region of Gujarat on Thursday. PM Modi directed senior officers to every possible measure to ensure that people living in vulnerable locations are safely evacuated by state government and to ensure maintenance of all essential services such as power, telecommunication, health, drinking water. He further directed for 24/7 functioning of control rooms. Indian Met Department sounded an orange alert for Gujarat due to the cyclone. Cyclone Biparjoy is expected to make landfall on Gujarat and Pakistan coastal areas on Thursday, but its impact has begun, coupled with the monsoon onset in the region. As per officials, the wind speed may climb up to 150 kilometers per hour. A day after several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, received rainfall, the Indian Met Department issued a yellow alert for Kutch and Saurashtra ahead of cyclone Biparjoy. The cyclone has intensified into a cyclonic storm in the Arabian Sea.
It will be moving nearly northward till 14th morning, and then it will change its direction. It will move then northeastwards towards our Kutch, Saurashtra Kutch coast, and then 15th morning it will be reaching near coast, and by 15th noon it will be crossing the coast.
Section 144 has been imposed in coastal areas of Kutch ahead of the likely landfall of cyclone Biparjoy in the area on June 15th. All schools have been ordered to be closed. An IMD release mentioned of some storm surge warnings in Kutch, Devbhoomi, Dwarika, Porbandar, Jamnagar, Morbi districts of Gujarat. The release said that a storm surge of about 2 to 3 meters above the astronomical tide is likely to inundate the low-lying areas of the districts during the time of landfall. Waves up to 25 feet seen at the coast of Dwarika, all the ports of Kutch, Devbhoomi, Dwarika and Jamnagar districts. Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi also inspected preparedness to deal with the impending cyclone Biparjoy in Devbhoomi, Dwarika district and the preparedness of different wings of the central government and the Gujarat administration.
खास तौर पे वहीवटी तंत्र द्वारा जो लोग
भयजनक, मतलब जो निचान वाले क्षेत्र में जो लोग रहते हैं उन्हें शेल्टर होम में शिफ्ट किया गया है। साइक्लोन इफेक्टेड एरियाज़ में इसी प्रकार से शेल्टर होम हर एक तालुका में बनाए गए हैं, वहाँ पे इन लोगों को शिफ्ट किया गया है और सभी प्रकार की व्यवस्था वहाँ शिफ्ट किए गए लोगों के लिए की गई है।
Several parts of Maharashtra, including Mumbai, received rainfall on Sunday evening. High tidal waves and gutsy winds hit Mumbai, while other coastal parts of state also witnessed strong winds as cyclone Biparjoy intensified into a cyclonic storm in the Arabian Sea. The cyclonic storm also impacted flight operations in the region. Air India has put out a statement saying some of its flights running from Mumbai will be delayed due to closure of runway because of inclement weather. The Indian Met Department has forecasted rain and thunderstorms in India's financial capital today. The statement from the airline comes at a time when cyclone Biparjoy, which has turned into an extremely severe cyclonic storm, is brewing in the Arabian Sea and is expected to make landfall on the western coastline on June 15th. In a view of cyclone Biparjoy likely to make landfall near Chakao port in Gujarat on June 15, a yellow alert has been issued for Mumbai and Thane. According to scientist and head of IMD Sunil Kamble, cyclone Biparjoy is currently about 500 to 600 kilometers away from Mumbai. While sorties are being progressed for the evacuation of all the personnel, Indian Coast Guard advanced light helicopter airlifted 11 personnel off Dwarka to Okha in Gujarat. This comes in view of cyclone Biparjoy likely to make landfall in Gujarat. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair a meeting with ministers of disaster management of the states and union territories on Tuesday. A day-long meeting will be attended by Union Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla along with senior officials of the Ministry of Home Affairs. According to party state president Rajiv Bhattacharjee, BJP President JP Nadda will address a rally there in Tripura on June 17th. His rally will mark the beginning of the party's campaign for the Lok Sabha elections next year. He further added that the event is being organized as a part of the countrywide campaign of the BJP to celebrate 9 years of the NDA government at the centre. BJP chief JP Nadda attacked the Congress, calling it a dynastic party of Ma, Beta and Beti that lacks ideology and makes compromises to grab power. Setting the tone for the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, he compared the cadre-based BJP with the family-oriented non-BJP parties and said the focus of his party is on service, good governance and welfare of the poor.
सारी पार्टियां अब परिवार की पार्टी में बदल गई। अब आप कांग्रेस पार्टी की बात करेंगे तो कांग्रेस पार्टी भी अब माँ बेटा बेटी की पार्टी रह गई, बाकी सब सुनने की चला गया। ये मैं आपको इसलिए सुना रहा हूँ कि आप भाग्यशाली हैं कि आप ऐसी पार्टी में हैं जहाँ प्रजातांत्रिक तरीके से विचारों के साथ जुड़ करके आपको काम करने का मौका मिलता है। ये आप
Delhi's Patiala House Court refused to grant transit remand of two alleged operatives of Khalistan Tiger Force, Amritpal and Amrik Singh, to Punjab police, stating that the application is belated. The two accused are currently in judicial custody in an NIA case. Gangster Khan Mubarak died during treatment at District Hospital Hardoi. He was admitted to the Hardoi jail due to ill health. He is also known as the shooter of Chota Rajan. Khan Mubarak has also been a gangster among Mukhtar Ansari, Atiq Ahmed, Brajesh Singh Munna, Bajrangi. The Punjab police formed a special investigation team today to probe the case of students' deportation from Canada. According to sources, Ludhiana Range IG Kaustubh Sharma will head the probe. A case pertains to about 700 students who are facing deportation on account of the fake offer letters that were provided to them by the agent in Jalandhar. A shocking incident at Dutch YouTube was allegedly a YouTuber. He was harassed in Karnataka's Bengaluru. The video of the same has gone viral on social media. Now, the incident took place in the Chickpet area of Bengaluru when the YouTuber, a Dutch citizen named Pedro Mota was recording a vlog on the streets of the city. The accused, identified as Nawab Hayat Sharif, has been arrested by the police after a complaint was filed against him. Shiv Sena leader and Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde held a meeting with the party in charges from 15 states at Radisson Blu Hotel. In the meeting held for the first time outside Maharashtra, Shinde interacted with Shiv Sena in charges from states including UP, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar and Jharkhand. Noted British rapper Stephanie Allen, also known as Stefflon Don, paid tributes to slain Punjabi singer late Sidhu Moosewala on his birthday by visiting his family home in a village in Punjab's Mansa. Stephanie Victoria Allen, known by her stage name as Stefflon Don, was spotted attending the candle march in tribute to Moosewala along with Moosewala's parents. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has coined a new phrase called fertilizer jihad. Recently at an event for the development and implementation of national farming in Guwahati, a chief minister said that they have conveyed their resolve to fight against fertilizer jihad during their election campaign. Viewers, time to get to all the global action that we are tracking here. NIA agency released CCTV footage of the 19 March attack by anti-national elements on the High Commission of India in London, and they have also seeking more information regarding the attackers related to the attack and has appealed to the public to provide information regarding the people seen in the CCTV footage. Silvio Berlusconi, the boastful billionaire media mogul who was Italy's longest-serving premier despite scandals over and allegations of corruption, died at the age of 86. Lava could be seen sprouting up inside Hawaii's Kilauea volcano. Kilauea, Hawaii's second largest volcano, began erupting after a 3-month pause. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un expressed his intention to hold hands with Russian President Vladimir Putin in order to strengthen strategic cooperation with Russia and achieve their shared objective of constructing a strong nation. Kim's message to Putin on Russia's National Day defended his decision to invade Ukraine and showed unwavering full support and solidarity. Authorities closed beaches in Pakistan's coastal city of Karachi and ordered fishermen back in anticipation of cyclone Biparjoy. Restaurants near the beach were closed due to avoid loss of life, leaving the waiters there without any work. Prior to the PM Pushpa Kamal Dahal trip to China, coordinated efforts have been made to bring Nepal's communist parties together. According to reports, Prachanda has stated that he plans to visit China in July or early August. U.S. State Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for the U.S. to send more firefighting help to Canada so that smoke does not overwhelm New York and other cities on the U.S. East Coast like it did last week. 3 people were killed and 3 wounded in a shooting at a house in Maryland's capital, Annapolis. A police chief told that the shooting stemmed from what he described as an interpersonal dispute and there was no further threat to the public. Former Papua New Guinea Prime Minister said police charged him with providing false evidence in an inquiry into a multi-million-dollar government loss on an investment deal. O'Neill, who remains a lawmaker in the Pacific Island nation's parliament, denied the charges. Billionaire investor turned philanthropist George Soros is ceding control of his $25 billion empire to his younger son, Alexander Soros. Soros' business holding including his non-profit Open Society foundations. It's time for all the sports action, viewers, that we're tracking on Republic TV. The blockbuster Indian-Pakistan match, during which ODI World Cup later this year, is set to be played in Ahmedabad on October 15th, citing draft schedule of the tournament shared by BCCI with ICC. The report said India will play their campaign opener against Australia in Chennai. A 2019 World Cup finalists, England and New Zealand, are set to face off in the tournament opener on October 5th. Following their side's ICC World Test Championship win after defeating India in the final, star Australian batter Steve Smith and Travis Head celebrated their win in style. Smith took to his Instagram to post a story of him standing near the Oval's honours board, where they registered their names after their centuries in the first innings. Indian batter Shubman Gill will face sanction for his criticism of the umpire's decision over his dismissal on the fourth day of the World Test Championship final, while Australia and India have been handed over big fines for maintaining a slow over rate during the title match. India were outmaneuvered by Australia in the big match and lost by 209 runs at the Oval. Former England captain Michael Vaughan he wants a slow over rate fine to be changed following the World Test Championship final between Australia and India, saying fines do not work. Legendary Indian cricketer Sunil Gavaskar slammed the Indian team, especially star batter Virat Kohli, for poor shot selection. Overall disappointing performance with the bat, which saw them crumble in the opening session of the final day of the ICC World Test Championship final. Former India batter Akash Chopra has said that India's issues lie somewhere else and not with the captaincy following their 209-run defeat at the hands of Australia in the final of the World Test Championship at the Kennington Oval in London. Australia's head coach Andrew McDonald said that his side are ready for the upcoming Ashes series against fierce rivals England following their 209-run victory over India to clinch the World Test Championship title at the Oval. Forward Vinicius Jr. reported for duty with the Brazil national team in Barcelona. It is the 22-year-old's first international call-up since being racially abused in a La Liga game at Valencia in May. A 23-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic continued to extend his lead in the big title race as he clinched the French Open 2023 to become the first player to capture all four major trophies at least 3 times. And the trophy for the Women's Kabaddi League, which is going to be held in Dubai from June 16th, was unveiled in Indore. The tournament will be organized from June 16th to June 27th, in which 8 teams will participate.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the last 6 years, and in these 6 years you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us, and we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda, and now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on digital this July. Republic is #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV, now soon on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we are going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last.
Viewers, some breaking updates coming in, and it's a rather unfortunate news that we are reporting on from Mumbai. 5 people drowned in the sea at Juhu Beach. According to the BMC, out of 5 people, 1 was rescued and 4 are still missing. Search operations are currently underway. So 1 has been rescued by local fishermen before, and we know that some of them are still missing. 4 people are missing, 1 has been rescued and 5 people have drowned in the sea at Juhu Beach. Now the BMC is saying that according to the updates, they're saying that search operations are in progress, and they're also saying that high tide in seas are causing difficulty in the search operations for the 4 people who are still missing.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic #1 on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic TV #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 for the last 6 years, and in these 6 years you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us, and we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've set the nation's news agenda, and now we are ready for the big disruption on digital. Yes, so that you don't miss a moment of what's going on in the country and around the world. Republic on digital this July. Republic is #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic TV has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We broke the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. We disrupted broadcast news television in India, and now we are all set to go digital. Republic on digital this July.
For the last 6 years, Republic TV has been the #1 channel on TV. On television, day after day, night after night, you, the viewer, have been coming back to us for our investigative reports, our reportage from different parts of the country and the world, our opinions on TV that make us #1. And through our struggles and through everything that we've done to be the #1 channel on TV, it's now time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on TV for the last 6 years. In these 6 years, you've given us all your love that has only propelled us to grow more. We've reported in the most challenging circumstances from the most remote locations. And now it's time for digital. Republic on digital this July.
#1 on TV.
Now soon on digital, Republic on digital this July.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Republic TV has been #1 for the last 6 years. We've reported some of the biggest stories, stories that matter. We have changed the face.
Burning Question, powered by Samsung Fridge, Sharda University and NECC.
Political violence, uncontested victories, bombs, rigging, deaths. All this, remember, is synonymous today with the kind of politics that you're seeing in West Bengal. And not that it's happened right away. It's been on for the last many decades. Whether it was a left rule versus a Trinamool's rule, nothing much has changed. But who today is responsible for the violence that you're seeing being unleashed in the state of Bengal in just the run-up to the big panchayat polls? And that's the reason why that's going to be a burning question in just a moment. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Let's get kick-started this edition of the debate with the headlines first up. Farmer unions hold a protest march. They blocked the Haryana-Delhi highway over the MSP. "24 hours after the wrestlers joined the farmers, the protesters led by Rakesh Tiket now are holding Delhi to ransom."
उस बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग।
Anurag Thakur says Bengal is burning. It's a major face-off on the Bengal Panchayat poll violence. The BJP slams Mamata, the TMC obviously wanting to downplay what's going on. Another big controversy that's brewing in Bengal, this is over the OBC community's list. The NCBC is alleging complete imbalance and a tilt towards Muslims in the list. Who's trying to appease? The NI releasing the CCTV footage of the Khalistani attack on India's High Commission in London, and they want information now on who possibly were these attackers. More Aurangzeb posts come up. The police is making fresh arrests in Maharashtra. The question we continue to ask, who really is wanting to provoke on the issue of Aurangzeb?
औरंगजेब की फोटो उठाया तो मुझसे किसी मीडिया के लोगों ने पूछा कि इस पर तबसरा करिए। मैं बिल्कुल तबसरा करने तैयार हूं, मगर आप इसको ऑथेंटिकेट कर दो कि ये औरंगजेब की फोटो है।
The Prime Minister holds a review meet. The IMD issues an orange alert for Gujarat. About 56 trains are cancelled. Ladies and gentlemen, the year was 2003, exactly about 20 years ago. Do you know how many people lost their lives in the pre-poll violence and the violence during the panchayat elections? 70 plus. What has changed in the last 20 years? Not much. This figure might have come down a little bit, but the issue continues to remain about the unabated political violence that West Bengal and its politics today has completely become synonymous with. Now in 2018, the last panchayat election that we are talking about, this is an election that the TMC swept. Now, why is a panchayat election important? Because this clearly tells you that how strong is your connect with the grassroots worker, with the grassroots that's going to be voting for you in an assembly election, later also in a Lok Sabha election. Mamata Banerjee sweeps this election. But look at what also happened on the polling day. 13 people lose their lives, 50 plus are injured, there is widespread violence, there is bomb attack, booths are captured, there are allegations of rigging, and to top this all, 34% of the seats that were won by Trinamool were actually uncontested. This means that there was no one in the opposition to the Trinamool. Now, why did that happen? There were allegations raised against the ruling Trinamool Congress, being led by Mamata Banerjee, that there was so much violence, there was so much rigging, there was so much fear, that no opposition party could even come and fill their nomination forms. Now, 2018 definitely is not 2023. Things have changed. Things are changing. But in the run-up to the big panchayat polls that are just around the corner in the month of July, what has happened? We are seeing a redux of similar episodes. There are strong allegations being raised this time by the BJP. Not just the BJP that is based in the state of West Bengal, but the IMB minister here at the center says, and watch very carefully to what he says. He says Bengal is burning. He says Bengal is burning, there is massive corruption, there are allegations of rigging, and this is not going to be a free and fair poll come the 8th of July when the panchayat poll will really take place. How has the Trinamool Congress responded to these very, very grave charges? There is a TMC MP. His name is Saugata Roy. When asked about this pre-poll violence in his state, he says, so what? Why are you, as in the media, wanting to overplay this? He says only one person has lost his life. You should not overplay this story. So does this mean that more people need to die for the Trinamool to accept that there is pre-poll violence in the state of West Bengal and they have a possible direct link to this? Who today is responsible for what's going on in the state of West Bengal? And can there be free and fair polls in a situation like this? That's got to be a burning question. Before I introduce our panel of guests, let's quickly run you through all the action, the reactions that we've got so far, and then we debate.
5 days and at least 6 cases of violence. Just days ahead of the panchayat polls, West Bengal is burning. This as violence mars nomination process for the panchayat polls. At Barsol in East Burdwan district, CPM workers were stopped allegedly by activists of the ruling TMC. Soon violent clashes broke out, leaving workers from both parties injured. But for the TMC, it wasn't large-scale violence.
No, this violence is being overplayed by the media. So far, one person only has died. And few cases of clashes have taken place. It's not large-scale violence as is being made out. That's not right.
The BJP came down heavily on West Bengal government's high-handedness.
बंगाल में जहां ममता दीदी की सरकार हो, वो बंगाल जल रहा है, साथ ही जल रही है बंगाल की अस्मिता, बंगाल की पहचान, बंगाल की शान, बंगाल का नाम, और जलाने का काम कर रहा है ममता दीदी और उनके वहां के लोग.
So who's provoking Bengal? That's the burning question tonight. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And it's definitely not every day, remember, that you're talking of a panchayat election on a national channel. But why is this story important? Like I said, because the story has a history. The history that happened in 2003, the history that was repeated in 2018, what has changed in the last many years. I will say good evening to Priyanka Tibrewal, the spokesperson of the BJP. With us, Biswajit Deb is a spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress. It's really good to have Jayanta Ghoshal back with us. He is a senior journalist and he has some very strong opinions again on the entire issue. Jayanta, good to have you on the show. Along with Shikha Mukherjee, is also a senior journalist joining us. And before I come to both the journalists on the panel, let's quickly unravel the politics of this. Biswajit Debji, you're a spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, very senior. Now tell me something, when Saugata Roy of the Trinamool says the media is overplaying the story, so what? Just one person has died. There have been little instances of violence. Why are you going so all out against Mamata Banerjee? What kind of a response is that? How many people must die for the Trinamool to accept that this is a serious blot on your rule?
I would first of all like to react and give my response to what Mr. Anurag Thakur has said. Now, Mr. Thakur should understand what he said in the year 2020, 31st January 2020, against the protesters of CAA. His very statement
That's
was,
not the debate right now. Biswajit Deb, the very fact that the first sentence of your entire debate here has to be directed at sidestepping a direct question tells me that you're on a weak wicket.
A central minister.
Forget about Anurag Thakur right now. We are not debating what Anurag Thakur has said. I am just asking you, as a Trinamool Congress, you are ruling the state of Bengal for the last 3 terms, sir.
You opened the debate.
For the last 3 terms. Such images, do they not bring a shame to you? Don't you feel ashamed looking at all this?
And now he is criticizing Bengal. He is criticizing
Bengal. But who's ruling West Bengal right now? Is it not the Trinamool Congress? Is it not Mamata Banerjee as the Home Minister?
The organizational capacity. Now will you let me say? Will you let me say or will you continue? BJP doesn't have the organizational capacity to contest 80,000 seats. The Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti and Jila Parishad together is almost 80,000 seats. They don't have the capacity.
No, sir, 73. Correct yourself.
They are trying to spread violence.
No, but that can't be a justification for violence. No, Mr. Deb.
They are instigating their workers.
Is there a justification for violence?
You try to understand what I am saying. I am saying that TMC is not responsible. It is BJP. It is the BJP who is deliberately trying to spread violence, because the reason is they have understood that they will fail. They will again fail miserably.
So BJP is stoking this fire. The BJP is stoking the fire, Priyanka.
Violence. Yes.
And today the pot is calling the kettle black, is what Mr. Deb says.
Central force. The central
Are you equally guilty of creating a situation in West Bengal, Priyanka, as what the Trinamool is alleging?
Yeah, I got you very straight. I have answers one by one, so I will not waste your time like he did. So the gentleman didn't have answers, so he wasn't answering. Now you see, violence, murder, people not allowed to vote, intimidation, appeasement for a particular community. All these are the traits and characteristics of the TMC government here. Now my friend Mr. Biswajit here was saying that the opponents or the opposition, they do not have people so that we can contest in the following seats. But we have people here under their state where it is their police, their administration that we are provoking people. And they are doing nothing. They are helpless. So I really pity him for being such a government who cannot control violence, which is being spread according to him by the opposition. Now, see, there are irrefutable evidences which will speak for itself that any kind of unrest in the state of West Bengal, it is the TMC government which is responsible behind this, whether it was the Ram Navami procession, whether it was the post-poll violence, whether it was the violence of 2018, where more than 100 people lost their life, but the chief minister kept quiet, kept mum, she didn't utter a single word. Now, people losing their lives, booths being captured, people being attacked, the TMC government doesn't stop there. Females are being raped after the election results are announced. See, very proudly he will say that it is every time that we win, 2021 we won, 2018 we won.
75%. 75 to 80% of these allegations are false allegations.
Which was witnessed
75 to 80% of the allegations
were being raped,
false
the houses
allegations.
were looted
And
and
again,
set ablaze.
what you are doing
People
before the
were made
panchayat,
to leave
it is
their
just
home
a
for 2
repetition
years
of what
they
is
were
said
pulled by the
after
judiciary. They were pulled by
2021.
the High Court.
That is exactly what is
everyone
happening.
knows about the fame Mamata Banerjee has earned in 11 years.
Again,
She is a woman who the entire India knows as a woman who is sitting and doing only violence in West Bengal. As a chief minister, she was pulled by the NHRC. She was pulled by the National Commission. She was pulled by the National Commission, the National Human Rights Commission, the Women in Child Commission. What is happening here? Women being raped, houses being looted,
trying to spread violence.
See, this is what we see. What kind of arrogance these people have that for them only winning election
Priyanka and Mr. Deb to pull back.
doesn't matter. That's the reason that we have
this
to
is
go
what
to the
happens
judiciary
when there
for
is
each and
no clear
everything.
accountability.
And today
There is
also,
only
what did we
mudslinging
do?
right
We are
now.
just asking
But
the
Mr. Deb,
judiciary-
because the Trinamool has been ruling the state of West Bengal for the last 3 terms, sir, there are serious questions today being asked. If 34% of the seats are won uncontested, isn't that also a blot on democracy? Is that a healthy democracy that you allow to, prosper in the state of West Bengal?
80% of the seats, 80% of the seats in Tripura was uncontested. It was uncontested by
Vishwajit
BJP.
Dev, you are sitting in West
Tripura,
Bengal. Panchayat elections are here in West Bengal. Why are you so scared to speak about West Bengal?
You're looking for alibis, Mr. Deb, and this will happen because you clearly, I think, today are
under a better government.
okay. You don't have answers, which is okay. But there should be some bit of realization on our political parties today. Mamata Banerjee is going to be heading to Patna for a big opposition meeting. She obviously dreams to be the next prime minister, nothing less. And in a state like West Bengal, where you're looking at this, targeted political violence and a redux of it, Jayantoda, almost in every panchayat election. How serious and worrying is this? Because, voters today, when they look at these images, will say, oh God, are they going to be really free and fair elections?
Dipti, you are a very senior journalist, and I know that you are also witness of several elections in West Bengal. And at the outset, I must say that nobody can support violence in election, especially in West Bengal. I'm sorry to say that when Advani was Home Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, there was an IG conference. I don't want to go to the history, but the best boy on political violence that time, it was West Bengal. Not caste violence, not communal violence, but the political, so far political violence is concerned, West Bengal was topper. Later, I'm a non-resident Bengali based in Delhi for 40 years. Sushil Sindhe became Home Minister. Again, the same report. So the tradition of political violence, and especially in panchayat election, is on. And law and order is the state subject. I'm not saying, as your subject is that who is instigating. The Agatha Christie's story says that who is the beneficiary of the murder? The political violence, who is the beneficiary? BJP or TMC? In Bangladesh, Khaleda is issuing, BNP is issuing more on the violence than Awami League. Because the ruling party, they cannot be beneficiary of violence because they want to hide the violence. They want to downplay the people violence as you are giving the headline. This political violence in West Bengal is a pathetic, and whether it's a one man died or it is, as you said, 2003, 70 persons died, that quantity is not the issue. But the lumpen proletariats and the hooligans of CPM, they joined TMC and they are the labor force of electoral victory. This is very unfortunate, and Abhishek understood that, and Abhishek is like Saroj Mukherjee once upon a time started campaign that we want to Atto Shuddhi of CPM, the self-correction. And now Abhishek Banerjee is trying to campaign that we have to correct the fault lines. But it is true that this violence is condemnable, no doubt of it. But one point only, Dipti, I want to raise, that opposition, when Mamta was opposition, she won the election, defeating CPM, in spite of that violence.
Yes.
So when there is a public opinion, you know, violence also you cannot do extreme level if you don't have the public support. If there is a public support against the regime, the BJP can go for the campaign, and Priyanka is a very brilliant spokesperson. She can give me the answer that why BJP is shy to campaign against the violence, because you have the central government in power, paramilitary force, it is in your hand, constitutionally governor and everything you can interfere. 2021 election also, you raise the issue of violence, but Mamta sweep. So I am not wearing any jersey of any political party, but I am raising this question to the opposition that don't you think that you don't have in UP, you cannot, because UP BJP has that organizational capability. That organizational capability, the spokesperson is not responsible. But where is the state leadership to combat that? That is my question. So I am not supporting Mamata Banerjee.
Allow me to
I think you raised interesting questions for both the BJP and the Trinamool. And before I allow both Priyanka and Mr. Dev to respond, I want to get in Shikha also with her first thoughts on this. Shikha, Jayantoda raises an interesting point. He says if there is someone provoking this, there is someone who benefits out of this violence. But the point is the cycle of violence, Shikha, that continues unabated for the last many, many decades. Is this something that the people of West Bengal really want? And, you know, a poll happening in the shadow of this violence, can that be really free and fair? And who, according to you today, is to be blamed?
Well, you know, I agree with Jayanto that this is a continuing occurrence in West Bengal politics. And it's peculiar that it should happen because there is no really... West Bengal is not an apolitical state where violence can replace politics as such. There is a political consciousness, and unfortunately, there is also the violence. I think the two are contradictory, but that is West Bengal as it is. Who is responsible? I think all sides are responsible because there is a provocation and there is a counterattack. And I don't think that there is one party which is instigating it. Each party is doing their bit in order to dominate the processes of nomination and then campaigning and then the election itself. The reason is because in West Bengal, the political parties seem to imagine that the turf can be sort of sliced and diced, in which one party dominates one part and one party dominates the other. It is actually probably the reason is that each party is trying to maximize their strength. And in this process of maximization, there is this violence which is occurring. Why do people continue to turn out in such large numbers? And why do they then deliver a verdict under such violence, in an environment which has violence, which has intimidation, which has domination, which is really repugnant? That is a puzzle which I have not been able to crack in my 40-odd years of journalism. Why the people in West Bengal, troubled as they are by intimidation, by violence, by the verbal violence that actually replaces political debate, is something that I cannot understand.
Okay. But the point is, you know, Shikha and Jayanto, because both of you are very, very senior journalists, you've seen a number of these polls. Now, clearly there is a larger pattern here, and I just have the last minute or so on the debate, but I just want to give 30 seconds to all our panelists as we wrap this conversation, which is extremely important, Priyanka. Why are fingers being pointed towards the BJP? Does BJP gain by this violence?
Not at all. Nobody gains from violence, and we completely believe that, the election should be clean, free and fair. Now, I would say that the question raised by Mr. Jointo was in regards to what happened and how Mamata won. So, sir, that was, according to political analysts, it was a blunder which Buddhadev Bhattacharya did by allowing a free and fair elections in 2011. That is why Mamata won. Otherwise, she could have never come to power, and that's a fact. If CPM would have accepted and gone with their old technique of elections, then Mamata wouldn't have ever won the elections. Now, coming to what BJP is doing, sir, we are true believers in the federal structure, and that you have witnessed. They may call us name, they may say that, they will always cry foul when it is the ED, when it is the CBI. But we have immense respect for the representation law in our countries. We have immense respect for the State Election Commission as well as the Central Election Commission. So every time we knock to
so the BJP says we have nothing to do with this, Priyanka. I'm running out of time. I have to get in Biswajit Dev here also. Biswajit Devji, for how long will we see this violence? In the run-up to this election, will we see more violence? I mean, is that what Mamata Banerjee and the government is pretty okay with? You have no problems with this? You can keep on, raising fingers at the BJP, but the point is, when you look in the mirror, what do you see?
It is BJP who can answer this question. It is only BJP who can answer this question. You can see that what Ms. Tibrewal has said just now, that if CPM would have resorted to their old technique,
at one point, Mr. Dev, you say that the BJP is nothing in Bengal. You say they are a spent force. They have zero value. But on the other side, a ruling government, Trinamool, that has been ruling the state of West Bengal for the last 3 terms. You want to blame the opposition for the violence?
You can understand their mindset. You can understand their mindset.
Forget the mindset. I'm not asking about the mindset, Mr. Dev. I'm asking you, is the ruling government so helpless today that after having ruled the state of West Bengal for the last 3 terms today, you have to blame the opposition for this violence?
People were looking at Mamata Banerjee. They didn't know that she will become worse than CPM. What CPM is today.
The administration has assured.
Yes, mirror on the wall. TMC is the dirtiest of all.
It will be a free and fair vote, but
that you can never
afraid to contest the election.
What is sad is, both the parties today who say they are fighting for democracy, Jayanto Ghoshalda and Shikha, because I've run out of time, and apologies, I couldn't come back to you for the second comment. But this is a very, very important conversation in the run-up to the big West Bengal Panchayat polls and later the elections that happen, the assembly elections after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Will we see a rerun of what's happened in Bengal again and again? Who's responsible, Mr. Dev? That's a question that will be asked of you. Is the BJP the beneficiary? We haven't had clear answers yet, but I'll let our viewers decide what they think of the kind of responses that have come in so far. Only for want of time, I need to thank all of you right now. And we head into a break. On the other side, we are back with much more.
Republic #1 on television, now soon on digital this July. For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July. Republic TV, #1 on television, soon on digital this July.
Republic TV, #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been #1 on television for the past 6 years. We have broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered. Republic has disrupted the broadcast news industry, and now Republic comes on digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic #1 on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been been number one for the past 6 years. We've broken the biggest stories and reported from where it mattered most. We've disrupted the broadcast news media from India. And now we are coming to digital. Republic on digital this July. Republic, number one on TV, now coming to digital. Republic on digital this July.
Republic TV number one on television, now soon on digital this July.
Republic number one on TV, now soon on digital this July.
Republic has been number one for the last 6 years. And in these 6 years, you've loved us, you've supported us, you've stood by us. And we at Republic have broken the biggest news stories. We've said